Oh, the whole screen had just switched it on me. You good?
I'm clocking the streams because I want everybody to get these conversations. They always drag into 7 hours. I want the people to get them. The same people coming back in. They coming, continue to build.
Okay. So yeah, they said some beautiful things. Like I said, in essence, you know, that's our spiritual nature to want to be peacefully coexisting on equal grounds type shit.
All right.
But I'm telling you, the way you're thinking is as we're going to be able to do all that with this existential threat on us. He ain't build you over here to come start no families and get married. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna be working forever in purgatory trying to obtain that in his system. Only way, and that's why I said you only got two options. You can either, you know, try to get along to go along, or you can, you know, combat poison with poison. You know, yes, we might have to display some uncivilized behavior. But I think that's better than trying to act civilized at a, you know, less than 1% of owning anything, you know, of value in this system, in this condition, in this reality, in this current right now that we live in.
I think it has to be a balance of both. And we also have to, like you said, live in reality, right? Because there's nothing against us owning our own businesses or our own enterprises or things of that nature. One thing we don't do is work together in order to do those type of things, which is one thing that I push myself to do, is to work and build other people up or whatever, and include them in my business and make sure they can get money in their pocket. But one thing about it is we can't keep on being like very pessimistic about things as far as like how our future is, and keep on, because it, you know, the white man don't want us here, and we know that. Like, you know, that he didn't bring us over here to be wanted, and he's not going to give us a fair shake, and it is what it is. But what are we going to do about it? Right? Like, you know, we had to start like really thinking about what we're going to do about it, instead of keep on circulating these arguments about what the white man has done to us and what the him. Because it's not getting us anywhere, and we're not going anywhere. Right? So we're going to really have to start thinking about solutions more, instead of keep on circulating these arguments about religion or what the white man did or whatever. You know, like what can we do to build?
I disagree with that. I think building that sentiment is what led us to where we at right now. Building these community, you know, trying to focus on strengthening our community by knowing who the enemy is. Got to know who your enemy is. Yeah, the white man.
Beloved, I think we know that. We talked about it for like 60 years.
We got to keep pushing. We got to keep
pushing. We know who our enemy is at this point. We really know who that is at this point. We really know it. Like, honey, we have spoofs and movies about it, and we have what you call it? We have all of the we have all the movies and everything about Don't Be a Menace and everything. One thing I quote is the one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Who was on Don't Be a Menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. Like that dude that was a convict. A whole lot of people to me sound like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Oops, my bacon is smelling fan. Like, it is a whole lot of people that sound like that, and they're not giving any solutions. They're not doing anything tangible. They just talking. And it's time out for talking. And what are we actually going to put action towards anything besides all of this talking back and forth and what we need to do and what we're going to do? You know, like, that's what I'm on. So that's why, like, you know, I created what I created or whatever, and you know,
I already told you about my solution.
What is your solution, beloved?
Oh, my solution was a pretty much total separation approach to the extremity of however far you can take it. You know, show these people.
Now, is that a thing that can be accomplished within the society right now in 2021? And how can we get to that solution? because that's a political solution. And Texas was not able to secede from the country. So how do you think we are going to be able to do that?
You got Africa, that's an option that we gonna have to
Do you
just
have your
bear with.
passport? I have mine. Do you have your passport to move to Africa right now?
I'm a felon. I got to get my rights
Oh,
back.
okay. So you talk about the solution is Africa, but you don't have a passport to even go there.
I'm working on
Okay.
it though. I at least realize what the objective is, but ultimately that is the goal.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking. That's what people be mad at. People are really get kind of upset with me because I'm a bit harsh. I'm more harsh on people, is because I'm realistic about things. I'm not. I don't live in the clouds or Never Never Land or in Wakanda land. You know
Yeah, but what you saying unrealistic too.
how I'm
You talk
actually
about
doing what the
working
hell
his
I'm talking
system
about.
as if
I'm actually
that's
doing what
gonna
I'm talking
work.
about right now. I'm actually hire black people. I'm actually doing what I'm talking about exactly right now.
And that's a very good thing. I'm proud of you.
So no, what I'm saying is that we have to start giving realistic solutions and stop pussyfooting and stop giving these ideologies and this whole Wakanda land, never land theologies or whatever that's not going to do anybody any good.
I might have an idea.
Come on with it.
Listen to me now. Listen to okay. um, how about we have more community meetings?
I
How
like
about we actually put a structure together at these community meetings, and then get send messages through our own mail services and stuff like that, and get the
I
word
agree
out,
with that,
and
baby.
have each community, right, do the same thing. Eventually, we're gonna build.
So why don't you start
Eventually,
that? And look, let's stop there because this is a great thought, Queen. This is because the greatest thoughts we find them in deep conversations, right? So since you're thinking of something like this, right? Why don't you wrap your mind around something like that, right? And why don't we start this here in the community, right? Big way, right? We start this thing here. It'd be something that we're addicted to running. However you thinking we need to put this thing together. Let's start drawing this thing up. Let's start visualizing this thing. You know what I mean? Whatever you feel the things that are, then we start putting this on the table. Maybe some other people have some things that they want to build on. And then from there, we do this thing. And then this thing, then people adopt it. But it's not like something that we're pushing. We got to push what we're actually doing. We got to push what we're actually living, not what we're thinking and saying. You know what I'm saying? So I
so
want to build on it.
this has to be like something like very, very thought out. Like, hey,
That's what I'm saying.
have our kids do um, but not only become nurses and doctors and lawyers and stuff like that because we need all of those
You need
things,
all of that. Yeah.
but we also
What area do
need
you live in,
we
beloved?
also I live in Long
Cool.
Island, New York.
Yeah, she lives in LA. She said.
You're close to me. I live in the Boston area.
Oh, nice.
Not,
Okay.
yeah, kind of cool.
So, okay, so petitions, have
Mm-hmm.
people sign petitions within the community. Also, get our kids to also do trades. It's not all about degrees. Trades. Build, build up our communities, our homes, and really put if we would get bankers and actual business minded people and actually instead of opening up gyms and this and that, open a bank, get a bank, right? Start circulating money because money, that's what makes the world go round. That's when people will start listening. Once you do that, you can start. You get loans. You have more opportunities with loans because you're working through your own bank, right? And then once
Mm-hmm.
you start doing loans, you open up hospitals, right? You open up taxi companies, doctors' offices, not bodegas, but health food stores. Get our farmers to start planting again, and people who are into the agriculture area, stuff like that. Have them we can all come together with our resources and the stuff that we can bring to the table and really make it work. But
Really build
I'm with that
it
100%.
with that. You know what I mean?
communication. It takes the community to really agree and come to the meetings.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah,
bring the food. Somebody bring the coffee. Somebody bring the flyer. Somebody. It has to be something like that, like how it was back in the day.
yeah. But yeah, that's deep. That's how come we're gonna build on that thought. We're gonna most definitely build on that thought, and we'll build behind the scenes too on that thought too, Nick. You know what I mean, because I think it's a good concept, and we need to structure it. Get some great minds to help us structure this thing. If you think you want to help structure this, and but this is something that we could do within our own self. So it's things that we could do right here on the internet too. So it don't have to be a physical thing like get the chicken, get your popcorn, and let's go. Cause we could do this thing. Because right now they say that the revolution won't be televised, but this time it will because it's gonna happen online. So we have to understand what's happening here. So we can do this thing, be it, but I like to do things in the physical as well. But sometimes we're going to be distant. Who knows? And we want to reach people. So if we can figure out this thing, I would love to build on that. You know what I mean? Let's build on that thing. And
Have you
let's,
ever thought about like that thing where like like you put in like 200 in a pot and then you
yeah,
gain like
like a
five, six
susu.
hundred, whatever, like a
They call it like
susu thing, right?
a susu or
But
partner. Yeah.
yeah, but like
Yeah, like a susu. Yeah.
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 Have you ever thought about that? Like
Yeah.
everybody
My
do that
family
in
do it all
each
the time. I grew up
community?
with people that did that.
I would love to do that. And it's also like the different platforms we can put in to where if the goal doesn't happen, they would disperse the money back into the people who donated. So
Yeah,
where it'd
I
be
feel like
all
that's
honest within each
important.
other.
And I feel like that is important.
Because I
Like,
think
and
the
do it.
main thing that we are against is the trust of people who would take the money or whatever and don't know what the person is doing with the money. But if we put it to a platform who like if we don't accomplish the goal, they would disperse the money back. I think that we would be cool with that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
I'm
I feel like
all for
it shouldn't
social.
be one person involved. It should be like at least four accountants, like actual accountants who know how to handle money and stuff like that. Have an actual like
Mhm.
thing where it's laid out where everybody can see what's going on, where their money's going to, and this and that, so that it can be a lot of like you can build that trust up. Because I feel like you said, it has a lot to do with trust. But I feel like we can really do it and like signing like I said, petition inside your own community. Have people come out, even the elderly come out and like really vote, not just for the president, but also like for people that works for us. Start doing your census.
Yes.
Start doing your consensus because they help the people who they see are more involved.
Yeah,
And
we've
we
been
don't do those
13% for a
things.
while because we don't take the census. Like
I
Yeah,
do want to
I,
get
I
to
solely believe in the census because a whole lot of things that we don't even have within our community is because we don't take the census and
hold
we
on.
think it's race related and it's not so.
I do want to get into what Melanin T. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Melanin Royalty. She's on with us too. So I just wanted to circulate around a little bit. Peace, Queen. How you feeling? What's on your mind? What you thinking about? Whatever we're talking about or whatever you think.
Hey, hey, family.
Hey, Queen. We
Good
get
hello.
evening. Uh,
Hey, but
you know, I agree with every single thought, and here's what we have to remember: we are individual and we are collective, and in order for the collective to come together, the individual has to come together within him and herself. Meaning, when we're talking about trust, we have to have trust within ourselves. When we talk about respect, we have to respect ourselves. And once we have all of that taken care of within ourselves to a certain degree, then it's going to vibrate outwardly. I think what has happened a lot of times is we have been so focused on the collective and we don't recognize that the collective is made of the individual. So we also have to understand that there are some persons that are not going to buy into what our thought process is, and we have to give them the grace to be able to do what they believe is best for themselves. So it's not about numbers, because I hear these conversations a lot about what we need to all get together. We've never all been together. Okay, that's something that we have to be clear about. Okay, of course, we need to change how we are divided, okay, but we can be together and individual at the same time and give each other the grace and the respect to recognize that one household operates different than the other, So long as we have
Word.
the same, so long as we have the same foundational principles. So what's missing in the collective is the individual foundational principles. We all have different principles, morals, and ethics. That is what we have to come to grips with and lay that foundation first. Once we lay that foundation, then we can continue to build the house that we're looking to reside in. And so, a lot of this has been a circular argument for years because I think a lot of what happens is that we miss the very thing that's very much in front of us, which is the individual. So we got to clean up ourselves. And whatever that looks like for us, we have to undergo that process. We have to start healing ourselves. Once I heal myself, then my children are going to be impacted on by that, going to have a better experience. The household is going to have a better experience. Then we go out into the community. The community at large is going to have a better experience because we have individually worked within ourselves. So for me, it's always been a charge of the individual, not necessarily just solely the collective. But I agree with all of your contributions and your thought process because it is correct. We just have to prioritize and the priority first is us individually getting ourselves together.
And to piggyback off of what you said, I believe we need to, out of our communities, take off the stereotypes of not getting any actual like help, like talking to a psychiatrist, whoever, like they're getting therapy, because a lot of us are undiagnosed. We really don't know what we're fighting with it mentally because we are taught that, oh well, that's weak to go and get this help, or oh, you can go just to church and you'll be fine, or this and that, or I'm not crazy. No, because when you start working on within and you actually go get actual help, then you'll be able to work on the things that you never even knew about yourself, because it actually makes you reflect and give cognitive ways of walking this earth.
If I may
Yeah, we're
interject,
we're
um,
connected. Go ahead.
if I may interject, we also treat ourselves like we're one big Negro, right? That we all have to vote one way. We all have to think one way. Like, and that's the reason why we're treated the way we're treated, because we're not even treated like, we're not a multifaceted people. And my granny used to make quilts, and I just think that, the different patchworks of a quilt, they are different patches, but they make up a whole quilt, which means like it's other people that make up a society that has different functions and different ideologies and different things that make up a whole society and makes one community as one. So we can't keep on like, demonizing people that may think out the box than you, but they are very necessary in order to make a community run, because they may not think like you, but they actually have a necessary part. They're a part, they're a patch of the quilt. Like that's just my ideology about it. Like, we can't keep on excluding and thinking that every black person has to think one way, because we're not supposed to. We're multifaceted people. We're not one big ass nigga, you know?
I agree, but also feel like you know, yes, we need to be more militant as well. We can't make decisions off emotions. We have to make decisions off of rationality. We need to have people who are willing to do this and is serious about it, and it is not going to back down from it, and it's not easily manipulated. Like, you need somebody strong minded and strong built. You need a body of people like that. It needs to be like that. Like,
Mhm.
and not, and like you said, like, and not everybody's gonna be for the cause, and that's okay. But whoever is, let them be like nobody's gonna be like minded all the time. Like, everybody's gonna have their own opinions. Everybody's gonna want to just stay in their own lane. They don't want to be bothered. Whatever the case might be. But let's deal with the people who do want to be more militant, more willing to be for the cause, and try to change some things. Like, we're not trying to change the world. We're just trying to change our environment and how we're
Let
living
me
and
ask you,
how we're
what is the
thinking.
cause?
The cause is to become like more independent, not depending on one system, but creating our own. Because this one is obviously not working.
Right.
So,
No, I am.
and
I'm totally in agreement. I just wanted to ask you for clarification
yeah, yeah,
purposes.
oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, nothing like crazy. It's just more so like just just building something like I don't know what's it called um with the bank and all that stuff, the massacre, or whatever. What was it called again? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Well, they had like their own like community, and like they had banks, they had doctors' offices, barber shops, everything. We was actually circulating a lot of money through there, and they bombed it.
Well, we
So
had we had a few of those communities, like in
yeah,
Tulsa and in Harlem, and
Tulsa. There you go, Tulsa. And
Well,
I
but the
feel like we.
key, the a lot of the, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say again, the key to those things functioning and operating is a core principle that they stood by, right?
hmm
So, uh, and this is why I keep saying what we're doing is we're trying to build the house from the roof down, and it's never gonna work. So we have to lay the foundation, and the foundation is how do we see ourselves and how do we see one another,
and
right?
stop
So
basing all of our traditions and all of our scruples and all of our morality on white men.
right. And you know, when you were speaking earlier, I am of the same thought as you, sister. You know, I am very clear that there are systems that are been put in place to make it difficult for us. I'm very clear about that, and I'm clear about that history, and I agree with that sentiment. But I also agree with the sentiment, which is how long are you going to bemoan that? When are you going to
Exactly.
recognize
Yes,
that you're
ma'am.
not a victim? You're
Yes,
not a
ma'am.
victim, right? So there comes a point where you have to see within yourself that I'm worthy of more, which means that I now have to motivate myself, know that I'm worthy, and use that as my motivator to do what it is that I seek to do. Now, is it going to be easy? No. I'm sure it was not easy for you to have a business and build a business for
No, ma'am.
yourself.
Nothing
But what
worthwhile
you
is
did was
easy.
you could,
It's hard as hell. I
that's
was
right.
here right
But
now.
but what but what you continued to do is you knew that you knew you believed in yourself. You knew your value. And so you kept putting one foot in front of the other, little by little, you chipped away at it. That is the part that we have that that has been stripped of us in our spirit of recognizing our worth and our value. So
And when
once
people
you
talk
value
about, like,
yourself,
the
who
white man
cares
did
about
this
what
and
other
white man did
people?
that, I think that diminishes our people. It makes it seem like that we not able to think and we puppets and things of that nature. And I know we not those people. We're not puppets for no white man
We're
or
not.
nothing like that. We aren't caricatures or nothing like that. We are capable of thought and creativity and things of that nature. So
Yeah,
keep on blaming everything that we do.
yeah.
Oh, the white man taught us. What are we really saying about us? You know what I'm saying? Are we saying that
But
we are
here's
some
what
kind of
my
puppet people?
I just feel like like when once it starts and you actually start building from the ground up, and people start seeing that it's like that it's moving smoothly or it's becoming successful, people are gonna gradually catch on and try to be a part of it. It takes a strong group of people
well,
to make this happen. You know.
the interesting thing about that is, and this is where that argument that solely strictly is the quote unquote white man, that straw man is destroyed when you get rid of him. Then you're still going to be dealing with the same problems within our own people group
What's your
because
name,
the
sister?
individual hasn't changed their mindset.
What's your name?
Talea, you said what's my name?
Yes, ma'am.
Talea.
Taleb. Yes,
So
sister.
so
Yes.
so you're still going to have the same issue, and that's why I started off this conversation by saying that we have to deal with ourselves individually first, right?
I
So
agree
then
100%.
once we inoculate ourselves, and once we inoculate ourselves and we um provide the ointment for the healing that we need. Then, when we create this community that you're speaking of, then we won't have a lot of the things that we're dealing with right now. But the truth of the matter is, it's not just the white man. Listen, he has been laying back in a chair a long time ago. He stopped working a long time ago. Why? Because we've been doing it to ourselves for him.
We think
So
this
it's
nigga's a
now
Wizard of Oz. He's the Wizard of Oz.
time.
He the Wizard of Oz. The big bad white man. He the Wizard of Oz. Man, he calls everything. I'm sitting here looking like what we ain't no people. We just succumb to whatever the hell he say we gotta do. We just
I'm
puppets under
so
his
sorry.
puppet mastership.
I'm so
I can't
sorry, but
believe that. I honestly believe black people smarter than that, and I'm called a coon for thinking that black people smarter than what the hell they telling they are. Like, you know what I'm saying? I believe in eugenics, honestly, for what I'm understanding, because they keep
well,
on telling what man did, and I don't believe in fucking eugenics and everything. I think we smart. I think we are actually brilliant people. I think we smarter than them, to be honest. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
I don't
I
even
don't
think I
think
believe
we
we
exert
are.
our power enough. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So, like, when people talk like me, they say I'm a coon. But hey,
Of
No,
course.
you sound
But
like
you know
Muhammad
what? But what
Ali.
it
You sound like
but you
Muhammad
know
Ali.
what
I
it
don't like your
really is?
mannerisms.
You know what it really is that it's not that you're a quote unquote coon, because I don't like to use those epithets. I do just
no, I
they
don't.
don't
My
do it for me.
grandfather was a
But
sharecropper and was a person who fought for his rights. And hey, I know what coon mean explicitly. I had one of the. I'm proud of my granddad. He started off
yeah,
sharecropping
so
and stole crops to make his way or whatever, and he made his fortune off real estate from sharecropping. So yeah, I know what coon mean for real. From the bottom of Mississippi, we from the Delta of Mississippi, both sides of my family.
How do it feel when somebody
yeah, I
call
just
you a
think that
coon?
What you say, sir?
How do it feel when somebody call you a coon?
That's probably the most disgraceful thing somebody can ever call me, honestly, because I know what coon mean for real, and I know I'm not that. So, like, for me to be empowering to black people and not accept victimhood, and me not accepting victimhood, and a person calling me a coon for not accepting victimhood from white people who I don't think that's as weird of odds, and I don't believe in the big bad white man and all that kind of stuff like that, and you calling me a coon for that, I find it very offensive. I don't believe it's a big badass white man that's overpowering us or whatever. It's more of us than the big bad white man, to be honest.
and the
No,
truth of the
it's
matter is we're
definitely a
talking about a
bad white
mind.
man out here. It
Well,
definitely
but you
is.
know what but I think we should change saying that. I think what we need to talk about is the mindset and the ideology.
You know
And
what I
once
Yes.
we
think we
say
should
it's the
do? Let's get
ideology,
Debo to be
once
frontline.
once we say that it's the ideology, now we're talking about that it can be of any type of hue. Any
Yeah.
shade of hue can have that ideology. It's not a white man or a white woman. It is the ideology of oppression that we're
Yeah, but
talking
we keep
about.
on saying the
And
white
No,
man, and
it's a
it is, yeah, it's
white
what you
man
said, sister.
and a white woman. It's in their damn
mm,
nature. It's in their DNA.
Asian people make more
They're
money
gonna do
than the
what they
white
do.
man right now today in the United States, fam. Do you know that?
Yeah, but the Asian man didn't enslave
And
us.
the
The white
Nigerian
man did.
man make more money than the white man too. The Nigerian man coming over
well,
here from
here's
another
the
country.
but
Yeah, but
here's
the
the
Asian
interesting
man
thing,
didn't
brother.
put you in
But
slavery.
but I'm gonna say this to you, brother. Here's the interesting thing. I'm gonna throw this to you. We are still enslaved to the Asian, and I'm gonna say black women. Some black women are still enslaved to the Asian. You want to know why? We spend so much money at their beauty stores.
The black man don't spend none of his
I
money
said the
with
black
it.
I said the
We're not in
black woman,
competition with each other, beloved. We're talking about
right?
the black
So
people.
so right.
I
So
mean,
what
she
I'm
talk
saying is
about
there
being
is an
enslaved to the
Oh,
Asians.
ideology.
Y'all
oh,
doing that to
hold on,
yourselves. Y'all don't
hold on,
gotta go to
Debo.
them nail
Well, but
shops.
it doesn't.
Hold on, Debo.
So
But
But
it doesn't matter.
a lot of
so
black
you know
men,
But
what
it
though?
doesn't matter.
if his
I
woman,
have a
if a
friend
black
who's
man, hold on one
into
second, look.
I'm
if a
sorry.
black man supports his woman, then right, like we supposed to be, right? Okay, so that mean that you're spending money, you giving her the things, do her nails, do her thing. You want her to make sure she right? So we come to be a part in that too. You can't just throw everything like there and say that's just black, that's just the women and that's not the men. No,
That's
everybody
right.
come as a whole, right? Because I'll give my that woman her money. Here, hold that. You know what I'm saying? Here, hold that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you're gonna do, you're gonna take care of things, make sure she right, make sure she got her things, and that's how she get her shit right. You can't tell her how to get her shit right.
I know a
So
few black men bought me weave, sir.
okay, so see what I mean?
But
So
But you
you know
know
what
what? Also,
I mean?
my friend, like a couple of my friends, they're into beauty, and stuff like that, and they tried to like open up like a beauty supply store and to like but they got blocked from like getting
Yeah,
the stuff
Mhm.
that
from
other places
Vietnam and
like the
Korea.
as far as getting the hair that everybody wants and all that stuff because the Asian
They
community
own
has
the
it locked
distribution.
down. They have it locked down. Even like the menus, like not even the menus, the magazines so you can pick out the stuff you want to order for your beauty supply store. It's all in Chinese. It's like you can't really um open your beauty supply store and like be successful and have the things that the people want because it's like already like kind of blackballed in. Like you can't even get
No,
out.
my
You
beauty
can't really.
supply store is South African. That's who I shop with. She's a black sister. She's a South African woman. That's my beauty supply store. And she told me all about how hard it is to get into the industry because the Koreans and the Vietnamese block it. They block you from getting the
Mhm.
That's
distribution
true. That's
deals
so
and
true.
everything that you
Both.
can get wholesale hair.
Yeah.
Because
My
it's very
two of my
hard
friends
to get
tried
into
to.
that. Because I have another industry that I do African decor, and I'm trying to get it away from the Chinese to ship it because it takes a longer shipping time, and I can't get African buyers or whatever for the life of me. They block me from that. So I'm still fighting to get my fucking decor out here, and I don't want the Chinese to own it, but so I'm still fighting for it. So I totally
It's really
understand.
hard. It's really hard.
It's hard as hell.
And my even my friend she
So
does
that's a
nails and
form.
she had to do
So
her
that's a form
nail
of oppression.
salon. I'm so sorry. My friend she does
No, go
nails
ahead.
and she had my friend she does nails and she tried to open up her own nail salon but nobody would go to her so she had to actually she had to close down her nail salon and do it from her home
Oh,
where the
bless her
people who
heart.
knew her would do it like get their nails done from her because like I said like we're so conditioned to go to people that we've been going to that we won't even support our own.
So that
They
in
have
and
to
of
charge
itself. So
more.
I brought that example up to show that there is not just this oppression by the white men. There is
We have to charge more
it's
because
not
we don't get the
it's not
discount.
it's not white people that are solely oppressing. It is an ideology that causes the oppression of people. Right? So it's not exclusive to one type of ethnic group. And that's something that we will need to revisit time and time again because otherwise we'll get caught up in the same trick bag should we decide to build this community that's solely for black people. We're going to see that same ideology creep in until people change individually.
We have to definitely have to get educated on business and business law and how things are ran because we're making up things at this point. We're making up things of, oh well, black women do this and black men do that and who what the bam, and nobody actually knows why. You know what I'm saying? And I'm actually we're actually on the panel telling exactly why. Like, the agents won't let us in. That's why we can't really shop because we have to charge more because we don't get distribution deals the same as these people. We got to go through them who at the bam. But like, what I'm saying, we really have to have these type of conversations. So I totally agree with you guys on the panel.
Yeah. So I just wanted to pop in before I start dinner and just kind of share my perspective. And I appreciate you guys for, pulling these things out and bringing them to the forefront. It's not like we haven't had these conversations before, but it's really good to be amongst each other, having civilized conversations, learning how to disagree with each other without being emotional, and still respecting each other in our own individual experience in this human life. So Thank you guys, and you guys have a great evening.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Take
What you
care.
cooking?
You said what I'm cooking?
Yes, ma'am. What you cooking?
I'm still trying to figure out. I got some jerk chicken that I'm thinking about making with some coconut brown rice
Ooh.
and probably some and probably some string beans. I haven't figured it out yet, but
Oh, you making
it,
some
it's
jerk
it's
chicken,
leaning
ain't you?
towards that way. Yeah.
Okay. Well, are you American or you Caribbean, huh?
No, I'm straight up here, born here. I love different type of food, so
No, that's dope. I made some Indian lamb earlier.
so you guys have a great evening. Take
You
care.
you too, beloved.
Bye.
Oh, it's just us two. Oh, did the brother get off the panel? Oh, Uda, are you still here? Uda,
Yes.
can you put
Yeah, I'm still.
can you put the Niqua said she fell off. Can you put the stream link back for her?
I'll put it back in the chat real quick. Hold up. Dum 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 dum. It's in the link right there. You already know if you're rocking with us. Salute to y'all. Salute to everybody rocking with us, man. One Community. Make sure y'all subscribing to One Community. Make sure you're subscribing to the backup channel, One Community TWO. I am going to play a commercial from my brand. You already know. Don't hide the plug. Make sure you're visiting don'thidetheplug.com and ask yourself the question today: are you hiding the plug? Shout out to my two brothers, my business partners. You already know the vibes. Uda, Uda, Uda. You know the vibes.
Video is sponsored by our first ever sponsor, Don't Hide the Plug. Don't Hide the Plug is an apparel company co-founded by two brothers from Flatbush, Tafari and Rossi Harper. Now these two black brothers have created an amazing, inspiring, high-quality brand. Now you see on Infominds, a lot of our content is New York based. We love New York, so it's only fitting that we partner up with a New York based brand. Don't Hide the Plug. Now they got some fire fitted hats, hoodies, t-shirts, and I'm feeling the old New York design with the bridge logo. They got the clout joints, the dad hats, and you can also have them delivered to you in the resealable merch by the pound bags too. Now mind you, they might be New York based, but their apparel is for everyone, whether you're from New York, Miami, Texas, Chicago. It's a grassroots movement. Get in tune. And they offer free shipping on all domestic orders of $75 or more. But if you enter the exclusive InfoMinds promo code, you'll get an additional 10% off at checkout. You already know I ordered my package. My package is on its way. So I'll be wearing and showcasing the Don't Hide the Plug apparel in my next live. Go out and support these brothers. Check out their website. I put the link in the description box. Don't Hide the Plug.
Bop, bop, bop. You already know. Shout out to Don't Hide the Plug. All of the hats and, my brands, I wear them all the time. I just don't promote it here like that because I make it more about the community and us talking about topics, but I do a lot of things. And the things that I'm doing, I'm also, me pushing for my people to do as well. You know what I mean? So my brothers and I have a deal with New Era, the hat company. And with that, this is what we're doing, is we're allowing great people like you to collaborate with Don't Hide the Plug. That means, you could go about getting your logo, your design, custom design on a New Era hat. If you know what I mean, you know about New Era and you know about hat stores, then these are the hats, you know what I mean? You see them. All 5950 hats, you know what I'm saying? 5950, they come from New Era. You design every part of the hat can be altered, you know what I mean? The brim, the sweatband, the straps, you know what I'm saying? You could change the color of the New Era sign because they create it at New Era. So, many people don't know about how to go about doing that, right? Getting a link with New Era. But we have a link and you can collaborate with Don't Hide the Plug. Make sure that you're hitting Don't Hide the Plug on Instagram or Facebook message. Make sure you hitting them and letting them know that you're from the community. And this is my two brothers, you know what I mean? I run my channel, Uda Block. I've created community. My brother runs the Don't Hide the Plug page, and then my other brother runs Plug Nation, which is the events and the organizations that we've been doing, and all of the backpack drives, the book pack drives that we've been doing. We were just in Atlanta 2 times. We drove down to Atlanta 2 times in the last 2 months, in 3 months. You know what I mean? We drove down there twice to bring together a lot of vendors, different people that have brands from all over the region, even from New York and all over. They came together to sell their brands. This is what we're doing. We're trying to help people to live. So anything that I'm doing here, I'm really already doing in the physical world. You know what I mean? It's just that I stopped selling drugs and doing some things that I was a detriment to. You know what I mean? Doing some things that was bad, that was being more of a detriment than an asset to my community and to my family and to everyone. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're doing. Deal with us, create with us, link with us. This is what we're doing. And this is
Oh,
what
wait, where Humble go?
this channel comes to be about too. Hold up. Where's Nico? Nico, you dropping off. Raw B, salute, Queen. Say something because look, see how that's looking right there? How does it look like that? I don't understand. It's just service, I think, Queen. Come right back in. Let me see if you come right back in. What is that gonna do? Let's see.
Well, we have a question.
What's up?
Gwendolyn Reed asks, "What part do you all think that Christianity has played on the destruction of our people?"
Okay.
And I have an answer for that.
You do? Okay, go into your script. Queen, my
Yes,
bad. I see your foot and all that. My bad. Yeah, Queen. Yeah, do what you do.
it's sorry.
Yeah.
One, I'm not against Christianity. I'm not really against any beliefs. But what I thought is, as far as when slavery is concerned, they picked apart certain things in the Bible and made it to where it biased. I think of the Book of Eli, when Denzel Washington, played that part or whatever. That guy, that white guy who like wanted the Bible to really, what I'm saying, display that to the people and control the people. I think that's one part of what Christianity played in society is that, and is another part that it was pure. So, but actually, nobody ever, no religion really ever committed many atrocities as the Christian community. They did the Crusades. They cut people heads off when if you didn't believe in Christianity, they cut your heads off and everything like that. So
where we at with it, y'all? My bad. I had to go to the car real quick, get my cigarettes, because I'm like,
oh, the brother back.
I feel like, we was getting somewhere, but we was running in circles.
Hold on, wait. Uda, you muted, I think. Yes, sir. Yeah, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you are.
What's going on? What's going on?
Oh, yeah, you good, brother? No, we were just telling the brother that he was.
I can't hear Uda though. I heard him. He was talking, but I couldn't hear him.
Oh, you didn't? Did you hear him or you didn't hear him?
I didn't hear him. I didn't hear Uda, and then
okay, he was talking. I didn't hear him either. So, but what were you saying anyway?
Hear me now,
Debo? Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you good now?
You went off, bro.
Where's Nico at? I want her to come back. Anybody could jump up here, join us live. I wanted to go a little bit onto the Christian because she was talking about the Catholic or whatever. I had to restart my stream. So start reading in your comments because all of the comments that was in there just fucking wiped out because I couldn't be heard and I had to refresh myself and back myself up. So start leaving your comments. Hopefully, okay, I can see Nico's logo. Once you can see the logo, that's when we know. Say something, Niqua. Let's see if Niqua's in here first. Oh, there
she go.
Okay, there she goes. So at least we see the logo. Sometimes when you don't see the logo, sometimes you can hear people, sometimes you can't. But Christianity, right? What was the question on Christianity? What was it was a vital role because Christianity, not just Christianity, Christianity with Constantine. You know what I'm saying? When he pushed the Constantine to unify the world under one power, basically. This was what led to like Nicene councils and different things like that. You know what I mean?
He's a gentleman that initiated the Crusades.
Huh?
Constantine?
Yeah, Constantine was the Roman, right? But Constantine lived like a Roman the whole of his life. But everybody was killing off the Christians. You know what I'm saying? So they figured out, why not unify them all under this? Because religion is something that they use to push initiatives and to do things. You know what I'm saying? So That was like the Roman thing. Like, okay, we're going to use Christianity, but we still going to believe in our Roman things, keep all our gods and all the stuff that we like to do, but we just going to bring it all under, just try to unify the whole world under Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So it came to be something like that. Then it came to like the Nicene councils where, you know what I mean, they pick books, which books go into the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So it goes to show you that something is being strategized, even in how people serve, even in what people are praising to, which comes into being how they push to Jesus. A lot of the things like that they say equates to that, and them wanting to us.
Isn't the Pope's son, Cercia Borgia, the depiction of Jesus?
Yeah,
It's not the
depiction of
real Jesus, right?
yeah,
Cercia Borgia. I can't
Borgia,
pronounce his
Caesar.
name correctly.
Caesar. Yeah, it was a picture of Caesar. But you know, it was many depictions of that Jesus that we see as that white man with the blue eyes. Yeah, those are people in history. You know what I'm saying?
I
That
heard it was a Pope's son. It was one of the
yeah,
Pope's son. I can't remember which one it was, but I heard it was a Pope's son that was depicted, and it was,
many
you
people,
know,
many people was depicted.
Picasso
People just put themselves
Picasso
as
drew
Jesus.
that picture.
Yeah, many people depicted themselves as Jesus too as well. So you know what I'm saying? So we get that too, you know what I mean? But these same constructs of how they use that in the religion, you know what I'm saying? Like even when you think of like the slavery here in America, those same things and those same constructs were pushed to those people. You know what I'm saying? Like giving credence to the things that they were doing to the people as well. You know what I mean? So that when Constantine did that, that led to the Roman Church gaining the power, right? Gaining power. But then that led to the Pope gaining the power that the Pope has. Now, if you Google who the Pope is basically the stand-in person between Jesus. Until Jesus come back, the Pope is basically Jesus. If you Google it, who the Pope is basically Jesus until Jesus comes back. So we can't talk to Jesus. You know how they used to say Jesus is the way, we have to go through Jesus to get to God, which is something I don't believe. I believe that we should have a direct connection to our creator. Everybody's trying to separate us from the creator and
well,
things
I
like that.
heard God was within us.
Yeah, but
In
God
your
is
info.
also God is something that's within us. But I believe that's my own opinion. I believe that something is beyond us. That's what makes people as men and women, you know what I mean, believe they're almighty and powerful when we are not, when it's things that's beyond us. You know what I'm saying? As humans, this thing that's beyond us is an
Yeah,
energy
I agree.
that's beyond us, because that same energy and force drives me and it drove me here. And this is why I'm here talking with y'all. And we building, and I thought of these things in my mind, I thought of this, but I know I didn't, because what I thought of, what you're seeing right now is something that came to me. Okay. And this thing is growing every day. This thing gained over 1,000 subscribers just last month alone. And I've had this channel for 5 months or 6 months. I don't know, maybe.
Same minute drove me to you, even though
Mhm.
you yell at me all the time.
You know what I'm saying? I really would have been on Uda Block, which is my channel, my music, and all the things that I want to do. But I'm here doing this, and this is growing so fast. So imagine that, because we're doing these things, and I envision us doing this and building and talking like this and not arguing. And all of these things that we're doing, I thought about these things. So I have to give y'all applause for this, because we all are part of the same thing. So we all are part of this change that we're trying to bring. We are trying to be this change. You know what I mean? So even when we're on the internet and we come across each other, you know what I mean? I know how shit is on the internet, you know what I mean? But this channel is different. You know what I mean? When we got our people in here, we could talk directly to our people in here, because we know who we dealing with and who we thinking with, because we dealing with high conscious thinkers and people that's trying to learn and people that's trying to figure it out, and people that, you know what I mean, maybe got some answers, don't got all the answers, but we gonna figure it out together. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
salute y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean, can't do a lot without y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. As much as I can
Order,
do, I want y'all to know that. I want y'all to.
I want to say we appreciate you. We
I
appreciate
appreciate
your platform. We
appreciate
appreciate your honesty and like your respectfulness. You
I
have
appreciate
a lot of respect for the people who come on your panel, and
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate you for that. I always wanted to say that too. I don't know if I ever had, but I really appreciate your channel because it's not drama filled. It's like a balance, and we as a people, we need balance.
Mm, mm,
Um,
mm, mm.
we need to be able to talk about many different things
Yes.
so that we can. I mean, some people might be having a bad day and they come across your channel, and you can make them feel better, or could be talk about a subject that they're actually worried about, so
Yeah.
I really appreciate the fact that you give people that out and that therapy that they need.
I appreciate.
Also, the panelists on here, you
Yeah.
guys have been nothing but amazing and respectful, and I enjoy the dialogue. I enjoy Debo and
Devo's needed.
everybody on
Devo
here.
is
Yes, we
needed.
Yeah,
need the
Debo
opposition.
cool.
We need Debo.
We need an oppositional
We need that.
thought.
We need
Because
that though.
if you don't, because the oppositional thought will give you a broader perspective,
Mhm.
and also open your mind to different ideas and different perspectives of what, maybe I'm wrong, maybe he is right, you know.
I believe
So
that.
it's always so. Thank you. I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate you, Queen. I appreciate you so much, But like I say, it's not something that I think that I'm doing. This is something that I was told to do. You see what I'm saying? I was told to do this. That's how come I didn't promote my things here. Like I didn't even get cash apps for. I've had thousands of videos on community. I could have been getting like my people here be like, yo, damn, I have family and friends and people that love me and know me. That say, damn, son, let me do that. My cash app that was on my old overlay was when I first created the channel. That wasn't even my cash app, bro. Sorry if you sent some little couple dollars to it. Whatever. But look, I didn't even stress that or tell people anything like that. You know what I mean? I created overlay screens for everybody, all these people, you know what I mean? Many channels, you know what I mean? Oh, Shug, on Moorish World TV. I don't know anybody. I don't know any of these people. But something that told me also to go around and help as well, because it's a lot of beef that's going on in the internet. And I think that we can go about changing that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? The first pages that I came to were the beef sector. Ironically, that's where I found myself like, what the fuck is this? And people was beefing. It was crazy. And, you know what I mean? I want to help the beef sector. You know what I'm saying? And I know when I go about helping that, because that's another part of my journey that I'm going to go there. And I know when I go there, you know what I mean, people are going to probably attack me when I get there. But, you know what I mean, all of the things that I've been through has made me strong enough in many ways, you know what I'm saying, to, you know what I mean, not only face those things, but overcome those things as well. You know what I'm saying?
And
Because
Listen,
I also want
listen.
to give appreciation because I'm a whole asshole,
you're not, you're
right?
just you. You're just you.
You
And
know what I'm saying? So
sometimes I
I
do
really
the same.
appreciate you giving me the time to speak and to give my point of view for things because I really do mean well. I may come off in a very curt or direct way. I do mean well, and I get the shirt off my back, but I'm not going to sugarcoat for anybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, be the person that pats you on the back. I'm the person that's going to uplift you. No, you can do better. You can do better. You can do better. I'm
Yeah.
one of those type of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you for giving me the room.
B sector, you don't even know Jordan. Shout out to Jordan. I do want to hear Raw B. Shout out to Raw B. I also want to get the Queen too. I want to hear everybody voices. Sister Nanny, you in the cut? The shooter on the roof is in the cut. Yo, see this? What I mean? Yeah, I got see it. See shooters on the deck. Go ahead, Raw B. Shout out, shout out. I didn't even know Sister
Oh,
Nanny was
thank
in the
you.
cut, y'all. Whoa.
So first,
Word. Go ahead, Queen.
yes, first of all, in the Bible it says that you can't get into heaven unless you acknowledge that Jesus was the Son of God. Not saying that, you know what I'm saying, oh, you have to go through him. You just have to know that he came to earth to shed his blood for your sins. I think that's something that people get very twisted because they don't fully examine the Bible and
I,
they're told,
I agree with that. I agree with a
yeah,
part of what you're saying.
they're told, you know what I'm saying, specific scriptures. And I do Sunday sermons like every week. I'm one that believes in the contextual scriptures. You can take the one piece that's gonna evoke a response, or you could look at the scripture in a whole. You gotta understand it's a book. So if you just jump into the middle of the book and you don't read the beginning to understand the you know what I'm saying, the literary arc to get to the climax, you're always gonna be mis you're going to get the message misconstrued. That's number one. And I also believe that all religions are the same religion. I believe if you pay attention to the story of the Tower of Babel, when God confused the land, the languages and spread us across the land, each
Mhm.
religion is just a growth from that break apart of the world as a whole. But as it comes down to the beef sector, you don't belong over there. I know you want to save them. You don't belong over there. They're
They
not gonna
accept
receive
me.
it.
They're never gonna nothing. No, they're not. They're not.
They're
I
not going to
agree.
receive it
They're
because
not.
I've
I
been
agree.
over there for 3 years trying to
I've
impart.
understood. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, Queen. I don't cut your bill. I agree. I'm just saying I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been over there for 3 years trying to impart some type of wisdom and trying to show by doing, like actually demonstrating. Yeah, you could be a little messy. Yeah, you could get with the stuff when it's necessary. But at the end of the day, get to this business. And how we build a community is we got to start teaching people how to build businesses. You have so many Black people that when you show them how to build a business, they want to say it's fake. They want to believe that you're not about your business. Oh, that's not true. You don't got this. That's not true. You don't got that. I looked it up
Boy,
and it
you
just
ain't never
did.
lied.
They project whatever they think or whatever they seen it on you. Okay, yeah, that's true too. In some senses, that maybe. And what happened?
Yeah, exactly. And I agree. I'm spiritual and not religious either. But when we claim spirituality, for me, part of true spirituality is understanding all of the religious texts. You got to really look at each book, understand how the messages that are being relayed to all of humanity, how they fit together, because that's how you win over souls for the goodness. A lot of people are stuck in the wilderness and they're lost because they're getting bad messages, and you have to figure out the best way to redirect.
This is a good question, right? So Jordan says, right, the Bible is based on ancient Egypt, right, but extremely distorted. So why don't we just study the Medunetter, right? She said she can't spell it, the Medunetter, though, the language and, the Medunetter, the history in Egypt, right? Or the Torah, or study the Torah, right? So what do y'all think about a thought like that?
The Bible
In the
isn't
Bible,
based on ancient Egypt.
You said what?
The Bible isn't solely based on ancient Egypt.
right, and the first five
Luke,
books of the Bible are in the Torah. It's called the Pentateuch.
the the the,
Pentateuch.
the Pentateuch, yeah, but it's correlations that are in Egyptian scriptures, steles and different things like that that have direct correlations to exact scriptures that are in the Bible, and yeah, those are some correlations. I look into going into some of those things, like some sermons and some like psalms, like some things like that, like how they praying and different things like that, like how it's like similar to some Egyptian text when this Egyptian text supposed to predate that Bible. Period. You know what I mean? 'Cause remember, Moses went to Egypt first before he even got to that. So the Egyptian texts and different things that's there are like correlating with the thing. Not all type of stories, but there
Yeah,
are
that's when we got introduced to
a
Egypt was
couple
from
that's.
Moses, and there was a whole lot of other people that came before him.
But yeah, but even in the Bible, like I said, right, there are parts of the Bible and books in the Bible that's missing, right? That they personally took out, they being the people that's part of the Nicene Council. So it's the book of Esther, it's mad books. It got the Lost Maccabees, the Apocrypha. These are all books that I started reading as a kid. I read
Yeah,
all
I'm
these
here.
like
I'm
14
The
here.
years.
book of Eli, the book of
Like all of
Mary.
these, you know what I'm saying? So it's mad books. So just to catch the real story, you got to be catching here. You got to be reading metaphysical Bibles, breaking down words. They looking like when Lot came, when the messengers came to Lot, and then the people them came, and it was like, yo, let us know them. Then when you wake up, know them means
No,
have
Pastor
sex
was
with
one of the ones that told us out
them.
the actual Hebrew text or whatever, and he didn't entrust the King James version Bible version of the Bible, and he told us out the Hebrew text or whatnot.
Oh yeah, that's how I come to even read the Bible. I started learning Hebrew to even read the scripture. I turned myself Hebrew. I taught myself at maybe like 18 or 17 or so. Maybe right before that. I taught myself Hebrew so that I can read the Torah and stuff like that too as well. So I also dabble in the reading in the Islam, reading a little bit, try to learn Arabic, stuff like that, multiple languages, so I can read languages and stuff like that. So I
That's
do.
dope.
So I know all these things. I
Mhm.
could come on and talk about stuff like that all day, right? So I don't really make this about me. I make it about us and people. I have a lot of things I can tell people. Trust me, I can. But it's not about me. It's about us and what we
So,
thinking.
what do you think about, like, because for me, I believe in God, I believe in
I believe
a
in the
higher
most. Yeah,
power.
I believe in the higher,
Yes, I
the most.
but in a
I
higher
call it.
power, yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm very
Yeah.
spiritual. Like I do like crystals and like meditation and
Hmm.
um like I pray like to my ancestors and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
like I really believe that
Embrace it
there's
all.
people around us all the time that are protecting us, that are connected to us, and we have to pay homage to them as well.
Hmm.
So like I don't know, like I'm just more like, what do you think about like just regular like spirituality and energies and stuff like that?
I believe in all of that. You know what I mean? Like at growing up, I didn't really know too much about crystals, but I knew people that had crystals to the point. And sometimes it came towards me like like last year or so, it just started to like a couple years now. They started to gravitate towards me and different things like that. Like I keep this, which is lapis lazuli, which was just found on like this is in like King Tut's mask, the blue stone from Egypt.
Yeah.
And I keep this one. This is Lorima. This is found in the Dominican Republic. So I keep little crystals. You know what I mean? We got to get into our energy. We got to get into our spirituality. Sometimes I believe that people that when there's no like government or like no certain thing, like how certain people believe in like God. You know, like certain people, we believe in the ancestors and stuff like that. And if you believe in it like that, such as like God, and you hold yourself to certain things like my art and things, then salute to that and salute to you. But a lot of
Hey,
times,
Uda, am I here still?
yeah, you right here. We hear you. You right there. You was being better. Give Debo applause for we was here. All right, right. But a lot of times, like when you don't have those structure.
Hey, Debo.
Hey, Debo.
Hey, I got a question when
Get
you
into
ready
it.
for me.
Get into it, man. You ain't gotta get to what I'm getting to. Get into it now. Y'all want to get into
No,
it?
no, answer her question first though.
Cool.
But you know, I'm
Yeah.
here when you ready for me.
Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? So basically, I think sometimes, like, let's say some people believe in like nothing. Right? Nothing. You don't believe in nothing, no God, no nothing. So sometimes people don't have like no moral bottom. And sometimes they'll do some shit that you might look and say, damn, that's kind of crazy. And they be looking like, what the fuck are you talking about? But sometimes spiritually, certain things keep you in a box that you be like, that you look at other people when they do things certain times. So I think spirituality is needed, but I think that we've always been the most spiritual people on earth. You know what I mean? Like
I think we always had an innate moral compass
we are
because
Yeah,
spiritual.
yeah.
We that. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Like
not
for
a
you,
problem. I don't think we
Sage.
got a spiritual problem. I think we got like a psychological problem, like a mental
Yeah,
problem. We got like a
yeah,
psychological problem, mental problem, which is allowing people to get like some ego problem when they don't really need no ego.
yeah,
It's just mixed up
yeah.
into a bunch of other shit. But
So
spirituality,
do you believe in saging? Like saging your home?
I've known more about it now, but guess what, sister? I think I'm gonna be saging something soon. You know what I mean? I'm leaning towards this, sister. Like things are blowing me.
ice much.
Things are blowing me that way. I've been around queens and brothers that was saging around me, but I think I'm leaning towards maybe one day just burning a little sage around here and getting the end. Because something came to me the other day when they told me like come and burn the sage. It told me to tell a personist. It was like burn the
Hmm.
sage, but
Yeah,
make like a square in the house in the room and clear the
yeah,
energy in day room. I never did
Yeah.
it in my life, but
yeah,
something told me
Wow.
to tell somebody, look, when you do this is like last week. I was on the stream talking to the person. And he said, clear the room with the sage, like in like a box, like some shit like this,
hmm,
to clear the energies in the house. But I never did that, and I never seen nobody do this with sage. So I'm like,
hmm.
sometimes we get spirits. So I'm leaning towards that. I'm embracing.
Sage your mic, sage your energy over your studio, all that.
Okay, see, I like that. I like that vibe. I most definitely
Mhm.
appreciate that vibe. Sister Nandy, you could jump in on this build. She in the cut. You know what I mean?
Auntie.
She on snipe. She on snipe. What you want to pose your question? Debo, shout out to Raw B. I most definitely salute to you. I appreciate what you said and what you build and standing on, and the commandments and how the scripture is written and based and stuff like that. I do agree with that. But we just got to start doing our history. But I think that we get caught up on a Messiah concept or the Messiah construct, and we as people we tend to want to live vicariously through other people. We tend to want someone else to save us or to do something for us when we have all those things in us. You know what I mean? Because if you really read about Jesus, Jesus never said, follow me. Jesus never said, I'm God. Jesus said, Father, forgive them, talked about something outside of himself. Jesus always told us that we can be the light, you know what I'm saying, if you follow this light. So Jesus is really a representation like Martin, Malcolm, or certain people that came in history to give their lives for something else that was besides themselves, which is the people, you know what I mean? So we have that as a thing for us to have as a blueprint, so us to live our life and give our life for a higher cause, which is the most high, be it whatever we think, which was Jesus saying the most high. So it's things like that. I think that when you go borderline too far, Jesus becomes an idol. That's my thinking. I think
I
that
agree.
This is what I have a problem with is
false
because
idol. This is the greatest trick that anybody could prove. Why do they make Jesus a false idol now? Because God said no false idols. And Jesus comes something before God that we got to go through him to get to God. So Jesus could be another false idol because everybody wearing it all day on himself. And we see it all day. And God done
it's
blast
just
down the
another
cat,
man.
down everything. We not supposed to praise nothing but the most high God. That's what I
Check
believe.
it out.
That's
Check
what
it
I
out,
believe.
Nick.
Now
Right, but
I
check
think
this
what
out.
And I believe in what Jesus represents, and I believe in that too.
let me I
But
talked enough. Let me
it's something crazy that I think sometimes. So tell me what you think about something like that, Queen.
I was just gonna say in Revelations, and I'm sorry, sis, I didn't mean to cut you. I'm gonna just say this real
Oh
quick.
no,
I'm gonna be
baby.
quiet.
I talked enough. Please, please
Tell
go.
me. I want to learn.
Okay, so in Revelations, Jesus says, "Do not worship me because I am thy fellow servant." Jesus says this.
I know.
And it's crazy because it's interesting that you brought up the Hebrew part of it. People don't even realize Jesus' name is not Jesus. So what are you worshiping? It's Yeshua. Yeshua and Yahshua. And when he comes back as Yahshua, that's when he is God in this world. So right now you're worshiping a construct. You're worshiping a thought process, and incorrectly at that. And I have constantly had that struggle because in Jeremiah 10:4, I believe it says, "Thou shalt not have trees adorned with silver and gold." Yet every single Christmas season, and that's not even Jesus's birthday because Jesus was born in September. When you're traveling through the deserts in, what I'm saying, the Middle East at that time of year, you can't because it's entirely too cold in the nighttime. You can't do it. So these churches have you worshiping and praying in front of these trees adorned with silver and gold. They have you worshiping in front of these crosses on the altar. That's not supposed to be there
Exactly.
I heard
because
Christmas is
We
simply
doing
the winter solstice celebration.
we doing the
it
golden calf
is.
all over
It's
again.
a pagan
What you talking
institution.
about?
It's a winter solstice celebration. It's not
It's
Jesus'
a winter
birthday.
solstice celebration, right? Look at this craziness. It's a winter solstice celebration, right? Which comes back to who? Satan. The sun worship. It comes back. Like they really put the Jesus thing, really breaking down just son of man. I mean, like the prince, like Satan. It basically correlating that Jesus thing to Satan. Basically, is what they showing you, man. My birthday is the summer solstice. Okay, I've been went into the history of this. I'm born on June 21st, the first day of summer. That's when the Most High, the Spirit, the ancestors landed me on that day. So
When the
imagine.
sun highest in the sky.
So imagine that. I'm born on that day. You imagine that? See what I'm talking about, life and how this thing works? This is how this thing works. This thing is crazy. Why would I be born on the
Well,
first day
the
of
son
summer?
of God, he's a sun god. Like it's still pagan. What I thought about the Christian religion, because I love myths and things of
Christian.
that nature, and I studied myths and all that.
See,
It's pretty much the same that we study Christianity and the sun god, as far as Jesus, as they study Zeus and as they studied Thor and whoever was the high god at the time. That's what I think about Christianity. I think it's another myth. It's like all the other religions, honestly.
So check this out, right? On December 21st, the sun is at its lowest point to the earth, and it rises up that 3 days. Remember, after 3 days, he is risen. It
Yes,
gets to
ma'am.
its highest part after the 3 days.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's yes, it's true. But then when you look at gospel songs, and then they said that Lucifer was the morning star. But what are we always saying in gospel songs? And how are we always addressing Jesus? Oh, he's the way, the truth, and the light. But Lucifer was the morning
Lucifer is
star.
the light. He was the angel of light and
Right.
music.
Right. But a lot of people don't even know about Lilith either. And I think it's very funny that the story of Lilith is buried because if you read in Genesis, it talks about Adam's first wife. Eve is his second wife. The first one was Lilith, and she's only mentioned in the Talmud. Why is things like that hidden from us as a people?
Well, I mean, the Bible, from what we understand, is meant to indoctrinate. It wasn't meant to liberate anybody. Because I mean, imagine how we went over there to different countries with the Bible, meant to indoctrinate people from this country. Come over there in the name of Jesus while we steal their oil and steal their resources. The Sentinelese didn't agree with that shit because they shot arrows at them niggas. That brother, that white man who came over there with that Bible, went to the Sentinel Islands, and he tried to go over there, talking he about to liberate them people with that Bible. They shot his ass with some arrows and drug his ass on that island. And them people ain't never seen him again. You hear me? That's what we all should have done way back in the day. And them people been there ancient from 30,000 years and still wear loincloths and shit.
Exactly. Like it's crazy. So let me ask y'all what y'all think about this. Because this is something that's always been pressing on my thoughts, right? How is Dominican Republic flourishing and thriving with the foliage and the greenery? But Haiti, it's like a barren wasteland and it's a clear-cut line. What do y'all think is behind that? Do you
I know
think
what
that's a
happened.
spiritual?
No,
Okay.
it's not spiritual. It's what the Dominican Republic and what France implemented upon them people. They sent money because when Haiti got liberal, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm stuttering. When Haiti got liberation, they had to pay 90 some odd, like I think $1 trillion or either 90 billion, $90 trillion over there to France in order for the liberation. And what the Dominican Republic did is they sent over planes and destroyed their crop and did all kind of stuff over there to them people. They did that on purpose. So that's why Dominican Republic is flourishing and Haiti isn't, because the Dominican Republic personally got aided and abetted by our country and a whole bunch of others to go over there and mess up their land, because Haiti has a whole bunch of resources over there. They got gold over there, they got oil over there, and they got I forget what mineral it's called. It's like vibranium with Wakanda, but it's called another word, but it's not vibranium what it was, but it's the same whatever em. But they have a mountain of the stuff, and that's what they want over there.
So I got a question. My question, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question. Now I done sat back and just been analyzing and just, studying and listening to y'all talking patterns, thinking patterns. And from what it sounds like, not just from y'all, but just in Black people in general, is that we need some spiritual guidance, to where that's gonna unify us. Maybe that's why we just so disassembled.
So do you think we all the same, that we can fall up under the same God or religious belief?
And I think that's a problem. Like you said, I think we can. And let me expound on that.
Go ahead, baby.
That's where I'm going to. So that's where it seemed like that's what's going to be the unifying factor. And what y'all saying is what's available: Christianity, Jewishism, all that other stuff. That ain't in accordance to where we can all, like you just asked me, can we all unify under one thing? So what is one type of based religion we can agree upon? I think it's gonna have to be something. Yeah, we gonna have to create something we can all unify under. And what it's gonna be based off of, obviously, ain't gonna be what's off available, because that's what all this was made by everybody else. So I
do agree. We need a code of ethics, brother. I'm with you there.
But we also need a spiritual system, because just in our nature, we all is like that, a little bit spiritual. We know it's something. We don't know what it is. We know it's something. And we all go looking back into the histories of Egypt and, whatever it is that was popping off over there, it seemed like the current interest that's been spreading is that, Egyptian sentiment, even though we can't, figure out the full scope of how they did it. Niggas be saying the Mayat system, this, that, and the third. But, we don't know the intricate details of how they built that system. We know it revolved around the sun, and we can all rock with that. But we don't know the inner workings and the stories, how they might have differed from the Bible or whatever the case. We could try to depict it, looking at the scales, the heart on the scale, the feather, whatever you want to call it. But we gonna have to eventually, update that and unify under something new completely.
Now, do you agree or disagree that pretty much all the religions teach the same? Like, pretty much treat each other like how you would want to treat yourself. That's what because I studied like Christianity. I looked at the Quran. I looked at Buddhism and things of that nature. It seems like they all saying the same thing. Like what Eddie Griffin said. We
they all monotheistic,
but did you hear the message?
They all monotheistic. They all revolve under a God. You know what I'm saying? A singular
Yes,
entity
but
that's
I'm saying they have the same message. It seems like that the universe, the universal God, depicted different messengers amongst different tribes of people, and it seems like they're all saying the same thing, but for that specific type of people. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it seems like from what I was studying, because I studied pretty much all religions, it seems like they all saying the same thing. Basically, treat other people like how would you want yourself to be treated. Don't kill people. Don't steal from nobody. Da 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 da. Like, you know what I'm saying? It seems like it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But we get lost on, like, who said it, or I believe in mine and not believe in yours, or who what the bam. But they all pretty much saying the same thing, in my opinion. I may have the wrong opinion, but it's just my opinion.
I feel like we might need like a little spiritual cleanse so that we can connect with um, the right things and the right energies. Because we also got to be careful what kind of what things we're trying to conjure up too. Like, we gotta like. I do believe in different um, like good and evil kind of thing. So it's important that we cleanse spiritually and like really get ourselves and our mind and our spirit and everything all at one accord so that um, we can really factor in what we want to incorporate into our lives on a daily basis that will give us the proper moral compass to walk this world.
What do you mean by spiritual?
Good
Say
question.
our spirituality,
spiritual,
like what
where you
we
can't
like,
explain
like what
the
we
unknown
like what we were
type stuff.
trained, like what we were trained to think and feel and actually just cleanse our mind and our bodies and stuff like that from what we were taught and actually really become one with the energies around us, and it's like a spiritual cleansing so that we can really know what we're conjuring up, what we're worshiping, and get a better perspective, because I just feel like it's a lot of confusion. There's so many things out there that we don't know, the unknown and all that stuff. And if we don't have the whole story, then how are we able to really depict if it's good or bad? You know?
Do you think that the mind is spiritual?
Uh, well, you have three levels. Okay, you have mind, three levels. You have mind, body, and soul, right? Okay. Now, most people have not even mastered the physical. However, then you have the mental, and the mental is to deprogram and get away from conditioning to become one with self. And self meaning inner self, meaning like, what if there was nothing else? Like, we're in a matrix. So what if there was nothing else around but trees and nature? And so, in other words, to become spiritual is to become in tune with nature and the natural.
Okay.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Thank you so much for
Yeah, you can
elaborating
literally
that for me.
talk to animals and things of that nature, if you like, or like be in one with nature. Once you be whole with yourself and things and like that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what kind of
Beautiful thing.
system can we unite under? Or that can be very prevalent in our community at least. I
I feel
think
like
I think that
fasting.
solar worship
Well, you
is something
said,
that we
well, you
that we
said
can get
earlier,
behind.
Well, you said earlier about the Kemetic system, okay? The only problem with the Kemetic system is it has been infiltrated. It has been infiltrated, but it's still based, how I know, it's still based on nature. But in a lot of ways, they've reversed some of the nature. They
Hmm.
they reverse nature. And that's what they're doing. When they giving, they're disconnecting us from nature. Because
Right.
they
And
can, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. I was trying to cut you off and you were expounding. Go ahead, baby. I'm
Because,
I'm
like I
sorry.
was saying earlier, instead of looking for the God within you, you're looking for a God outside of you. And then you're looking for God to
Mm.
be, a lot of people are looking for God to be this physical existence. And, even in any religion or even in the Bible, God doesn't, God is omnipotent and looks like all people. So how can God have a certain physical, physical existence? God
Wait,
is a
so
spirit.
we can't rock with solar.
Yeah, my thing is, you never be able to unite people over politics or religion. I'm a bartender person. That one thing that
Right.
we don't even
So,
talk about
so,
in the
so do we
bar is
just
politics
do we
and
just not
religion.
focus on the
Yeah, because
darkness
I
just
Because
with the
almost
it
got
solar
doesn't
worship?
unite people. It only divide people.
because I almost didn't want to come up here because I didn't want to like go too deep.
Space.
But in
Wait,
but
so
in
what you
other
asked
You just
again,
want to
Brody?
focus on the sun. So
but
Well,
Yeah.
pretty much all the
nature,
gods are sun
what do you
gods.
mean by
All the gods are sun gods.
solar
Okay.
no,
By
well, you're
solar
right.
worship.
But look, you're right. Let me break down what spirituality
detail?
is too. Back if you look at any ancient if you look at any ancient spiritual based system or any ancient based way of life, it was based upon nature. And they observed like astrology, they observed the sun, moon, and the universe. They also observed, it's like they were into sacred sciences, numerology, um the study of sound. They were into, and those are called sacred sciences. They had certain days that they did certain things. They had, and this is why they reversed our calendar. This is why like our Mayan New Year begins in May, but this is why the Greco calendar begins in January, because they were disconnecting us from nature and disconnecting us from our natural self. So
But didn't the Romans give us our calendar? The one we have now, didn't Caesar? We still get vibe off the Caesar calendar right now, right?
Right. Well, whatever
We
it is,
created.
it's not our natural, like it's not the Mayan calendar, and I'm
It's
sure
not
it's
from the sun, like that. It's not the natural calendar. It's what Caesar created.
Greek.
right. Because under the natural calendar, it's a time to plant, and that's it's a certain time that you plant certain things under a certain moon.
It's the Greek
Under
calendar. We're going
yeah,
by Greek system.
it's a certain time that we do everything, and that's why they cast spells. And what I mean cast spells is like they make things happen on certain days to make us like to produce certain energy from us, like to make us sad, to make us scared. They know how to manipulate our energy, and what we have to do is we have to be more in tune and start reversing that. It's like whatever they do, reverse it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I
But
agree. That's why I'm saying like
And
about
okay,
the
that's
so
what
I
I
whole
got
was
a question.
worshiping
trying to
white people.
explain. And
I
that's
got
what
a
I was trying to
question.
like get to. Like, we have
I
to
got a
like
question
definitely
for
cleanse
Uda.
ourselves.
Oh no, wait. The lady is speaking.
You gonna explain
What did you
solar
I
say,
was
worship?
just
Uda?
saying. I was just in
My
agreement
worship,
with our queen.
my G.
I got a question for Uda.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on, wait 1 second.
Nick was
The young lady
talking,
was speaking
but
below
when Nick
me.
was talking, she talks low, so you might not hear her. But Nick was gonna talk, and then we're gonna get into that. Go ahead, Nick. Say what you're saying. She talks low.
No, I was just saying that I agree with the with as far as like the cleansing and really like reprogramming ourselves, like deprogramming ourselves so that we can really get into true spirituality and stuff like that. That's what I just like the fact that she elaborated, you know, on it a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Bill. So what you were saying now? What y'all saying about the solar now? What y'all saying about the solar worship verse or Dima? What y'all saying about the solar? Who said that
Uda,
verse?
I got a question for you, bro.
Okay, you got a question for me. What's that?
When was this? Yesterday
Mm-hmm.
or the day before yesterday when you had the dude on here talking about the sun?
Who Tarkino? Probably like 2 days ago. Yeah, probably like a day ago. Yeah.
Okay, so now what we talking about right now is, well, the question was, shit, what kind of system is it gonna take
Yeah.
for us?
To move forward.
Well, first of all, you know, can we even unite under one system?
That's
And
what it.
then what kind of system is it gonna be?
Okay.
And
My
then
answer is
we start.
no.
My
That's
thing
all I
is,
was saying. Like, you can't really unite on a religious or political beliefs when you talk about the people.
okay.
People
So
have
look.
never been completely united. There's never been a such
You
thing as
don't know
people
any
being
group of
united.
people who was united on religious or political beliefs. They all believe differently, but they unite on certain economical aspects or certain things of that nature. But not political and religious beliefs. That's why you're not
Okay,
still
but
talk
what
about it
we
in certain
can
spaces.
agree on is that black people in particular, we spiritual type shit. We gonna
Yeah,
try
we
to
are.
believe something.
I could agree. They are. Yeah, we are.
I think personally, you know what I'm saying? Even though, we come from spiritual formations and things like that with instruction and things like that. So, it's hard to leave the sanctity of some religious beliefs or ways of life that we feel, be it Israelite, be it Moor, be it Muslim, be it Christian, be it whatever way of life it is. I'm not saying nobody throw their way of life and what they believe to the side. But I think we're all spiritual, you know what I mean? But I think the same thing is breaking us down. The religion thing is breaking us down.
Facts.
You know what I mean? I think that's breaking us down. So if we could, but only certain religions would really be able to come under something umbrella. Like, let's say, if it's only certain religions that believe in one God, then those religions may be able to come together because they believe in one God. You know what I'm saying? But then the other religions may believe in monotheistic things and believe in multiple gods. So then a person that believes in one God is really not going to really side and agree with a person that believes in multiple gods, much less two or much less more. You know what I mean? Like some people in like other cultures, they believe in more gods than one. You know what I'm saying? So a person that believes in one might not believe in all. You know what I'm saying? So things like that, you know what I mean, we got to think about too. But I wish we did have one form of one thing that we believe, which is spirituality, us spiritual, things like that. We did believe in a higher power. We all believe that is one higher power, period, before us
Right.
all. And we could come under a system like that. Not
Okay.
nobody other personal little ways of how they practice the one way of God, because they all have their way of they practicing it. But we all believe in one thing, and we really about the commonalities, and we all spiritual and things like that. But then it's gonna differ, and somehow, some way, it's gonna get blurred, and people are gonna make it into something else for
I
themselves.
think that's unrealistic because, like, people are always going to believe in their different faction. And people are always going to want to argue their point about as far as religion and what they believe in and things of that nature, and it becomes a circular argument, and it gets a whole away from the topic. You know what I'm saying? It gets away from the topic as far as like building and things of that nature. Because, like, we can all, like, as far as the Israelites and the Kemetic people and, the different factions of our community could come together on one ideology that we want to come up, right? Like, what I'm saying? We don't all have to believe in the same God in order to come up. We all believe that we need to come up and how we can work together. We
Right.
don't have
Our
to believe in
religion
the
should
same
be
God to do that.
politics. Our united religion should be more political than,
Political.
like your spiritual belief.
Yes, because religions, because when you go down to religion, right? When you break down religions, a lot of times when you break down religion, other day I had Tarkino on, he broke down the scientific element of religion, right? But when we think of religion, we got to think of the political climate at the time which conceived certain religions, you know what I'm saying? So like, like if we were Christians here and then we were in power and then all those people over there who we was trading shit with, they turned Muslim, then you know what I'm saying? If they turn Muslims or whatever to have you, you know what I'm saying? Then we might want to turn Muslim because that might equal some more trade routes and different things like that. So a lot of things have political background. Like let's say Islam, right? How they say Islam, how we see it now, Islam is a one God, right? But then they say in the beginnings of Islam, they practiced the worship of 360 idols, which was basically 360 gods, and they still made that circle around the Kaaba, but they praised like how they do it now to the one Allah. They did this to the 360 gods. You see what I'm saying? So like,
Mm-hmm.
even though you might praise this now, but you might have to understand that even that came from something. So we need to understand and do our backgrounds on our
Right.
religion,
And when
on
we
our
say
Christianity.
gods, and when you say gods, and when we say gods, and the reason they worship 360 gods, and most religions are really monotheists,
Yeah,
is because of the simple fact that, like, just like for instance, the Mayans, they have a moon god, a sun god, a wind god. They appreciated nature.
just like
So
Egypt.
anything in nature that brought us life, they gave reverence to it.
Yeah,
And
Right.
so it's the
yeah.
same thing. It's the same thing in
And created
Kemetic
a deity for
Easy,
it.
like
That's
Kemet.
and
right.
it's the
The same thing
same
like
thing.
Kemet.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
really, when you look at a lot of the Muslim religion, they're sort of into astrology and different things and sacred geometry and all of that too. So it's like it's the same thing. It's just the way that it is being portrayed it is being portrayed as it's different. Because really, I do think that our religions came from one source. I just think
Yes,
that
ma'am.
man put their own emphasis into it, and that's what brings the
From their
division.
part of the world.
And they
Yes,
try to
ma'am.
lay their thing on it. But I
That's
do
what I
want this
believe
brother to
too.
get into a bill. Hold on, Miss Embassy, not meaning to cut your wisdom. I do want to get into Big Dog Philly OG. You know what I'm saying? I want to shout out to the bro. What's up? What's up, brother? We can hear you.
First, I want to say much love and much respect to everyone. I don't come to be controversial. I come to build with my people.
Appreciate
You know,
you.
and I want to talk about what y'all talking about real quick.
Anything.
I
Go wherever
was
you want to go, brother. You got the floor.
practicing Islamic for 20 years. I wasn't into the Christian thing, you know, and what I found out is that basically all those religions are working together to basically control our mind. And all those religions are working for the government. They in cahoots. And that's why I no longer practice any organized religion, because they all tied to the government that's trying to tax us and control our mental. And that's why I take the stand I am. And I'm also against that jab, because there's herbs out here to cure the body, something that their modern medicine cannot do. And I just
I
like,
agree.
I
and
totally
come
agree. We're from the
my
earth.
respects to the brother,
I
Mm-hmm.
agree.
to everybody, much respect. I come in peace and love.
Love. Peace and
Oh,
love.
we agree.
I
We're on the
appreciate
same
you, brother.
page. That's pretty
Rock
much
right here
what
with
we're
us.
saying.
Rock
I
right
totally
here with
agree
us.
with you, beloved.
Yeah, rock right here with us. We got Trip C that pulls
Yeah,
up. What up, Trip C?
I just like
None
to let my
peace.
presence be known and let everybody know who I am. And I come
Yes,
with
my brother.
respect and peace. That's all.
We appreciate you, King, and you ain't got to go nowhere. You can sit here and rock with us on the panel. We building, we trying to come up with constructive things. Everybody's open to come on the panel. You all have a view. We all have a voice. We all have a thought. Who's to say who has the right thought? I think that when we all come together, we'll figure out that right thought. You know what I'm saying? So I just want us all to build, man. This is what it's about. So I salute y'all. I salute you, brother. I salute all the queens and the brother verse. Everybody that's rocking with us, Debo. You know what I mean? Chris Logic. Salute to you. Never seen you before, sister. Salute to you, Queen, in here. You already know, subscribe. You can jump up and join us. Talk Saida. I see you in here with us. Anybody can join. Trip C, what's up, sis? What's on your mind?
Nothing. I just got back in the house and I hopped up to see what y'all was doing.
Okay, we talking about life and things. Okay, cool. Y'all can get in, Bill. Y'all can get
Oh,
in,
the
Bill.
sis in here? I didn't even recognize her avatar.
Y'all can get in, Bill.
Oh,
Hey,
let
can
me
I
put
say
on.
something real quick?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
What's stopping our people from saying we no longer believe in their shit, their history, their medicine, and that we want our own independent nation,
When we
and
believe in
us
ourselves, we
coming
believe in
together
each other.
under that nation.
When we believe in each other as much as we believe in ourselves. When we believe in
Oh,
each
we
other
got to
as much as
believe in
we believe in
ourselves.
Yeah,
Is
he
that
ain't lying
that's
on
gonna
correct?
be
that.
mega. That's gonna be
He
mega,
ain't
man.
lying.
That'll be
You
fire.
know, because I believe in my brothers and sisters.
But we need
You
more
know
of
what I
that,
mean?
brother. We need more of that. That's what we need. If we got
We
And
got to
more,
and,
stop being
and
victim and believe that we are strong people and
we
stop
need more
thinking
of that.
that but because white people may be adverse to us or whatever, what have
It's not
you,
even
that
about
we
white people.
gotta
It's about
fall on
how
the
we treat
sword or
each
whatnot.
other. But now we're
Well,
past what the white people do because the white people do that. It's about how we treat each other. Even back in the
Hey,
day,
Uno.
when women were walking elderly people, you ran to go help them to their building, even if it was 10 blocks away. I still do stuff like that when I see people walking around me. People don't do stuff like that. We have to care about each other.
When I call people brother and sister and hold or doors
and,
open or I
and
give the
I'm
next person money, like you know what I'm saying, the smile on their faces.
Yeah,
Like
man.
we gotta treat each other like humans.
Like that, man. That's gonna do
and
wonders for us.
I
So,
wanted to
yeah,
let
brother.
people know I'm heavily involved in the herbs, so I
Okay.
love the
What do you
herbs.
suggest?
me too.
Suggest something. Suggest us something. Suggest things.
Ginger root. If
Okay.
you're beginning on the herbs, start with some ginger root. Ginger root
Oh,
helps
I
soothe,
chew on
Prepare
that
it.
now.
the stomach,
Yeah,
Who don't know
and
what
it'll
about
build
ginger
your
root? What
immune
does the ginger
system
root
up.
do, brother? Like, expound on the ginger root. What does the ginger root do, beloved?
Basically, it settles your stomach. It prepares your stomach to start building your immune system. Say if It reduces inflammation. That's
Mm-hmm.
basically its main
Uh,
job, is to reduce
Turmeric,
inflammation that's in the body. Okay.
turmeric, and even garlic and any like raw vegetables, lemon hull.
Yes, black seed oil is excellent.
okay. Yeah, the
Because right
folks need
Chia
to hear
now,
that
seeds.
the
because I'm
immune,
a herbalist. I don't believe in big pharma at all.
Yeah, I'm a
yeah.
Period.
herbalist also, my sister.
And then see, like the immune system is directly related or connected to our central nervous
It's
system and our
somebody that's cackling or
clicking.
somebody got
I
some kind
think
of bad
somebody has their
connection.
Bluetooth on. Somebody either has an Apple and they're connected through their car, or they have their Bluetooth on. I hear that clicking.
Okay,
But
no, it sounds good now.
I
yeah,
muted my mic, so it's not me.
yeah,
No,
it's you,
it's
bro.
you, beloved.
But just take off your if you got your Bluetooth on, go in your settings and take your Bluetooth off. And if you have your device connected to, if you have an Apple device and it's connected to other Apple devices, disconnect that. But yeah, elderberry is good too. But like your immune system, what they're doing to us right now is your immune system is directly connected to your central nervous system, which is your brain and all your nerve endings. Like people be trying to say your chakra system, so it's your central nervous system is your vital system of life.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically what they're doing is, like inflammation, like most cancers and stuff come from inflammation. That's because we're not properly cleansing ourselves. So anything, like the best herbs and stuff to go with is anything that's going to cleanse you and cleanse you of inflammation, cleanse your body of, any toxins or, anything that's not pure.
Okay, yes, ma'am. And what I see in my environment where I live around like some older Chinese women, and they pick herbs. We
Mm-hmm.
have communal gardens where I live and everything like that, and all of them have big gardens and everything. And we go hiking sometimes or whatever. It's trees in the forest, like a little mountain or whatever where we live. We go hiking over there, and we'll see Chinese women picking those herbs or
Mm-hmm.
picking,
Picking what we call
out of the.
weeds, the stuff that grow in your yard, picking weeds because
Yeah,
dandelion,
they go
milk
they be
thistle,
out there picking them, them
right? It
and their
grows right
daughters.
in your yard. When you cut your yard, the stuff that doesn't look like grass, a lot of times those are herbs, and we have to learn how to identify them and use them.
And I look at them and we were like, oh, what you looking at the Chinese people? Yeah, you damn right. Like, when I was little, those people was a third world country. When I was little, China was. And now they're the second most economic country in the nation right now. They had to do something. They did something. So they deserve studying and see what the hell they do.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not above like, learning from somebody else ever.
right. And like they learn how to maximize off their resources and ours because they sell our
Yes,
hair.
ma'am.
They sell a lot of our products, like our products. When you go, I'm saying Asians, when you go into these nail shops and stuff like that, it's them in there, and that's like something that's our culture. So it's like,
Baby, and they got a whole Chinatown here too. I live in Boston. They got a whole big dumbass Chinatown here, and all they stuff is in their language. All they
because
roofs is built like how it was built in China, and they
that's sacred.
all the police is Chinese over there in there.
That's sacred geometry. Everything has a meaning. How you build your house, like the shape and the dimension of your house, every shape has a meaning and it draws a certain energy. Everything draws energy. Certain trees draw energy, herbs draw energy, dirt draws energy, rocks draw energy. It's like, and when when you know of these things, you know how to draw the right type of energy. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this is why they use those systems, and this is also why we have to get back to our cultures. Like that's
Yes,
important to trace your family tree, find out the origin of your roots, and try to reconnect with that, because in that is going to be a lot of teachings, like the way of your great great grandmother was better than what we're doing now.
that's why I believe in herbs because, like, I'm originally from the South. We believed in herbs and shit. Like, you
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like, I know, like, if I get like an abscess on my tooth, I will cut a clove of garlic and put it on my tooth, and it'll be gone by the next
And
day.
if you can chew on some tree bark. It's the sweet gum tree. Sweet gum tree has novocaine in it.
Yeah. We didn't have to do all that extra medicine because it has all kind of side effects, and they not trying to cure you. You know what I'm
They're
saying? They're
trying to
not
keep you
curing you. I
money.
remember when the first commercial came on, talking about what oh, well, tell your doctor to give you this medicine, and the freaking side effects is longer than the damn commercial about the medicine.
And their medicine is made out of plants mixed with extra
Yeah,
chemicals.
penicillin made from mold.
Hmm.
Mold it was the cure for everything.
And
Penicillin is made from mold.
we have to learn how to break down the chemical elements of their medicines, and then you'll find out the active ingredients in the medicine, and then you can find out what you
Yeah,
need
they
to take
clone it and
for yourself.
synthesize it or whatever and sell it to you. But the actual freaking herb is what cure you, not the symptom. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And they synthesize it or whatever, make it to where they can sell it to where they can make you be dependent on curing the symptoms of whatever. They're not curing you.
Dependent upon it, where it doesn't cure you, you just keep like having to take it for long amounts of time just to keep the disease controlled.
Yes, ma'am. They sell health to you. They sell health. And the earth actually make it because we from the earth. The earth makes the product to cure you.
Just
That's
like with
what we really don't realize. The earth actually makes the products to cure whatever the hell we got going on. The earth make the product to cure you.
just like they're not telling people that right now, they're trying to make it seem like it's the people who haven't gotten jabbed that, are spreaders, but it's not even that. It's a lot of these people are the ones that getting a jab, and they won't tell you the truth. They won't tell you how many of these people that are getting a jab that are
Right,
actually
good
dying.
stop. I'm O negative. They want my blood like a motherfucker. I'm not
Oh,
going.
mine too. I'm O
I'm O
too.
negative. I'm like, oh no, no, ma'am. And every time I go to the hospital, they ask me for my damn blood.
And we're not, according to the documents and the stuff that I've read from doctors, we're not even susceptible to, that.
When the last time you been sick? I ain't been sick in 10 years. When the last time
Me
you been
either.
sick?
Me either. I got a super strong immune system, and that's why I don't want it
Word.
filtered. I don't want it played with. I don't need
Yeah,
you
and that I don't
altering
inject
with it.
nothing in my body or nothing. I go take me some herbs, whatever. No, ma'am. I ain't been sick in 10 years. I ain't had no flu or nothing. I don't get colds. I
Me
don't get none of that
either.
shit.
Yeah, I like to keep my immune system regular, like they say, regulated. You know, old folks be saying regulated. Are you regulated? No, O
Yeah.
is not. O is a universal blood type that anybody can, like. For instance, like you can be whatever blood type, and people of O blood,
We can give blood to anybody. O negative can give blood to anybody.
O positive too. Any O
No,
blood.
O positive can't. O positive is actually the very opposite. O positive can kill people.
I thought O meant original.
Nah. O negative can give blood to anybody. O positive, you can kill people if you give them your blood.
I think you got it backwards, sweetheart.
Nah, but brother, I'm dead ass here. They always try to take my blood when I went to the hospital because I'm O negative. O positive is the opposite effect from O negative. Jordan, yeah, Jordan White said it. Yeah, no, it's the opposite effect.
Okay, I'm reading it now because I like to do research. I'm gonna read it out loud so we'll know. Okay, it says O negative is the most common blood type used for transfusions when the blood type is unknown. That is why it is used most often in cases of trauma, emergency
What?
surgery, in any situation. O negative type can only receive O negative blood. O negative donors who are CMV negative are known as heroes for babies at the Red Cross. Okay, that's something I want to. It was something else I was reading because I want to know about the. Okay, here it goes. Type O blood is given to patients more than any other blood type, which is why it is considered the most needed blood type. 38% of the population has O positive blood, making it most common blood type. O positive red blood cells are not universally compatible to all types, but they are compatible to any red blood cells that are positive, A positive, B positive, O positive, and AB positive. Over 80% of the population has positive blood type and can receive positive blood. Okay, so we can't give to anyone. We can give to positive blood
Oh,
type.
okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the majority of the population has a positive blood type. Now, let me go back to the negative. O negative is the most common blood type used for transfusions when blood type is unknown. That is
Yeah,
why
we can give to anybody.
that is why it is used most often in cases of trauma, emergency, surgery, in any situation where blood type is unknown. O negative is the universal blood type. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was taught that O positive was the universal donor.
Well,
No,
it's
it's O negative.
according to this, it's O negative, but
It's
O
O negative.
positive is also a much needed blood. If you have O blood, your blood type, your blood is needed, whether it's positive or negative.
I took myself off the donor list because every
Yeah,
time I
I
went
think
to
I'm
the
gonna do that.
hospital, if I had
I
something
think
going
I
on or
did
whatever,
that.
they would
I
try to
think I
extract
did
my
that.
blood for no reason.
Yeah, I think that because your blood type and kidneys go hand in hand too. So if they want your kidneys,
I took myself off the donor list. You ain't about to chop me up or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Look, I
I
know
went
the
to the
government,
Red
how
Cross.
sinister the government is, man.
I went to the Niqua B. I went to the spoken word. I went to the Red Cross page for that. Just put in what did I put in? I just canceled out of it now. I said I just asked the question: Can O positive donate to any type of blood type? And the Red Cross page came up.
Damn, for real? What they say?
Well, it didn't come up by itself. I clicked on it, but I knew it was a reputable resource. Resource.
Oh, to put the link in the chat. Nico want to come back on.
Oh, that link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, that makes sense now. O negative.
Yeah, only positive types. O positive can only give to positive, but O negative can be
Can give
given
to
to
everybody.
right.
I see now.
But we're the only ones that can give to other blood types. O blood is the only one that like can give to other blood types.
I got
Like
pumped for blood before when I just went for something for my ovary. I got pumped for blood. Them bitches held me down in a beautiful room. It was in a beautiful room overlooking the city, and they held me down like I was some kind of, I don't know what the hell. It traumatized me from any type of freaking doctor in
they was
my
like,
life.
we gonna
I
get
was
you.
like, oh my god, and
We
I
gonna
had
get
a
us a
problem with my
couple of.
ovary.
They said we gonna get us a couple of pints of this.
Man, boy, look at him. They talk about some, because I had small veins, and I didn't even know that black people inherently have small veins until a doctor, a nurse told me, a black nurse. Yeah, we all have inherently small veins, da 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 da. And I told them that you want to get my vein from my arm, you had to get it on my hands because I have veiny hands. I was like, just take it from my hand, da 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 da. She was like, I give immunizations for to IVs to babies. I was like, you ain't take Kiana 101. My name is Kiana. Like, you ain't taking Kiana 101 when you went to school. What I'm telling you, this big dumbass vein popping up my hand, you can get it from her and not have to. Man, they strapped me down and tried to pin. It was a black woman that had to come in, and I was tortured for like hours. hours because they was picking and prodding and all that kind of stuff like that. Boy, look at here. I was tortured from a beautiful room in MGH hospital. I'll never forget it.
The way you tell that story, though, from a beautiful.
No, it was a beautiful room. I was overlooking the city. Like, it was a beautiful room. Like, they put me in a beautiful room, and
You
I was
should have
getting
known
tortured in a
someone right.
beautiful ass room.
You should have known someone right when they put you in a beautiful room.
I had a couch, like my family could come visit or whatever. They had a pull-out couch and whatever the hell they would look like a hotel room, but it was a hospital. And they tortured my goof ass in that beautiful ass room, trying to get my damn blood, man. I never forget that shit.
But yeah, we just have to relearn, and we have to do research and stop believing what everybody tells us. Everybody tells us, even when it comes to anything, just don't take people for granted. And like a lot of stuff that we were taught in school is incorrect.
Damn near everything we were taught in school was incorrect.
So you have
except
to
for math and science.
Math and science too, because like the math and science that they giving us is limited, because it's like just like vortex based math. Like once you know vortex based math, like Nikola Tesla, then you pretty much know the codes to nature. The codes to nature, because the codes to nature works in 369. That's why the pyramids are built in a 369 system.
Yeah, that's a scale of pretty much everything at 369. Yeah. Yep. I ain't about that.
And they didn't tell us that when we were in school.
Well, they told me that when I was in the gifted class with Chinese and white kids. It is depending on where you went to school at. And they don't even give a damn about kids if you ain't have no certain aptitude or whatever. They just had I was the picture Negro at the point. I had to play instruments, and I learned I was in marching band and all that kind of stuff, and it was a mess. And I was the only black kid, and it seemed like I was experimented on. You wouldn't. I was in the think tank for years, like what I'm saying about Desert Storm War. And we had to, and all our questions got sealed and sent off to somewhere we didn't know, and we had to take tests on that stuff about what we thought about it and things of that nature, or whatever. Had to give problem solving questions, and who what the bill. It was a whole lot. They tested on kids during that time. That was one of them test subjects.
Am I the only one that thought O positive was the universal donor?
Nope, I did too until we just did that research and she told us.
Okay, so I don't feel as dumb. I don't feel as dumb. So somebody else was miseducated as well.
No, it's not dumb. It's just not dumb. If you are misinformed, then that's misinformed. It's not dumb.
Yeah, and it's still not. We're not. O positive is not universal, but we can still give. Like no other blood type can give to any other blood type, but O. But O negative can give to anyone, whereas O positive can only give to positive blood types like AB, and all that. You get it? So it's not.
No, you're not dumb for what somebody else told you, and you believe.
You're not totally
you're not
wrong
dumb for that. Hell no,
you're
no,
not
sir.
totally wrong. It's just that we were missing that part. Positive can only give the positive, what negative can give to anyone, because it's something. I guess we need to find out what is that positive component. What is that little one positive component, and why does it make a difference?
I think O negative blood type is interesting, because I guess whenever they give a person the blood, it adapts. Since it's an O negative, it adapts to whatever blood
negative
type.
People don't get sick.
Positive people either, like O positive either. I mean, I don't like my immune system is super strong, and it
I could be around a whole bunch of sick people, and I would never get sick. I haven't had any sickness, no cold, no flu, or nothing.
Even when I was a kid, even when I was a child, I tried to make myself get sick, and I only got the mumps.
Is the negative? Is it negative? Is it a charge? A negative charge?
Well, it is. But when you deal with the blood and when you deal with biology, there are charges. We have electrons that charges our body. So I honestly don't know fully because I'm not a biologist. But like I'm saying, we do have natural charges and things within biology that causes certain things. We do have electricity in our body. There's a reason why we can't create static if we slide on the carpet too wrong or whatever. We can cause a spark and things of that nature because we do have electrons in our body. And I think the negative aspect of our blood causes a certain electron that gives a certain frequency. And that's the only thing that I can actually think about.
What about the DNA? Like, I probably should do this research myself, but just if anyone knows, like, what's the difference between the blood type and like DNA? It's like it's DNA like
that's
is
a good
DNA
question.
like is DNA like a zoomed in view of blood, or is it?
The only thing I know about DNA is the chromosomes that you get from your parents. There's 23 separate chromosomes you get from your parents and your other parent.
DNA is anything that you can get from. It can be a hair follicle. It can be your blood. It can be sputum. It can be
Oh,
It's your
any kind of
coding.
bodily fluid. Yeah.
okay.
It's your coding. Like it's all kind of things that's coded within your DNA.
That makes sense. So like whenever
All of
you
your
got
eye
like
color
take
and your
different.
hair texture and everything is coded in that DNA.
Yeah, how much melanin, what type of melanin? Because a lot of people don't know that everybody has melanin. It's just that it's different types of melanin.
When you have to get into molecular studies when you get into the DNA, as far as like which structure on a molecular level goes into whatever phenotype or whatever genotype that goes into whatever building block that the DNA covers.
And that's what they're doing. They know more about us than we do, and that's the problem, because they're even modifying us, genetically modifying us, like they're putting our genes into them to like, for instance, when they find out that they are susceptible to some type of genetic disease, then they'll take our genetics and put it into them as a cure, or to basically get rid of their genetics. They're using our genetics, in other words. Like, you can look at selective. It's on Netflix with selective something. I can't remember exactly what it is, but they're playing around a lot with our genetics, just like this jab is sort of tampering with our genetics as well.
Yeah, they can make designer babies right now.
Mm-hmm. And we think it might seem far-fetched, but it is. And the thing is, we need to know more about ourselves, because we will know more about how to cure ourselves or to prevent things from happening with us. Because they're never going to tell us. It's not like they're going to get up and say, well, you're more predisposed to this or that. They're never going to tell us, and so you should stay away from this, or you should do more of that. They're never going to do that for us. That's why we have to learn this kind of stuff and do it for ourselves. We need to get more into, science and math.
Yes, ma'am. Each chromosome within the DNA structure has a certain function, has a certain identity, a certain function of what they do. A certain genotype has a certain, like, this your hair color, does your hair function, does your melanin, does the things of
So
that
what's the
nature.
difference? What's the difference between the DNA helix and X and Y chromosomes? Like, is chromosomes and DNA the same thing?
Well,
X and Y chromosomes determines your gender. X is male. I mean, X is female and Y is male.
but all humans start off as female at first.
Mm-hmm.
And then it
That's why
mutates
it's an
into a
X.
male.
And then the male, that's why the male is half of an X. It's a Y.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mutated X. The Y is a mutated X, honestly.
And scientifically, I know why, but I don't want to offend anyone.
Yep. If she know more than me, go ahead, expound on this, sister.
Hold on. So they start everybody start with a vagina?
Yes, sir.
Everybody starts female. Like, for the first 50 days while you're in your mother's womb, you're female. And a male is just it's a difference between inverted and extroverted.
Right. Our clitoris, your penis is an elongated clitoris.
Mm-hmm. That's the only difference, like really that's the only difference.
And your ovaries, we have ovaries. Instead of having ovaries, your testicles drop.
So everybody in essence, like this life you might be female, the next life you might be male, but at the end of the day, there's only one gender. And I know that's hard for some people to swallow. There's only one gender.
It's all science.
Yeah, and then there's a reason why, because it used to be called parthenogenesis. Parthenogenesis, and
parthenogenesis. Yes, parthenogenesis. When we could create babies. Right now, we have it's in our stem cells in our back.
So do you mean like a vagina or just like nothing?
What do you mean, vagina or nothing?
Just look at it like what's extroverted.
When does the vagina develop?
It's the like vagina come built in. Look at it like this, brother. It's like whatever is extroverted on you is introverted on us, and whatever is introverted on you is extroverted on us.
Yeah.
The penis comes from a vagina.
No. So is like in the developmental stages of the pregnancy? How is it like? When does the vagina, does the vagina develop first? Like you develop a vagina.
Wait, we all female at first.
It mutates. It mutates into a penis.
Has a vagina. Everybody has a vagina until
we all female
after
at first.
50 days. After 50 days, then males start developing into a penis, and they start getting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. And then they start getting testicles. And the testicles is just like they're just bigger versions of ovaries.
Yeah, and that dropped out their body.
It's kind of difficult for me to grasp. So like, I don't know. You're saying yes, the baby's when he's in the womb is a female because it has a vagina.
All babies start as female, partner.
Like with a vagina.
Yeah.
Like what stage? What stage of the what stage of the?
Remember, we're not fully developed. We're not fully developed either. So when you say vagina, you're thinking too much like the vagina that you're seeing. Think more of an undeveloped vagina, an undeveloped baby,
a fetus, embryo. Sorry, embryo.
Does it seem a little bit more clear now? Start thinking.
So they don't have all of the functions or all of the developmental things first. Everything
so
starts
it's not a vagina as I'm probably thinking of.
Right. We're just saying that to sort of put you in the mind of it. Like we all have the little clit thing, you know what I'm saying? So our clit stays a clit and yours grows into a penis.
And can you
think about how it looks like a little penis? Everybody a man then.
Have you seen how a clitoris look like a little penis? Have you
Hell no.
Well, I mean, we can't say that. Like the reason why is because females have more genetics than men. Like a woman has more genetics than a male.
Yeah, I was told that too, and that that's why I think they said males are prone to I think it was mental illness or something like that, some kind of health, because they don't have they have the extra chromosome or something like that. Like it's more of the chromosome to be. I forgot how they said it, but yeah.
Well, you have a deformed. The XY is a deformed chromosome because it's the Y is a deformed X.
Yeah.
So males. Males are X.
Leave it just like that. Just stay right there.
Males are X.
No.
According to a lot of the mythologies or spiritual ancestral things, there's like at one time the world was populated by nothing but women, and then we had parthenogenesis, and parthenogenesis is where women were we were asexual and we were able to, repopulate without, like having intercourse with the male, without the male. Okay,
I thought about that when I was taking college math. I forgot which I think it was math 211. and I think they was teaching us about binary, the ones and the zeros, and like
Right.
I had smoked some weed. I think, and I was like, damn, like these fucking zeros, like it was just
Right.
like a vagina. Then you know what I mean? It just kept getting hot, and then it just popped up a penis. I know it sounds kind of silly.
No, that's right. That's sacred geometry.
Like the universe. Like the
A
universe
circle,
is
right? A circle is a
Right, you ain't wrong with that.
represents the womb. A circle represents, anytime you see a circle, is feminine, and it represents the womb. So no, you weren't tripping. You were exactly right, and that's sacred geometry. If you know, a circle represents the womb. A circle is feminine, feminine. So you know, you weren't wrong. You know, and that's sacred geometry. Every shape has a meaning.
So this why the sun. This why light is associated with the masculine principle.
Because I wouldn't
if
say the light is associated with the masculine. Let me look it up. Okay, when you say light, we're thinking of sun, and we're thinking about what is it? Electro, because light is what is it? Electromagnetic. It's what is
photons.
light?
I think it's photons. I think light come with like
Electromagnetic energy, isn't it? Or radiate? Is it what is it?
Electricity and magnetism.
Radiation. Magnetic radiation. Wait, let me see. Sun. What was the original question though? Because I got too deep into that.
About light being associated with the masculine archetype.
Now
in darkness is the
think that
female.
the conversation needs to go towards more about parthenogenesis.
Well, I don't. Well, so I was actually working on this piece entitled "Vesticus in Tribulation" at the time, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. But if you can catch my drill.
The sun is feminine, therefore light, you know, and the sun is feminine. Light comes from the sun, therefore, you know, light is feminine energy.
Wow, I've been taught backwards.
Jordan White, parthenogenesis.
Yeah, let me spell it. It's PARTH. Wait, ooh. Let me not.
Just to be honest, I had a strange like feeling that a female can do that if it's true. Like, well, I want to say the female archetype and is the feminine. Is it the feminine energy?
The mother. That's why.
Yes, ma'am. How you spelled it? Yes, Jordan White.
That's right. Parthenogenesis, exactly. And that's what, you know, the Bible. They were talking about the Bible, Genesis. You know, that's gene science.
So they were just lesing out.
Oh,
how did it happen?
Like Adam, what is it? Eve represents mud. I used to know this stuff right off the top of my head. Eve represents mud, which represents your physical being or the skin. And Adam is like the atom, ATOM instead of ADAM. So Adam is your inside, your spiritual or your spiritual makeup. In other words.
So for billions and billions and billions and unfathomable amount of time, the darkness just had to manifest itself. Is that kind of? I guess it's through the feet. That's what it seems like. Like when you bring it down, and then
creation
it
always
brings it down to male and female.
Creation always evolved. You know what I'm saying? So
based on
you have to look at it on a minuscule level of how evolution evolved. We didn't come from like, you know, soul animals and everything like that. So, you know, parthenogenesis was available or whatever and created because we still have it in our bone marrow. Well, as far as
I also heard
right now, we don't have to use it because of evolution that we, you know, have to pair with men in order to get the sperm cells. But say, for instance, if all men got killed off the planet right now, we the women have within their bodies parthenogenesis that will be able to recreate humanity.
Right. It makes sense, huh? That's God's engineering. Makes sense. And everything is engineered. Like when you start looking at God as a scientist, then you start understanding how everything works together as one.
So that's why mama get all the blame.
Well,
Now I don't know about that.
right. Well, it's supposed to work. Like, it's a reason for everything on a spiritual level and everything. We're, it's like basically male and female is supposed to work. Like, males need females.
It's a
Like,
yin
y'all
and
don't,
yang thing.
right?
Yin
And
and
y'all
yang.
don't
We supposed to fit together, working amongst each other. Like our
to
strength is
create
supposed to be
harmony,
your weakness, and vice versa. Ooh, at the bam.
Well,
right?
I
That's how
guess
we
yeah, because
supposed to work.
a void is a hole, right? And I think that doesn't the Bible mention the void in Genesis? Something about a void in Genesis, and he spoke. He said
Only thing that
something.
was a
Oh
void
well,
was
damn. Let's
space.
take.
We
Well,
have to break that down in Hebrew. What you'll have to do is bring that scripture, and then we'll have to break that down in from the Hebrew, like in Hebrew language.
so does that mean that it's an opposite universe of the light would be the held, well the darkness would be held in the light, kind of like canvas. You got a white canvas and a black
It
canvas.
is. It is. There is darkness in light. There is dark. There is light in darkness.
Yeah,
Like,
I know
okay,
it's
go
different levels of
outside.
it. Like
And
Right. Go outside.
yeah.
what are you really asking? I want a concrete question.
I get where he's go. I get where he's really on a spiritual level. I get where he's going, but yeah, it's sort of hard to. It's sort of hard to get there. Answer. It's hard to
Because
get there.
a sponge can do that too.
A
Is it a
sponge, as far as
sponge?
like in the sea, sponge.
Yeah, yeah. It's some aquatic life. Some species of aquatic life. They reproduce by budding or fission or something like that.
But they're also singular cell organisms. The things that's in the sea are singular, like probably like one or two or three or whatever, like multi-cell organisms or whatever. That's not made in the complexity as a human would be.
And
You know
then
So
what I'm
when you
saying?
get
So we
into
really
that,
can't.
that's why cells are shaped like that, because they can reproduce. Do cells reproduce themselves, huh? Like, do cells have to be
yeah,
germinated?
right.
It had to
They
be
do.
It had to be germinated by a different function in order to create a different type of life. It has to be germinated by something.
Right. And that's why you got nature works together in harmony as one. And see, like, we're germinated, just like it's like deep. When you look at it, and everything, like they say, as above, so below. Everything works the same. It's like once you learn the sacred sciences and stuff like that, you get a better grasp of life, and that's why they try to keep us away from it. Just like to Jordan, yeah, animals and plants and there are some plants that are do parthenogenesis as well. They studied it on plants, because some seeds need male and female, and then there are some plants that only needed female.
So,
Exactly.
in the
We have the
matriarchal,
amoebas that's like one cell organisms, and the
what?
amoebas is one cell organisms that we pretty much expounded on the amoebas that was one cell organisms, and expounded and expounded and expounded through evolution or whatever. Because you can go deep dive down into the ocean, and you can still find one cell organisms down there.
So, is there any like historical reference to a matriarchal society
Yeah,
functioning?
most ancient societies, all really, to be honest with you, all ancient societies, whether it be on the continent of Africa or on the continent of America, was
Yes,
matriarchal.
Angelica. Yes.
They were
There
matriarchal.
were matriarchal societies as well as patriarchal societies. Um, it seems like what we're dealing with is we're not getting to a happy medium. You know what I'm
Well, we
saying?
can if we would understand why. It's just like
Right.
it's not be
Because
ego,
I
not
think he can explain certain things like maybe like how black females are with their sons. Like that dynamic with
How
like,
black women are with their sons. Expound on that, please.
well, the stereotypical image of like the black male being a mama's boy.
That's not always the case. I just want you to tell me exactly what case are you bringing. What do black women do to their sons?
He's saying coddling. I believe he's trying to say black women typically coddle their
And,
sons. I
No,
think
I want him to expound on it though. I
that's
want
just
him
one
to.
example. That's just one example.
Well, present
Like,
your argument, brother, beloved.
well, I'm not presenting the argument. I'm just stating an
I'm a
observation.
debater. And I'm just saying, like, present your argument that you said that black
Well,
women.
my observation after having this conversation about the matriarchy, and what was the other word when the women
parthenogenesis.
parthenogenesis? Yeah, in
Mhm.
light of observing the matriarchal system, and then the parthenogenesis, like I guess like one of the first things came to my
Well,
mind was
parthenogenesis is what the word is. Parthenogenesis, and it has not been a thing for tens of thousands of years. So that's not even an argument right now, because that's something that's not even scientifically able to be, unless you
think
all are
he's
killed off the
innocent, though.
is
planet.
that why George Floyd said call on his mama?
Pardon?
Yeah. You came from
What'd you say, baby?
that. Is that why George Floyd called on his mama? Well, like, look, here's the thing. If we understood a lot of, see, it should be no division, and it shouldn't even matter, because it's like for a purpose and a reason. And if we focused on a purpose and the reason, and how, like right now, it helps mankind for this time, since we are not actively using parthenogenesis, then we will understand what the purpose and the relationship between male and female is, because there's a spiritual and a natural reason behind that at this moment. It's something that we should learn. There's
Yes,
nothing
ma'am.
here, because like we say universe, and what do they call schools that you go to, higher learning? They call them universities. And so, universities and uni, and we have to start learning to study different words and things of that nature too, to have a greater understanding. But it's like this: we are here to learn something. Most people can't even explain why we live every day. Is it to get up and work and to do what we've been doing? No, we're here
So
for
in
a reason.
Egypt was based on a matriarchy, or is that what
Well, wait a
Mayat
minute.
is?
Originally, like up into the 25th dynasty, it was. Yeah,
So
etymology.
were the pyramids built under the masculine, the matriarchy, or was it a balanced society, or was it
Okay.
more
All right.
patriarchal?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Slow down. We jumped to Egypt. Well, let's talk about Egypt and Greek culture, because their cultures are intertwined, right? So there were queendoms and kingdoms within that culture. So which
Originally,
culture and which dynasty are you talking about
right.
within
Originally,
when it?
When the pyramids were built, that
originally they
under
were also the Greeks were also matriarchal. They have a female god, like a female deities.
because Egypt, it seems like Egypt is be an example of black male patriarchy
No,
or
not at all,
matriarchy.
because Egyptian, they had their own deities, and they had a balance of female and male
Right.
deities.
Up until the
Okay, so it was a
25th dynasty.
balance.
They had a balance of female and male deities.
Like
So our
up until
society now is based on is patriarchal.
that, from what I've learned, that the Greeks, it's this lady, her name is Ellen something. But anyways, the Greeks created patriarchy, and patriarchy was sort of pushed through religions. And that's why we're off balance. We're off balance, and and we're also off, and I heard that, like, the reason why like the male and the feminine principle came into part, physical part of us came into part, is because, like, we were plant-based at one time, and then we started eating meat. That's what I heard. And like, I'm just saying, that's what I heard. I am not.
And the most of us, like, as far as like what I'm concerned, the most of us didn't even come from that region of Africa. We came from the western part of Africa.
Well,
So
I heard that eating meat was a feminine principle, and eating plant based was was a masculine principle,
Not
which kind of
true.
makes
And
sense
that's why I've
because you
even
put
heard
plants in the
that
light,
women are
and
not.
then the
no,
earth.
none of that is true. Like, how you eat determine
Different.
what masculine and feminine is.
it has a
We all
certain
ate
energy
from
though,
the
right?
same pot. We
They
all
say
ate from the same pot. So how does that make
It
any
doesn't
sense?
make common
well, they
sense.
say that we evolved to be able to be carnivore, herbivore,
How is that a
omnivore,
masculine or feminine
vegetarian.
trait? How is it survival?
Because
Eating for survival is a masculine or feminine trait. Please answer that for me.
I
How
said
is how you
no
eat
eating
a
meat.
masculine or
I said
feminine trait?
eating meat because eating
They
meat.
don't know eating. Period. How is any of that a masculine or feminine trait? Because the men were the hunter gatherers, for what I'm concerned, or even if the women went out to hunter gather, they're not concerned over if we eat meat or not. They're trying to survive for their whole village or whatever they had to do for the
Feed the
time,
family, feed the tribe.
for their particular village or wherever they come from. So, like, be it meat, be it plants, be it whatever, like, what I'm saying, they were doing whatever to make sure that that whole community survived. Like, we have a whole misinterpretation of history, with ideologies that's really not based on even common sense. None of the stuff that a whole lot of people say based on this whatever religion is not based on common sense. It don't even
Right.
make common sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I just want
Well, see,
to
it
question
goes
it
back.
because I do study.
Back to it goes back to when I asked you about the sun being a masculine principle, in the darkness
Well,
being the feminine
I
principle.
just looked it up, and it's a feminine principle. But I mean, like I don't know how. Can you
Do you
tell
know
me
the traditions
does
of
that
queens
matter?
and kings, sir? What is your name, beloved? I don't want to keep on calling you this, sir. What is your name, beloved?
Verse I
Sir?
mean, but you can just call
Verse? Okay, verse. So, are you searching for
the
traction?
sun.
Okay, sir.
What about the
What is your
solar worship?
understanding?
What the solar worship guy is?
Solar worship has been a thing for generations. It don't matter what community has been, from Norse to Roman
It's
to
just
Greek
astrology.
to
It's just using
everybody worship the
astrology in
sun.
nature. Yeah.
If you look at
That's
history,
why.
everybody worshiped the sun. Everybody
That's
had a
why.
sun god.
That's why
And the
everybody been
moon
blaming,
and the
been on black
plants.
women back.
We were, and we like nature because nature gives us life. So that's where we like when you say worship, we worship all of parts of nature, even the trees.
The
Like
sun
so it
gives
and the
life to
plants.
the plants and everything, like, and gives life to us and give us vitamin D, and
Right.
the sun provides everything for us. So people worship the sun. It doesn't matter, like, everybody worship the sun. It don't matter where they come from. The Norse, the fucking Greeks that did it, the Italians did it, you know what I'm saying, the
But don't
Romans,
we
like,
glad when the sun comes
everybody,
up?
the Egyptians, everybody worship
Yeah.
the Jesus is a sun god.
Right.
Jesus
Aren't
Christ
we
is a
glad when the
sun god.
sun? Aren't we
He's
glad
the
when the
son
I
sun
of
thought. I
God.
thought the
returns?
moon. I thought the
He's
moon
on it.
represented the feminine archetype.
Let me see what the moon
I
represents.
didn't
I have
say
to
it
look
was.
it up.
Oh, I didn't say it was feminine or masculine. I'm saying what the sun god was, beloved. The feminine energy was a whole different thing. And yeah, you're right. The moon is depicted as a feminine energy. You're right
I
about
think both of them
hers.
are feminine.
So everything is feminine.
No, not everything is
No,
feminine. There are some masculine things in nature, but not everything is. When
there
you
are
think,
masculine and feminine gods, but there are gods. People created gods to explain how the universe works, or how the earth works, and things of that nature, or whatever. How do you explain, like, how the sun connects to the moon and things of that nature? All humanity have done this.
and let
We
me
just
see if I
end
can
up.
break it down this way, because there are feminine characteristics or feminine energy, and then there's masculine energy. And so once
It's
you
just
understand the energy,
instead of it being Zeus right now, it's Jesus. To me, that's what it is. Instead of it
right?
being
And
Zeus right
it was
now, it's Jesus.
quadricaudal. It was
So
quadricaudal.
melanin is melanin a feminine principle?
Is melanin
I
a
don't
feminine
know that.
principle?
I
Sir,
have to
that's
look that up.
scientific. No, everybody has melanin. That's not a feminine or masculine trait. That is just a biological trait. How can melanin be feminine or masculine?
Because when you think about
We'll
it,
have to. Let me see.
black so-called black people get darker
You can
in the light,
you're
and you
confusing
get in the
biology, actual
darkness.
biology and science with spirituality. What neither of them are the same. Actual biology and science has
What
nothing
it,
to do with spirituality.
I mean, science. Well, I thought science. I was taught that science was a glimpse into the spirit, a manifested glimpse into the spirit, like
No, sir.
or the manifestation of the. So is the physical reality the manifestation of
No, sir.
that?
Science, the scientific things can be proven. Like you can do a hypothetical, you can create a hypothetical question, and you want to prove that theory with your, you know what I'm saying? You do studies to prove it, and you prove that or whatever, and you come up to the conjecture that, okay, this is a reality, and that's how you come up with your scientific quote. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the theory of relativity and the theory of, like, you know, gravity and things of that nature or whatever. Like, you know, what goes up comes down. You come up with the conjecture, you come up with the hypothetical reason, and you know, you throw it up and it comes down like, oh, that's gravity.
So with
Right.
that
So
being
like,
said,
no, it's not like melanin is a
so with
thing
that being
that people
said,
are born with. It's a
so
scientific thing. It has nothing to do with,
so
like, you know, the gods that we're talking about at the moment.
so in light of we was talking about reality. So when we say reality, the sun and the moon is a reality. Like they're actually physical objects that are being observed.
They are there.
So
What do you mean
that's
that
a
they're
reality.
alive? They are
So that
there.
means that
I've never
like the other
touched them if
suns.
they're physical, but I can't say that they're physical because I've never touched them. They could just be like spiritual gases that we can see, But let me tell you, like, listen to this. Okay,
I
these
had a
are some,
telescope when I was little. I had a telescope when I was little. When I seen them shits.
I think it's a lot of
Can
light
I
energy. I think it's like a lot
can,
of energy.
can I
But
interject just one
Now
moment?
let
go
you come
ahead,
in,
go ahead,
Melanin.
go ahead.
Let me hear what you're saying, Queen. Come
I
on.
just I just want to interject one moment, okay? Because it sounds like the brother he's asking questions, and his questions is coming from things that he learned previously that appear to contradict with what you're sharing with him. Doesn't mean that it does conflict, but it appears that way. So he's asking you these questions because he's trying to make sense of this. So what I ask you sisters to do, and I'm coming from a perspective of raising a child who has special needs. Okay. And sometimes when we're educating, we have to break it down to the basics. Okay. And we have to go back to the starting point and not bombard with more and more information because he's asking you a lot of questions and it probably feels like you're being led off of one path onto another path. But in his mind, he's just trying to make the connections with the information that was previously shared with him. So I just ask that we
Mm.
all be patient with him while
I'm
he's
trying. I
seeking to.
am. I'm trying
I,
to.
so I just
I
wanted
just
to pop in and
I
just say
thank you
that.
for that. I thank you for that because I don't
Yeah,
be as patient with people sometimes, and I
and
thank you
I'm
for that.
trying to figure out what is the basis because
But I do want to educate the brothers.
everybody's basics is different. So I'm trying to figure out what is basics, and I was trying to look up feminine energy, the characteristics. I know it's creativity. I know that by heart, but it's
So
like some, and that would
so
explain why certain things are classified as feminine principles versus masculine. Like justice is a feminine principle. You know that.
right,
Once you
when but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
just let me help you. When he's physical, the masculine principles, that physical reality of our human experience. Okay, when you start talking
Right.
about when you start talking about creation, you can't transpose feminine and masculine into the creation of life, right? When we're talking about our solar system, when we're talking about our sun, now we can look at the sun and say it gives life, therefore it is tied to a feminine principle. But in nature, as far as in the solar system, it doesn't operate on that feminine and masculine principle. Okay. So whenever we're speaking about feminine and masculine principles, We're merely talking about our human existence as human beings, right? And so he's trying to make the connection. That's why he made the question. That's why he asked the question about, well, is the sun the masculine principle or the feminine principle? Because he's trying to
Now
connect
I
it
want to
to,
ask you, what belief is this?
Yeah, because
well,
he
here's the
believes
thing.
male plus
But
female. He,
well,
look,
but what I'm trying to get you to what I'm trying to get both of you sisters to understand is that it's not for him. He's asking these questions not under a belief. See, you both have a lot of knowledge and information. So when you hear someone asking the question, you're trying to figure out what type of belief system are they under or did they come from, so that I can recognize what their doctrine is.
or
But
where to
I
meet
don't hear,
him.
right, but
We're
I
trying to
don't
figure
hear
out where
that
to
from,
meet him at. Where to meet?
and
Where do we
so,
need to meet him at?
No,
right,
let's
and
just
so,
talk. Like I like the different perspective that she's coming with, because I really don't have it.
right,
So I want to
so,
hear what she
so,
had to say.
Okay.
so from his standpoint, it's not that he's coming from a doctrine, so to speak, right? He's received information from various people that have shared things with him, and he's trying to make sense of it all, not understanding that there are different doctrines that information comes from, right? And with your knowledge, you have a knowledge that says, oh, that's a keyword. That means it's this doctrine. But what I want to share with you is that he literally is trying to make connections with what you have given him tonight and what he has previously had and
Got
been
it.
told. And so we have to get in order to because we have to be patient, right? And so what that means in that patience is we have to break it down to its rudimentary perspective, right? And the other thing that would be good to do is, brother, write your questions down, okay? And as you're writing your questions down, ask the persons that you're talking to give you sources that you can go to do further research for yourself. Because
Yeah.
sometimes what happens when you have one question, they give you an answer, it leads you to another question, and you find yourself going all over the place. So I just want to
Hmm.
help bring some organization to your questions so that you feel like you're getting somewhere and you're on a path opposed to being on all these different type of paths.
Because I
I
personally
just
think
wanted
they're
to
good
come in and share
questions.
that.
That's some good advice. That's some good
Yeah,
advice for
and I
the
think
young
they're
brother.
good questions. I think that he's been asking some good, but like like he said, he's going from place to place, and I feel like we're not resolving, totally resolving the answer. We're not able
Right.
to totally resolve the answer.
So parthenogenesis is a science.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Parthenogenesis is a scientific fact
Yes, sir.
yes.
in black and white women and all women.
And they don't women
I'm not gonna.
period, beloved.
Yeah, yeah, but definitely when associated with the mitochondrial DNA.
That's the animal.
What do you mean animal? You mean
Some
a
The
human
animals,
animal or
mitochondria,
some
mitochondrial
animals.
animal cell, right?
Well, no,
Oh
some
no,
animals. Well, no. Let me backtrack. Some animals are asexual. When I say mitochondria, I'm speaking of like yes. Let me take the mitochondrial out. Okay. What I'm saying is some animals, yes, they're asexual. You can look it up. They're asexual. They don't have to have male and female to reproduce. There are
like
some plants.
roaches?
Yeah,
Roaches
there's
can
some
reproduce amongst themselves.
right, and there are some plants that don't have to have male and female to reproduce. Reproduce. So let me go back to your original question. I threw something in there that I shouldn't have.
my original question.
Yeah, you asked, does animals, your original, before I said mitochondria, you said, does animals? And it's like, yes. There are some animals that, they call it another word for parthenogenesis is asexual, and they can produce without, male and with just female. There are some animals that can also just female animals that can produce, pretty much like, without or just by being female.
Yeah, there are asexual organisms here on the planet right now.
Mm-hmm.
This might sound like an unfair question, but like the women come from then. Like you don't have to act, like you don't even have to like entertain it, but you know, just a curious, just a thought. I wonder where women come from.
Well, we would have to say, where does humans come from? Well, where does
Yeah,
Well,
humans come
females.
from? That would be a more fair question. That would be a more fair
but as
question,
far
or
as
more
scientifically concerned, females were here before men were.
right. And I got it. But yeah, I got it. But like there are different, and see, this is when we're going into like mythologies. And what I mean by our cosmologies are different spiritual beliefs. Like every tribe has a different spiritual belief, but most of them say we came from the planets. Like the Dagons say they came from Sirius A, and then the Mayans, they say we came from Orion. So I'm just saying that is like and I know it
Yeah, it
seems
is a
weird.
mystery.
Yeah, it seems weird talking about this, but according to what I've learned, that's according to most ancient stuff, we come from the planets. Orion for like the Mayans, and then the Dogons say Sirius. Is it Sirius A or Sirius
What I
B?
know, we're cellular beings that come from the earth. It was built basically from the earth. That's why we degrade into the earth when we die.
Cause I was as a late, it seems as though fucking I just lost my point that we might not be from the earth.
Yeah.
There's a big possibility, like there's a big possibility. The only problem is a lot of our ancestors did not, the way of documenting stuff was like we had our own form of language and our own, and a lot of that was sacred geometry. So we would have to relearn that language or relearn sacred geometry to actually know.
The
But
only
like I
reason why I would disagree with that is because we're connected to the earth. The female cycle run off the moon.
But the earth is a planet as well.
The female cycle run 28 days off the moon, straight up off the moon.
Well, the moon ain't exclusive. Moon nor the sun is exclusively for this planet.
Well, I mean, I don't study that, so you probably know more about that than me. But
Yeah,
I
it's not
know as far
exclusive,
as how we connected to this planet and
and
how
there are
our
more than
bodies are connected to this planet. As
right.
far
And
as like
then and then a lot of people don't know that there's more than one sun and more than one moon. Just like
oh, that
which
I
I
know.
knew.
I just don't know it's other life living. I believe it is, and I hope that it is. But I do know it's other suns and everything, and about the universe and all. But I just know about as far as like how we live on this earth and how our bodies
It's
function according to this earth. It's very connected.
is
Yeah,
Why, like when
is
somebody has
is men
arthritis or whatever, they get a hurt in their knee or whatever had they arthritis because it's raining outside or whatever. The
so
earth
let me ask
affects
you this.
us.
Let me ask you this, sister. Like, what do you believe? Like in terms of when we die, what do you believe happens then? I'm
Honestly,
just saying your
I
own
don't know.
personal belief.
I'm perplexed about the situation.
Okay.
I honestly think like maybe we go on into another life. What I
Right.
believe recently, like we go
I
into
have a
another
question.
life and everything like that. Like I
Another
don't
life
really
here on
believe in a
earth.
heaven or hell or don't fictitious
Right.
places or anything like that.
And if you were to say,
Is
when people say heaven, what do you generally think?
But I think it's heaven. I think you make your own heaven.
Like if you die and go to heaven, you like, do you think that that's another planet, another, like another existence? Like, I'm just asking, like, what would you think?
I honestly never thought about it. It's because I thought it
And
was
the,
always a fictitious place.
and the reason I'm at that thought is because, like I sort of, study and, try to follow Mayan principles of Mayan spirituality. And the Mayans believe that there are 13 realms of life. There's an underworld, and underworld in which, like if you look at it, that probably would be our association with hell. You know what I'm saying? But the Mayans believe in life, that we never die.
I
We
do
never
believe in
die.
reincarnation. If that says anything.
We
As
lose.
far as I grew
Because
up
those
Christian
civilizations
and
disappeared.
believed in heaven and hell. I
We
grew up as
lose our
Christian, but
physical existence, but like even in the Bible it says ashes to ashes, dust to dust, but your spirit and your soul lingers on. And and then some people believe in what is that, the Akashic records or whatever. So according to a lot of the stuff that I have seen, a lot of different tribes or different people believe in like an after, there's life after this one.
one thing I know about people, when they did, they did. That's what I believe. When people die, they're dead. If they
But
reincarnated or what have you, like I think people spend way too much time on that subject about what you're gonna do when you die. Nigga, you die, you dead. It's over for you. It's it. That's a wrap for you.
no, I
That's
said
how I
even
feel.
to John Illuminati, I said even the Bible states that ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's generally the scripture that they give at homegoing celebrations. But what I was trying to say, that there are a lot of different what we want to cultures, a lot of different tribes, a lot of different ancient societies who believed in life after, life after. Because
Yeah, of course.
I compare like I compare, like this knowledge with this knowledge, I'm forever gonna learn. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, especially with things that you can't necessarily see or it's hard to prove. I just, like, I'm never gonna, just say I know it all. I'm just gonna say that according to this and according to that, and then that's when you form your own belief.
Word. I believe that people made their own gods and ideologies about how the world works the entire time of civilization. I've studied all of them, like from the Kemetic, from Greek mythology, Roman, fucking Italian, whatever, like the Norse. Like everybody always made up their own gods as far as like to explain what was going on in society, because nobody ever knew, and I don't think we ever will know, and poignantly
Has
how
anybody has
everything works.
anybody besides me ever seen a spirit?
I have.
I'm gonna step down for
They used to
a
dance
few,
around
and
No,
my
you
house.
can't.
I'll come back up.
You can't go nowhere now. You got to stay here. You come right back
Where you
now.
going?
Huh? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be right back.
You better come right back now. You done got us way out here now. You better come right back.
All right.
Yeah, that's true. And then people have these stories of like when they die and come back to life or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
No, I've seen
The light
spirits.
at the end
I've
of the
seen
tunnel.
spirits. I've done a whole lot of miraculous things for myself.
And it's like, how do you explain that? It's like, how would you explain
You have
that?
the power within yourself to do it. You have the power within yourself to do it.
Okay, John Illuminati, I think you should come on the panel.
I wish he would.
Mm-hmm. So we can have a conversation from, different perspectives. Because
And
that's how
I
we
certainly
learn.
know the Bible explicitly.
Yeah, that's how we learn. I was raised biblical as well, So it's like a lot of us was raised biblical. And I've like studied a lot of different, religions as well.
Right.
And I think that there's knowledge everywhere. There's like not I think, I've got
It is.
knowledge from.
That's why I'll say it. Like God gave a whole bunch of messengers to different factions of everywhere.
And it's like, what is that other word? Lead to your own understanding. It's something else.
Lean not to your own understanding.
And
That's what it
yeah,
says.
study to show thyself
I think
approved.
that's in Ecclesiasticus or something like that.
Yeah, I apply a lot of, and it's like, and that's where I am. It's like I study, and I'm inquisitive. I study. I want knowledge or whatever. And sometimes you just got to know that sometimes you would never know things here on earth. What's for you is what's for you. So, it's just like I question things.
I really don't like religious arguments because it becomes circular, and we actually don't get to the point, and we divvied way from the point as far as community building and things of that nature. We got into a whole freaking religious argument.
That's why I told him he got to come back, though. Well, that wasn't no argument. I think he was
No, it's not
inquisitive.
an argument. I'm talking about an argument as far as debating is concerned. Like, you
Right.
know what I'm saying? We got into a whole, like, religious back and forth when, like, we were talking about how, I'm saying, we're going to build what the bam. Like, it can't be based on religion, because you see how this conversation went. We going
Yeah.
circular about, like, whose religion is better and who what the bam. It can't be about that. It got
It
to
has
be
to be
about
about
core
survival.
principles and in reality.
Yeah,
And
and
people,
survival. It has to me, it all boils down to, like, how do we sustain and survive, and how do we sustain, survive, and elevate from where we are, being looked at as the bottom of the totem pole. How do we, elevate?
one thing we got to do is stop looking at how other people see us, because we know they don't give a damn, and they didn't bring us over here to be to rise above them or no type of stuff like that. We got to stop comparing ourselves to white people. We have
That's
to,
true.
like, what I'm saying, that everything we do, we compare it to white people. Like, oh, well, the white man wouldn't do. Oh, well, the white man. Why are they the standard? They committed the most atrocities on planet Earth. Why are we comparing ourselves to them? Why do we think that they are the standard and they are above us and all this kind of stuff like that? Why? Like,
I agree.
that
That's a good
that
point.
bothers me. Like, I'm like, man, why? They not no
I guess
different than us. They just a man. This ain't no Wizard of Oz of the white man. Like, there's
I
no
guess
the white man. Like, what the hell you talking about?
I guess when I say that, I'm saying I think I just wish we were. I just want us to be more advanced. I think that, like, we were talking about the herbs, and how you were talking about the Chinese, and how they maximize on their culture, and they maximize on ours too. How
Because we too busy talking about the bullshit we just talking about. And we not talking about building nothing. We ain't talking about that type of stuff. We do it to our own self. We're not talking about building anything. We're not talking about coming together and creating those susus, you know what I'm saying, and putting money towards whatever project we want to build or whatever. We talking about what the white man did, and how he was enslaved us for 50 years. We've been talking about this same subject.
I think what it is, it's hard for a lot of our people to take God out of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's
God ain't
hard.
got shit to do with what the hell we got going on right now.
What I'm,
It don't.
but to them, when we say religion, that's God to them. You know what I'm saying? So in a lot of ways, when we're having these discussions, like about, like building and, building economics and different things of that nature, whereas we're looking at it, we might be trying to look at it from a general perspective. A lot of times some people don't have the ability to look at it from a general perspective, because
We
their
have the
whole.
ability. One thing we gotta stop doing is treating our people like they slow. Our people ain't slow. We ain't slow. We not no dumbass people that we gotta be all of a sudden we behind everybody else and we need a help forward to think correctly and all. We got good common sense. We have good sense, and we know we are very smart people. We treat each other like we dumb. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what to do and how to conduct ourselves and things of that nature. And we give each other a crutch. The white man taught us to be submissive, so we don't even know how to function. We know how to function perfectly fine. We created a whole fucking culture of music that everybody use and everything to this nature. We know how to fucking function.
So
So
how to
we need
take
to
back
stop
over
this
the music?
bullshit.
how to take back over our music, or reclaim our music so that we can gain profit. Oh yeah, Jocelyn, I didn't mean advance like that. I meant like just knowing more about our culture, or knowing more about where we came, the kind of stuff that we were doing and where we came from, and going back to the basics, getting back to the basics.
So maybe y'all my enemy because I'm not about to give nobody no pat on the back talking about some, oh yeah, you slow. We ain't slow. We not slow. And I'm not gonna sit here and cuddle your ass if you talking about you slow. You ain't slow, nigga. You ain't
What are,
slow.
what are
I'm one of them. Like, no, sir. You're not slow.
what
The
are
white
your
man did. I don't care. No, you're not slow. Like,
so what are some of your suggestions? Like, what are some of the things that like you have, like some things, some of your ideas, or some, that we should do.
okay, one whole thing is I love the brother Claude Anderson. He has a whole lot of implementations that he wanted to do as far as creating a rail system, as far as in the Bible Belt in the South, in the Black Belt, quote unquote, in the South, that can run from city to city throughout our cities that we populate, and be able to function and create businesses there. I believe that we should definitely start expounding on our creativity, whatever we know how to do. I think we need to capitalize on it, and
I
and
I believe we should start
and
like
stop thinking that white people are detrimenting us. Like, you know what
right.
I'm saying?
I
Like,
think that we
we have
should
to
start
stop
with
thinking that way.
family, because we're always talking about unity, but a lot of the people talking about unity don't get along with their own family. So it's like like I think the best example, or the best way of proceeding, is to start, if everybody started with their family, then that would be everybody. And I mean, like, economically, like starting family businesses, owning land, and beginning to develop their family. And I think that it will go a lot faster in that manner.
He said, well, white liberals are our biggest threat, though. Listen, nobody should be your biggest threat. White liberals won't have a threat unless you let them be your threat. We're not victims here. We can outmaneuver them. We know how to think. Quit letting them people say that, oh, we need all of this help and all this kind of stuff because we can't come together, and they got to come in and do whatever we need to do. That's what the white liberal does. I know Black Wall Street was burnt down by white
How do
liberals.
we
That
know
was
they were
100
white
years ago.
liberals? How do you know that those people that burnt down, to me, they wouldn't
That
be
was
white
100.
liberals?
That was 100 years ago. It was what in
Right.
1921.
Liberals
It
wasn't
was
even
100.
existing.
It was 100 years ago, and we
And
didn't have an
liberals,
army. It's a whole lot of black folks that was in the service. My parents was two of them.
and
Like, you
liberals
know what I'm
weren't
saying?
even existing.
Yeah, we can actually, and they would never be able to do that again without the UN. And you see, we was protesting all last year or whatever, and the UN got their attention or whatever. They would never be able to do no type of shit like that again. We got to start thinking and stop
Yeah,
being victims and stop being reactive and start being proactive about certain things that we going through. Like, you know what I'm
because
saying?
when you
We're
say
very
liberal,
proactive. We're very reactive.
because here we go with this right here, because it's not a thing. Back then it was like, you want to say racist, yeah, but like back then, like, I don't the liberal party didn't even exist. And so, like, to think it's liberals, that's like, okay, I'm gonna go around and this person is a liberal, but this person is not. Therefore, this person, because they're not a liberal, they're okay. No, it's like, like, it was just,
I'm actually
a bunch
very
of
conservative. I'm conservative. I'm a conservative person. Like, you know what I'm saying? They would call me a coon. Right straight off the bat because I'm a conservative.
I think that I'm gonna just put it this way. I think that when it comes down to politics, we don't participate enough.
No, we
Like,
don't.
and that's our biggest problem. Because like, in the black conscious
And don't
sector,
know how
I
to.
I can remember when the majority of the black conscious sector was telling people not to vote. Then all of a sudden this year, this election, because it was just the last last election. I was telling people not to vote. Voting doesn't matter.
We only vote every 4 years. I bet you none of the people on the panel, none of the people that's even in this chat right now, John, I bet you he don't know who his alderman is. I bet you he don't know who
Right,
his city councilman is. I bet you he
right.
don't know anybody or the DA or the sheriff, what their
So it's
name
like,
is. None of
how
that.
do we how do we
The
go from
school
not
council people. None of that. That's
how
what
do
we
we
have to. That's what affects us personally, not the
right?
4-year elections, the citywide elections, and
Federal
everything is
means
what.
nothing. Federal means nothing. Local means everything. That's what she's saying. It's just like you gotta vote for we vote. A lot of people running out here, they talking about uh Democrats, Republicans, and all of this kind of stuff. But what about what's happening in your town or in your city or in your district or in your zone? That's
Jordan
what
White,
counts.
I'm a conservative because I believe in. I'm a capitalist. I believe in big business. I believe in. I don't. Conservatives aren't just whites to me. I just conservative in my beliefs, and that's how my family is ran. Like we have land and all that kind of stuff like that or whatever. So I'm more conservative in my views about politics. It's not, and I don't think that we are not one big ass Negro that we should vote this one way. I'm just I know you ain't saying me, but I'm just saying for imparting on the conservative view. I'm a person who wants to create my own system and to create my own business for my own people, and that's a conservative view. Like what I'm saying, I don't want to rely on the government or big government for my own living. That's a conservative view.
And I think that we should focus on voting on matters, like especially when you're talking about local things, like local things like taxes and taxation and different things of that nature, and different and laws. We should vote on more specific laws, and that's our problem. We're looking too much at parties and not looking at law, because just like whoever will remove the 3/5 of a human law,
Fam, we don't participate, period. We don't participate. There is
we don't.
nobody in the participation with them local election. Only white
Yeah,
folks. Well, that's why they be in power for all the damn time, because we don't vote for them damn local people. We
and
don't
then
do
we
it.
don't
We
we
don't
don't
show
vote.
up for it. We ain't showing up. They making all these rules for our kids for the school system. We ain't went to
But you didn't go to
fucking our
NAM
school
meeting.
board meeting or nothing.
You ain't go to NAM meeting and voice your opinion, and that's what counts. You got to go voice your opinion. Of course, if you give me a job and you don't demand that I do anything, I'm not gonna do anything either. If you elect me and I can get away with being
We
well,
don't
no, I
even take
ain't
the
gonna.
census. We not even counted. About they don't pick up the trash. We don't even count ourselves. They go around with the census. We don't even take the census. We've been 13% since I've been little, and I'm 39.
And
I
that's
know
what
we more than 13%, but we don't take
right.
the damn census.
And that's how money is allocated
And
per area.
exactly,
Per area.
exactly.
So one of the reasons why we don't get funding is because we don't participate. More than anything, we don't participate. We have to you got to stand up and speak out. You got to, oh, we don't need to march. Well, you need to go tell them folks something. You don't need to sit back like we're gonna complain amongst each other. But when they give us the open floor, we ain't nowhere to be found.
Then we ain't there for the town meeting. Ain't there for the town meeting at all. They give the open floor for you to speak. Like, hey, this light is too dark in this particular sector. Whatever, I want a light post there. You can literally say that. My homegirl
Right.
did that. My homegirl, she a black woman. She
We pay
literally put a
taxes.
light post in our fucking neighborhoods.
Yeah, we pay taxes, and they wouldn't for a long time. They wouldn't fix our roads. I called over there until they came, and I was like, "Look, where's our tax money going? We need this road fixed. It's tearing up our cars," and they fixed the road.
We don't know where the tax dollars go. We don't know, like, what I'm saying. Apparently, like, we don't own all the homes in our neighborhood is the reason why we don't have school funding, and we don't know that part of the conversation. Like, what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the house tax goes to the schools. We don't even know that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why we have, like, poor education or whatever in our sector of the community, because the housing tax actually goes to the schools. We don't own the houses where we live, so that's why we don't have the proper shit in our schools, and we
And
don't
every
even know that shit.
in every county or parish or our zone or district has different laws. You know what laws apply to you in your area. It's not like we don't fall under universal laws. Every state has different laws. There are some states that are sovereign, and it's sovereign, and where there are
Yes,
some
ma'am, or
states that are not.
commonwealths. I live in the commonwealth. I live in Massachusetts.
So
It's a
it's important.
commonwealth of Massachusetts.
You have to know how your state, because your state overrides federal. State overrides federal. So if you're not participating in your state elections, your local elections, your city elections, your county elections, and all of that kind of stuff, who's going to be your sheriff? And what kind of sheriff is it? Is it a
They ain't
racist
voting
sheriff?
for him. They not
Is
voting
it,
for him.
is it a racist sheriff or not?
Yeah, they ain't voting for him. They just let whoever the fuck is gonna be the sheriff, and let whoever the fuck vote, and he'll be the sheriff for 15 years because your dumbass ain't even vote for him or even looked at his car to see what he did or nothing like that or whatever. And then you complaining, talking about some, oh, this is a racist ass sheriff. What the bam, nigga, you ain't even fucking vote in an election. It was a whole other black man that's probably running. It was a whole other black man that was running. You ain't giving him no support because the only time you vote is 4 years. Every 4 years you vote. You ain't vote for no sheriff. You ain't vote for no DA. You ain't vote for none of them people. And
When
you
did
want to
we?
be, you don't want to be heard. And that's what
Mm-mm.
that's what they see.
All we're doing is talking amongst each other, spreading conspiracies amongst each other, and making and dividing each other and confusing each other, and we're not like actually putting forth any action. Just like the HR 40 has been on the books, reparations has been on the books for a long time. When have we stepped up and said, look, like we go to your local politicians and say, we're not putting you back in office unless you push for reparations. I guarantee they're going to do that because they want to be put back in office.
We don't put nobody. We don't put nobody to the forefront. I went home to Mississippi, and they
I'm
was
from
mad at the
Mississippi.
guy. They didn't want to vote for him because he was gay or something or another.
What area?
Oxford.
Oh, yeah. I'm in Hines County, rural Hines County.
My folks from Oxford, and our family own like pretty much Taylor.
Oh, there's some Taylors down here too.
The Johnson, no, Taylor, Mississippi. I'm talking about the
Oh,
Johnsons.
okay.
Yeah, we own a whole lot of land down there, and they don't want to
Mhm.
vote for this particular brother who grew up with them because he come out to be gay or something like that. Like, we
Mhm.
let little dumbass shit, and this man want to do some good in the community. Because when I went down there, they all living in trailers and they ain't doing shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Trying to build up on that land. It's so
This
many
man trying to bring some
resources
type
on.
of change and everything like that. Like, you worried
Do
about
they
him
not
being
know
gay?
how
Who
many
gives a damn?
resources? They don't even know how many resources it is on the land. Just like the cannabis. Do you know? Like we just got that law where we can grow cannabis, and how much money that is.
Man, look at him. We got a whole lot of land in Mississippi. I wish they
That's why I
would do it
said.
there.
That's why I said start with family because that's what we're doing. That's why I said start with family and then build. Because that's what and we were talking about the pipelines and you talk about the trees and you talk about even the dirt cost. There are so many resources on land till it's
Man,
ridiculous.
look at here. We got so many goddamn pans out there
They
that's
like
on our land that we can fucking sell and all that kind of stuff. Boy, look at here.
right, right.
Lumber costs a lot right now.
Right. And there's money, there's like money to be made. Now you ain't got to strip your land, but y'all can
Yeah.
take.
We can sell some of them damn trees. Lumber costs a lot right now. We can
And then you can take that and start the next invest the next thing. Then you can take that and
exactly.
and
Once that
keep
land is
going.
clear, we can do a whole nother thing on that land. Exactly.
It's a lot of stuff that you can do. There's a lot of stuff. My cousins down the road, like everybody on this road owns lots of land, and
Where you from, beloved?
Mississippi. I'm in Hines County,
I
Raymond.
don't know what Hines County is.
like central Mississippi, where
Uh-uh.
Jackson is in Hinds County.
So my father said the family come from Oxford and Taylor. And I got some people from Winona and Kilmichael and
Yeah,
Cleveland.
that's sort of
Cleveland's
like
where my granny
central
come from. My
Florida.
mother said
That's we could have common relatives too, or we
we
could be
probably do.
related. But I don't want to get into all that on here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that it's a lot. There's a lot that you can do with your land in Mississippi. And you start with your family, and then it becomes generational wealth.
John Illuminati. I wish he would come up. If Uda wanted to send the link up, because I really want to hear this brother's point of view from his own mouth. He says, "So who is our biggest threat? Again, white liberals? Like, no, they aren't. I'm sorry, sir. Like white liberals and everything. We gotta stop
We are our biggest
pointing
threat. How
at
about that? We
fucking
are our biggest threat.
white people for everything about
We
like
are
what we're
our
doing,
biggest threat.
fam. We
We
gotta
are our
stop that
biggest
goofy
threat.
shit, man. Like, damn.
Because we're sitting here talking about things right now, like stuff right now, and then we're still stuck on this liberal stuff when we're talking about things that will help you advance right now. Because when you're a taxpayer, they respect it
Hell
because
yeah.
you're putting into
Boy,
the
look at him.
system.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you're not a taxpayer or you don't own
Who
anything
were the Nazis? White liberals. Who gives a fuck about the Nazis? We ain't Jewish. Who gives a
or you
damn?
don't have
Are
any
we Jewish?
leverage,
Why do we care about the Nazi people?
and then say
Nazi people ain't concentrate us. Let the
we
Jewish
don't
people
own
worry
any
about that. Are the
corporations.
Jewish worried about it? They became a whole empire after the fucking Nazis. Like, what the hell you
Right.
talking about?
Like, we need to take back over our music industry. We need to, like, we need to have industries. We don't have a lot of industries that we own. Therefore, we don't have any leverage. Because, when you're a taxpayer and when you're putting into the system, you get respect, you get heard. But when you're not, when you're not, then that's part of our problem. It's like, why listen to us? Why take us serious if, like, we're not trying to advance for ourselves? So we have to start trying to advance for ourselves, and then like, people will start respecting us.
Yes, Miss Diallo, they care about who pays donation money to the senators. Yeah, they do. That's
Yeah.
why you have to create PACs and give money to the senators to do what the fuck you need to do. You got to participate in the political process, how it's running. Yeah, it's corrupt as a motherfucker, but we got to participate in it if we want to get something done. We can't
How
sit
do
there
they
and
get
march in the
paid?
street and
How
talking
do
about
they
some give
get
us
paid?
something, give us. No, we can't keep on doing that goof ass shit, man.
The
We can't keep
roads
on doing that.
How do they get
It ain't gonna
paid?
work.
Politicians get paid from tax money. So yes, they care about tax money. Yes, they care
And
about
quote unquote to the whole chat. I don't give a fuck about racist people. I don't care if they racist. I don't care about white people liking me, period. I do business with white people. Only thing if I care about is they money green and they do business with me. I don't give two nigga fucks in the whole house if them motherfuckers like me in my black skin. I don't care as long as they pay me, fam. That's it. Like, I don't need no fucking cracker to like me. I don't need that shit at all. I honestly don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not my endeavor, is to get some cracker to like me. I don't
That's it.
care. I just want you to pass the fucking law for
But
me to be able to do how I do my vida loca, to be able to run my
so what are
business
we
and
gonna
all that kind of shit like that.
what
That's
are we
all I
gonna
want
do?
to do.
Okay, so what are you gonna do about Bill Gates, John Illuminati? What you're gonna do about Bill Gates and his father from Parenthood? What are you gonna do about that?
Oh yeah, Bill Gates own the majority of the farmland right now. What is he gonna do about that?
That's what I would like to know, because it's like, okay, we're
He
calling,
owns pretty much all the farmland right now. What are you gonna do about Bill Gates right now?
and
He owns all the farmland.
You know why Bill Gates has the power to do that? Because Bill Gates he didn't even graduate from college. and he took his money and he took, and he started this business that made him a lot of money, and now he owns islands and all kinds of stuff. So Bill Gates has leverage everywhere.
I think we gotta start thinking tribal instead of thinking like, what I'm saying, we trying to get white people to like us and who out the bell. Like that was the most racist shit in my life. What I seen when during the elections when they was putting on kente cloths kneeling and you ain't black if you don't vote for me, who out the bam. I don't need none of that from you. I don't need none of that. Like,
And
what I'm
just like
saying? Just pass the shit that I want you to pass. That's it.
right,
Like, I don't
and
care about you liking me, fam. Like,
we need
I don't
laws,
care about you want me in your neighborhood. I don't care. I want my own goddamn neighborhood, nigga.
and we need laws changed and laws added. Like for instance, up until like George Floyd, a lot of people didn't even know that we didn't even have an an anti crime bill, anti hate crime bill for black people. We don't have that. The only way we were protected was in federal places, and that's like when you're voting and in schools and stuff like that. But in terms of an anti hate crime bill, we didn't have that, and that's the kind of stuff that we need to focus on.
Yeah,
We need
them
to go
defeated
to
niggas. We need to make a community and build a fence around them other niggas to keep their goof ass out. That's what I'm thinking. Because
and when
a
are we
whole
gonna
lot of
band
people,
together?
them is the niggas who will get caught by the government and sell your goof ass out and
And
turn
when are
your
we gonna
ass
band
in, man.
together and get
Because
the
they have a shifted disposition and they'll turn your ass in, fam. That's
And
what
when are
like
we gonna band
all
together and get the 3/5 of the human thing removed? Because like technically, according to the law, we're still considered property, 3/5 of a human. So that needs to be removed. We need some revamps. But people are, why they do this? Because maybe it's how you got to pay attention to the laws and what we're allowing them to do. Because basically, by letting it sit there, we're allowing it to happen.
now, nigga, they want to cry in the street and protest. That's what they want to do. They want statues. They want folks to kneel with kente cloths. They
But
don't they don't want
they
to
want
create real change. They don't want
they
to do
want
that.
to defund the
They did
police, but
they just want to march in the street and we will overcome. That's what
people
the
want
niggas
to
want to do.
defund the police. But what gives the police the right to do what they're doing? It's those laws, the color law, and it's a lot of laws that is old laws that are still on the books that gives them the right to do what they're doing. And we need to, know more about our laws of the land, like where you live, your local law, your state law, all laws to know what, know your rights.
To me,
You
it's
have to
easier
know
to
your
be a
rights.
victim. That's what I see. It's easier to be a victim. It's easier to be a victim. That's what it seems like to me.
No,
We really want, and as far as like the collective, we really want to be victimized. We really want to be able to blame
uh-huh.
somebody else. We really
But
want to
John
point the finger to
Illuminati,
somebody else.
they
We
are
really
they
want that. We don't
they
want to overcome anything. We just
they
want to
are
point the finger
operating
to somebody else.
inside
Is
of
what
the
I think.
law. When you say you're 3/5 of a human, you're property. And what can people do? What can the United States do? They can do anything they want to do to their property. That's their property. So when you're a property, they are operating within the law. And that's what I'm saying. You're saying outside the law because you don't know law. You got to understand, you got to get to the root of the issue. And the root of the issue is the laws. And know your law. And half of our politicians don't even know the laws because our
One thing
educated.
I think we're way beyond the 3/5 of the law because like it's way too
It's
many black
still on.
people
It's
that has
still
circumvented that.
right,
You know what I'm
but it's
saying? We
still
aren't enslaved unless we're imprisoned,
right, but
and that's what we have to combat.
it's still in the Constitution, and it needs to be removed. Like it needs like a lot of like Louisiana is still operating off of Napoleon law, and a lot of those laws are racist. A lot of laws where we are racist, and you have to look at those laws and get those know your state laws and your local laws, and you have to get those revamped and removed and
Yeah.
amended and added and get laws added. Because if you're in a place where people are facing a lot of racial acts, then you need to tell them, look, we need an anti hate bill here. We need an anti
No,
hate.
I agree with being proactive. I'm with you there, sister. Yes, ma'am. We got to be proactive about that
And
type
we're
of thing.
not at all. We're not. We stopped being proactive in the 60s. Now all we do is complain. And then we wonder why
Exactly. And
we in
march
the
in the street, and we ain't even trying to. And they laugh at you. They laugh at you marching your goof ass in the street. They laugh at your goof ass.
They laugh at us in the court of law too when they know the laws, and you're sitting there and you're one, they know the laws and you don't. They know your rights and you don't.
John Illuminati, nothing but the truth. He's been saying a whole lot. But so we change the laws with the same corrupt politicians. That's madness, sir. That's what we have to work with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. A lot of you think that all of a sudden we're going to have like different politicians and we're going to have what the band. We have to learn how to maneuver within the system.
And to me, on all sides, the politicians are corrupt. I mean, I don't see a corrupt.
We don't put nobody. We don't put nobody in the office. We ain't, you know what I'm saying, sending nobody out there like, we gonna put a pack up on them and we gonna run and we gonna sponsor their campaign and nothing like that, or what the band to serve our interests. We don't do no type of shit like that. We just
and we have
think
a right
somebody
black pop
up.
Fire.
Somebody black pop up and they be like, oh yeah, he for us. We ain't put no money behind this motherfucker. We don't even know what's going on with this political process of why this man is even there.
They're gonna go to the people who serve them. They're gonna go
exactly
to the who's standing in their face making demands. They're gonna go to those people. They're not gonna go to the people who's sitting on YouTube and sitting here like complaining. They're gonna
they think that politicians just work like, oh, they just these civil servants. Man, the US is corrupted the motherfucker, man. They run off money. It's a capitalist country. We run off money, period.
Outside.
From politicians, from all the way down to business or whatever. We run off money. So no, Sir John Illuminati, they supposed to work for us. They not gonna work for us if you ain't put no goddamn money behind them. They not gonna do it. Period.
And then most people don't even know that Trump was trying to remove Amendment 14, which gives women the right to vote. Trump was trying to it was a lot of our rights that Trump was trying to take away last election. A lot of people didn't even pay attention to that.
No, Trump was on some good shit. Trump was really on some good shit.
He tried to take away women's right to vote. And
Trump?
Yeah, and he also was trying to take away women's rights, period. That he was like, women will, when he first got elected, and that stood out to me, he was like, women will lose their rights. And just like they in Alabama, they have an anti-abortion law. So basically they're telling women what to do, whatever side you stand
that
on.
That wasn't under Trump. Like, Trump was telling people that you're gonna lose your rights up under these motherfuckers. That's what he was saying.
They were actually trying to take away laws. They were actually like, let me pull it up because I did a whole live on that, on all the amendments that Trump, Byron Allen, the one that deals with communication in the news. Let me see, amendments.
And one thing about abortions, I guarantee you, it ain't for us.
Well, it's like this, like whether you're for or against abortions, I still don't want anybody telling me what to do with my own body. That's the point. Because once you start dictating and telling somebody what to do with their body, where does it stop and where does it end?
Well, you heard what Biden said, that there was going to be a minority in like a 2030 or something or another. That's the reason why all of those things are being mandated, but guaranteed that it's not for us. We're not going to be subjected to any of that. They're going to want us to abort our goddamn babies.
But we have to fight against that. Nobody's like, most people don't even know about it. It's
we got to fight against it for when we know it ain't, that law ain't even for us, man.
Right, it's like we're not paying attention to what they're doing, and this stuff is posted, but we're too busy looking other ways other than seeing what they're doing right under our noses.
See, now I have to get on the side of, and this is the debating topic, and I'm not wholeheartedly agreeing with it, that we are way too much into the feminist movement. because guaranteed you me, them crackers is not going to give a damn about us aborting babies. I can guarantee you that.
But look, once you've taken away a woman's rights, you've also taken away a woman's rights to
You you
protect
you thinking we got the same rights as white women?
her children. You know,
This
like
is
you.
for white women. This ain't for us. This is for white women, fam.
And then see, we got to look at what's going on too in society. Like you got, trafficking. You got like the epidemic of missing black women and girls. You got, we have to, if we have to have rights in order to fight for ourselves, to fight for our children. We're talking about, generations. Like, do you know what it's like once they take away women's rights? If you were to go back to, even though like they argue that, we didn't get the same rights as white women, right? But back in the day, women were looked at property to their husbands, right? So basically, like I said, you can do what you want to do with property. You can beat them, you can kill them, and there was nothing to be said. And that's
Let
what
me
was.
let you know we are the same people as them people. They didn't make the same laws for us as they did for them. When they made them laws, they wasn't including us in any of them.
But like what I'm saying is that we don't want us to lose our rights, because then anything goes under the sun. That means like here today, gone tomorrow. Like basically you can get taken out for little or nothing. You know what I'm saying? That means you have no method of survival. You have to look at that bigger than just because people be looking at it so simple. They just be looking at it
No,
like.
I'm looking at the bigger picture, and I know how this country works. That law is for they people. It ain't for us.
And then when
They
we're
ain't
looking
they
at.
ain't trying to make us have more babies or whatever. Like it's for they
And then
women,
even
because
when we're
they
looking at.
make more abortions than what we
Even
do.
when we're looking at voting, right? Even when we're looking at voting, like black women are 13-1, and it might be a bigger gap even now. But black women are bigger, 13-1. So your numbers are in our voting numbers, our voting power is within the like our majority of our numbers come from black women. So if you take away the ability for black women to vote, then black people really have no leverage. So you have to look at things like that as well.
Maybe we would never be able to not vote. We are the fucking trailblazers of women.
The amendment they were trying to remove, I think it's called Amendment 14. They did a men's only map. Look it up. I'm not just talking. I did a whole live on this stuff. They were trying to take away, I believe it's Amendment 14 or Amendment 16. I know Amendment 14 and Amendment 16 were up for grabs. Up for grabs. And basically they made a men's only map to see like would they have voting leverage if they took away women's rights to vote. And in the state, I think it's Virginia or somewhere, where they still like they still like women still like they're not operating under it, but that law was still in place, where women still like didn't have any rights. So it's like you got to really
What
think
women?
women in general, female. It didn't say black women, white women. It said females in general. So you have to look at it. You have to look at what that like. It ain't just as simple as okay, this or that. You have to look at what that means, especially with black people when the majority numbers count, and the majority of our numbers are with black women. And this is not a feminist thing. This is like, how do we obtain power? How do we get what we need to get? How do we have leverage? You have to look at your numbers. So why would you disqualify your majority?
Disqualify your majority as far as what?
Numbers. If black women are the majority of the black race,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and then you disqualify black women from voting. That means that black people have no leverage, because we would not have enough numbers to actually be able to like gain like to actually be able to put anyone into office.
Right. No, I can get your sentiment. I can't get
Right.
your sentiment.
And that's what people, they try to throw it off on feminists or throw it off on that. It's not that. It's looking at your strength and your weaknesses. We have to start looking at things from the perspective of strength and weaknesses. And then we have to stop being, our problem is we're against one another. We have to stop looking at it so much of being against each other and looking at it like, you like, okay, well, if this is your strength and this is your strength, you utilize your strength and I utilize my strength, then we can get somewhere. It's just like if I'm married to a man and to say that man could cook better than me, and but I'm better at mechanics, but he's I suck at cooking and he suck at mechanics. So it would be better for me to be the mechanic, not look at the fact that I'm a woman, but look at the fact that our tire need changing, our oil need changing, and I can do it. So let me go out there and do it.
But
And
that's
then
not how the world works, beloved.
if we
The
need
world
meals
works a
cooked,
different way.
if we need meals cooked and he cooks better and he likes cooking, why not let him cook? And look at things from a strength and weakness point of view, just like even in a marriage. If if the woman is better with the money, let the woman handle the money. If the man is better with the money, let the man handle. Look at the strength and weaknesses, because not everybody is good at everything. So look at what we bring to the table and let's expound upon that instead of looking at it like, okay, everything is it just has to be male and female. Look at it like, where is our strengths and where is our weaknesses, and acting upon our strengths to strengthen our weaknesses.
No,
That's
I
why
agree.
it's better to work together as a pair or work together. Just like if I'm in business, I'm gonna pick a business partner. If I'm weak in some areas, I'm gonna find somebody who strengthens my weaknesses. I'm gonna find somebody who's better at doing some of the things that I might not be so good at. And then it's like then it's the business is going to be strengthened or stronger as a whole. And that's how we have to look at things instead of looking at things like this or that, this or that. Where is the strengths and where is our weaknesses?
We have to be able to be open to that type of conversation because it seems like everybody is pretty much on the defensive when it comes to those
Right.
type of topics
Just like when we're looking
and
at
blame
voting,
everything on white people.
and
That's
then
what
when
I
we're
see.
looking at voting, we're looking at parties and we're not actually looking at, because locally it might be a Republican sheriff that might be a better sheriff, but it might be a Democratic mayor that might be a better mayor. You don't have to vote one way or the other. Vote for the person that's gonna best serve our needs. And I think that's how we have to look at it instead of looking at it like everything is grouped together in one. Because I can guarantee you that's how a lot of people vote. Because it was more Republicans that voted for like Obama. You know what I'm saying? It was like so, and that's how they look at things. They look at who
So
best
I'm
work,
conservative, so I'm like I'm not even like really liberal. I'm more conservative in
who
my
best.
voting habits.
It's like who's best gonna serve our needs. What are our needs? Like our needs are, we need, like, we don't have to have their funding because we can start small and build if your family works together. But I'm just saying, for those who are into small business loans or whatever, okay, more money allocated for small business loans, more money allocated for education,
Man,
better
that shit hard.
education.
I don't wish this shit on nobody. I own a small business. That shit is hard as hell.
Yeah, like, because they don't want to give what the so-called minorities loans. So that's like where we have to start focusing on. We're not focusing on the specifics. We're looking at things so general till we're not even being effective to ourselves. And that's our problem, because it's like, oh, this, but then this person might be doing this. Look and pay attention to what they're doing. We need to pay attention to what they're doing, because they put this stuff in the newspapers. They put this stuff in the news, and we sleep right past it because we too busy looking at what Kim Kardashian did, what Ray J and them did, and what all of these other people have done, that we're not paying attention to these laws that they're passing and slipping right up under our noses.
Yeah, I can say that. It's honestly I think it's within our generation of elders. I'm 39. So like, we should be more inclined to look at the politicians and how they do and handle that for the younger generations, which would be yourself. You know what I'm saying? We have to get things a little bit more in order as
Yeah,
far as
because we
how
keep
these
leaving
generations
child
go. Instead of everybody just hands up, don't know what to do,
right
scattering of amongst each other and
being hopeless.
don't know
Like
what to do and all that kind of stuff. It looks disorganized, and we're more organized people than that.
just
Like
like
the
that's why
older people
Kanye
just need to
West.
instruct the young.
That's why Kanye West said it's a choice to be a slave
Yeah,
because it's mental. And you can figure out how to you like play chess, not checkers.
yeah. I
And
mean,
that's our
at one
problem. We
point,
got
I think it was a choice because at one point, we outnumbered the the slave owners and everything. Why
somewhere
didn't we
along
just
the
kill
line
them and just
somebody
go
dropped
head
the
on?
ball. Yep, and
It
it
has
was
to
a
do with some
choice.
kind of indoctrination or something like that. Like
And it's
we
still
have to
a choice.
explore these questions.
And it's
I
still
believe
a
that's the
choice.
question
You
they
can
explore.
Right. It's still a choice. We can either lay down, we can either keep laying down and being quiet, or we can stand up and do something about it.
I ain't no get down or lay down that type of dude, that type of woman. Like, no, actually, I am. I'm a get down or lay down type of woman. Like, yeah, hey, you gonna get down or you gonna lay down? Like, hey, either I'm gonna, you gonna be on my program. Or I'll move the fuck around from you. But
Right.
at the same time, we have to
And
be
then
more palliable to each other. Like, we have to have a little bit more leeway and let each other grow and expound. You know what I'm saying, and be able to, because a lot of us aren't there yet. You know what I'm
just like when
saying?
we're talking about police, like when we're talking about what is it called? Police what do we call them when the police kill us? That okay, we should have a panel just with that for people to offer suggestions, and then we should take these suggestions to our politicians and other organizations pushing them. That's how
Well,
we should do it.
well,
Right.
darling, Ice Cube tried it, and they cussed his ass out.
Who?
Ice Cube. Ice Cube tried to really be a mediator and all of that kind of stuff or whatever, and presented a plan, and he had a good plan. I read his plan and everything, and we cussed that brother out. We cussed him out and all over Twitter and everything, to the point to where he said he don't even want to fool with nobody no more.
But see, he should have, like, the Democrats weren't in office yet. So now he should present, okay, Republicans were in the office. You got to hold people accountable too. That's another thing. Hold people accountable. You cannot, like if you leave to general, they're going to keep pointing the finger. Oh, it was them. It was them. And that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing. It
Mm-hmm.
was them. It was them. But,
Mm-hmm.
like right now, Democrats in office. What is wrong with him taking this plan to the Democrats and pressing them? Then we can pressure the Democrats. Look, we need this.
Well,
We
darling, he
need,
tried to pressure the Democrats or whatever, and they
but see,
told
they
him he was
weren't
going
in
to talk to him,
office.
and they ain't never talked to him. So,
But
I
they
mean,
weren't
what's
in.
the point? It's an
Right
80
now,
year
we
old
have a
man.
majority.
It's an 80
We
year
have
old
a
man who has a history for 47 years being a racist motherfucker. Like, he been
but
racist his whole life. He
right
got
now
family
we
that's
have a
been
majority
slave owners.
Democratic.
He's a racist. Like, you know what I'm saying? We whoever voted for him, because I ain't vote for this nigga.
But
Whoever
right now
voted for
we have
him fumbled the bag and then thought, like, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. They fell for that shit. Like, you know what
but
I'm saying?
see, I
I thought
don't.
that it was the most racist
But
shit
I
I
ain't
ever heard in my
concentrating
life.
on none of them titles, because just because you fall under Democrat don't mean you're not racist, and just because you fall under Republican don't mean you're not racist or you're gonna do things for us. So I don't look at titles. I'm looking at who's gonna best promise and serve my needs. So
And
right
yeah, I
now,
don't. Yeah, I'm with you, because I don't
right
care
now
what
we have
side of the aisle you file on. If you gonna do something for us, you gonna do something
you're
for us. I
gonna
don't
do
care if you're a
something. So
Republican or
right now we
Democrat.
have a majority Democratic House, and then we have a Democratic president.
Man, them people
So
ain't
you can
did shit.
basically
Did you
we can
hear?
take,
Did you hear what
especially,
Biden said to them niggas when he was in their office? Did you
but
hear what
listen
they
to
said
this.
to Al Sharpton then when he was in the office?
But let me
That
show
boy
you what
said that
power.
man said that you got to work with the goddamn Latino. He said you got
But
to
let
work
me
with
show you,
Latinos
because
because we ain't giving you
Latinos are
shit.
out here.
That's what that
Latinos
man said.
Latinos are out here putting pressure on them where we're not. Let me tell you what we should do. This is a time for Ice Cube to come with his black plan, and this is the time where we can seriously threaten, the Democrats. Look, if you
That man
cannot
ain't coming with shit because we already demonized that goddamn man. We already
but if you
demonized him.
cannot,
We
but
demonized the man
we can say
already. So what he gonna come with it for?
we can say, if you don't give us, we're gonna stop. Basically, we're not gonna vote for any of you anymore unless you get at least 5 of these things off this list done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You don't just sit back. You put pressure on them because your votes matter. Because they wouldn't be in office if you didn't vote for them. So you got to, your votes are your leverage. So you go to them and you make demands and you say, well, if you're not going to do this, we're not going to. And this is how the LGBT gets their rights.
I wish she represented the majority of the black people when Ice Cube presented his plan, because they demonized the fuck out of him. And I was one of the only people on this side, and they cussed me out too, because they said that oh, you selling out to Trump and all that, because he tried to present his plan to whoever the fuck was going with it or whatever, to try to get his shot for black folk. And the black folks demonized the fuck out of him, and that's what happened for real. And we can always talk like, what I'm saying, oh, this Wakanda dream world, all that kind of goof ass shit, but no, fam, this is what really happened. Like, we don't really give a fuck about progress, from what my understanding is. Like, what I'm saying, I'm gonna say for real.
Their rights. This is how the LGBTQ community does.
Yeah, but we don't want to operate like the LGBTQ.
Specifically in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it was time for mayoral election. They went to the candidates of Atlanta, and they said that, we will not vote for you unless you promise to give more LGBTQ people jobs.
Do you know where they got their money from? Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. They got all their money from Black Lives Matter, because when I tried to contribute to it, they went to the Act Blue. It went to straight to Act Blue, and I was like, wait, what the hell is this? It went to Democrat Act Blue, and then when the thing came out, it was a whole bunch of transgender and all kind of politicians that got they fucking positions at that time when the elections came out.
Yeah, so you see, that's what we have to do. You have to go to them and you use your votes as leverage.
What we do? We no, Ice Cube tried. Ice Cube and other people tried, and what we cussed his ass out. That's what we did.
Well,
he tried to do what the LGBT people did.
I wouldn't give up.
And we cussed him out.
Why would we give up? Why give up? I would go to the next person, then the next person, then let me tell you, okay. I lived in Baton Rouge at one time, right?
I didn't think black people were stupid as much as we was during the election. I didn't think black people were stupid.
Let me give you an example of something that I've done, because I've always been boots on the ground, as people call it, in this community. Okay, I lived in Baton Rouge at the time. I had a car. It didn't even matter to me. You know what I'm saying? But they were talking about getting rid of the bus system. And I kept all these people around me and stuff. They were just crying and complaining, crying and complaining. So, I was just like, and then there was this one man at the bus station. He was passing out papers and stuff, trying to help people. So I got some of his information, and the bus driver started letting me ride the bus for free, because, this is their jobs, right? So,
Yes,
I rode from bus to bus, and I was telling them what to do. I was like, call your local politicians. I told them, y'all need to show up in big numbers to this city council meeting. The first city council meeting, they had so many people. It scared them. And then we prepped everybody that got up and talked, so we wouldn't have nobody saying nothing stupid. So, like, basically, they got up and they said, I live in this district and such. They called the name of their representative. We made sure everybody knew who their representative was. So they said, I'm in John Kilpatrick's district, and they talked to John Kilpatrick eye to eye. And they say, I need the bus because I have to go to my doctor. I need the bus because I work at a hospital. And if I don't get to the, there's a lot of people who can lose their life. I need the bus. And when you go around to all of them politicians, they start seeing how it's going to affect them getting elected the next year.
I'm from the Midwest, so we say that.
The next election. So that was the first meeting. The second meeting, by the time we showed up for the second meeting, we had people inside, outside. We had the news there, and they had every sheriff. They called every sheriff from the sheriff department to be there at that meeting. That's how intimidated we had them. And guess what? We got what we wanted.
That was a fierce movement. I applaud y'all for that.
That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do.
I'm in agreement. With that.
That's what we have to do. You have to point at their face and say, look, I'm in your district and this is what I want. Then you have to keep taking people up there. You know, because like at the city council's meeting,
on a local level. See, y'all did that on a
right.
local level. See, like, you know what I'm saying? You got to start on a local level and
'Cause
not
your
just
local
wait
speaks to
until
the
every
family.
4-year fucking election and everything. Like, you got to start with your local level and actually make change within your local levels. And
Your
I
local
applaud you
speaks to
guys
the
for doing
federal.
that.
Because who is it?
That's
It's your
that's where
congressman.
that's what
It's
it
your
is.
congressman that goes and sits on your behalf at the House meeting. So your local, and I know the congressman here is my cousin, Benny Thompson.
There it is. Applaud you guys. Seriously, applaud you guys.
So that's a solution. That's how we have to move, and that's the solution. And let's go back to this. We have to start economic wise. You start with family. How are you talking about unity? How are we talking about anything when you're not doing it for your family? Now, I know that a lot of people don't get along with all aspects of their family, but you just get the ones who are willing. You get the one you say, look, we're going to pool together and we're going to start this kind of business. We're going to start off small and we're going to build. And I guarantee you, once the rest of that family sees that, they're going to want to get involved. And you
Yes,
build
ma'am.
your economics. Then you
Sure
take
enough.
your family and you move to your extended family, because your extended family basically is, especially in Mississippi, our extended family is our fifth cousin and fourth
And you in
cousin.
Mississippi, right?
Right. That's our fifth and fourth cousins. So that's, you know, our extended family is what we call our community.
You probably know my people. You
I
ain't not
told you
you're
we
around
could be-
Oxford.
I told you we could be related because, you know,
Yeah.
but you know, like what I'm saying is once you move outside of your family, then once you do your family, then you start doing community. Just like on our road,
Right.
most of these people have been on our road for over 100 years, and we're already looking at a way that we could do stuff that represent the history of this road that's going to produce economics for everybody on the road.
Yes, ma'am. You making good points here, sister.
Because back in the day, what happened when a family was down? What they do? They all gathered their crops, they tomatoes, they cabbages, and they took it to those.
Shit, my granddaddy goddamn stole crops from the sharecropper and goddamn bought his first car and moved the hell to Chicago, nigga. That's from Mississippi. That's what my granddaddy did.
Chicago, just another Mississippi. Most of them people from Chicago are from Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Cousins in Chicago.
I thank God that I was able to like actually trace down my ancestors and be able to see all of my Southern ancestors.
Right, me too.
From there, I know who our fucking slave owner was. I got a picture of my slave owner, the slave owner that we had, and everything. I know my my Aboriginal Indian person, all of that shit. I got pictures of all of them niggas, nigga.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I got all my shit. So, like, you talk about reparations, nigga, I can provide you documentation right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, nigga, I come from here. My fucking slave owner name is James Martin, and that's what it was or whatever. And my family come from here, and it was a Choctaw, what the bam, and like, yeah, I know how to do all of that. Like, you know, we have to really go to our ancestors, go to our grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We don't talk to our grandparents. We assuming all kind of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? What we are, what the bam. Talk to your fucking granny and talk to your fucking ancestors and shit, and see who you really are. Because everybody used to make fun of people when they said they had Indian in their family and what the bam.
But it's documented. But and then
who don't want to talk? Who don't want to talk? Hold on, one second.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Video is sponsored by our first ever sponsor, Don't Hide the Plug. Don't Hide the Plug is an apparel company co-founded by two brothers from Flatbush, Tafari and Rossi Harper. Now, these two black brothers have created an amazing, inspiring, high-quality brand. Now, you see on Infominds, a lot of our content is New York-based. We love New York, so it's only fitting that we partner up with a New York-based brand, Don't Hide the Plug. Now, they got some fire fitted hats, hoodies, T-shirts, and I'm feeling the old New York design with the bridge logo. They got the clout joints, the dad hats, and you can also have them delivered to you in the resealable merch by the pound bags, too. Now, mind you, they might be New York-based, but their apparel is for everyone, whether you're from New York, Miami, Texas, Chicago. It's a grassroots movement. Get in tune. And they offer free shipping on all domestic orders of $75 or more. But if you enter the exclusive InfoMinds promo code, you'll get an additional 10% off at checkout. You already know I ordered my package. My package is on its way. So I'll be wearing and showcasing the Don't Hide the Plug apparel in my next live. Go out and support these brothers. Check out their website. I put the link in the description box. Don't hide the plug.
That was good, Uda. I like that.
That's a nice commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Something
commercial.
about Uda.
Yeah, that's a commercial to my brand. Don'tHideThePlug.com. Make sure y'all checking out Don'tHideThePlug.com. But I am just enjoying listening to the Queens build. You see, I'm quiet. I'm in the back. I like it like that. Y'all go ahead, Queens. I ain't mean to stop y'all wisdom, man. Y'all.
Another good book to read is Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro, because in that book, he shows how we started getting educations instead of us coming back like we were during segregation and using our education towards building our family businesses. Because back then we had our own laundromats, we had our own everything. Black Wall Street wasn't just in one place. Black Wall Street.
Yeah, we stopped fucking with our own buses to get on the white man bus.
And then we stopped, like, instead of us building up our own communities, we abandoned our communities to go out there and live where they live. And that's why our communities look like they do, because the first thing we want to do is we want to move instead of building, like developing your community, developing your land, developing your neighborhood.
It get hard. Now, I tell you, it get hard as a business owner. It does get hard because I come from that. I was a drug dealer. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was a Rudy Poot and all that kind of shit like that. And it get hard when you have to put a business in your sector where you come from. People want to rob you. People hate you because you make more money than them. People,
and
like, you know what I'm saying?
In Carter G. Woodson's book, it's like when that began to happen, it began to create a caste system amongst us and our own people, just like your own.
And I definitely want to, I sincerely want to go back to my community, where I grew up, and create businesses. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I am very scared because I don't want to do harm to my own people, because you fuck with my money, like, nigga, I do something to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not no slack ass person. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to even present that energy over there.
But
like, you know what I'm saying? And I hate that, Arabs over. Last time I went to my community, Mexicans owned it. And I was questioning people like, why didn't black people own this? I've been away from my community for 15 years. I'm from the Chicago area. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the Mexicans own my community. And I'm like, man, wait a minute. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they can do it or whatever. Why we can't? Because we don't come together. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody can come and rob my business. This is black, but they wouldn't even rob that Mexican business because they scared of what the Mexicans would do to the nigga that, you know what I'm saying, to rob their business. The Mexicans will put their ass, put some work in, but I can't rely on that for my own community, and that becomes a problem. So we have to really deep dive into our real problems and stop trying to sugarcoat our problems. Like, you know what I'm saying? We got to get into the heart of it, because I've seen it. I was in it, and all of that. And we got to stop lying. One thing we do, we lie. We got to stop lying about what the fuck we be doing.
Cognitive dissonance and denial. But yes, Angelica, it's broken down in Carter G. Woodson's book, Miseducation of the Negro, as well. Because it's like when we go get educated, like, notice now, people who are educated, they might be working at the same job as a person with a high school degree, but just because they have that piece of paper, they think they're better than, that person who's working at the same job, maybe making just as much money as them, are the same, but they think
people with them degrees, and you get a trade, goddamn, they making more money than your ass coming straight out of college.
Like,
most of them trades making more money than the person with them degrees.
Right. Right. And so, it was this caste system that was created. It was like the educated versus the non-educated. Because, even like in a lot of the movies we watch, you remember like if a brother wants to go to college and he come back to the hood, how people be trying to get them in trouble to go to jail and stuff like that so they couldn't go to
I was
college.
a gifted kid. I was a gifted kid, and I was made fun of because I spoke proper English, nigga.
Right.
I wasn't an ignorant nigga, so I got made fun of. So
Just
that
like,
deters somebody from coming back and giving back to the hood because they got made fun of the majority of the time. I was a band kid. I played fucking instruments and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was involved in everything. I was on the debate team. I was in the student council, and I played in the marching band. Who what the band? Like, you know what I'm saying? And they made fun of me, the black kids. It wasn't the white kids. It was the black kids. So a whole lot of other people went through that shit too, and they didn't want to come back to the hood because they got shunned because they were fucking smart.
and our focus needs to be on generational wealth. And if generational wealth means family, so start within your family, because like a lot of races are 4 and 5 generations ahead of us because of generational wealth that they passed down. Our problem is a lot of times we don't pass down any wealth. We're starting behind. Like, a lot of people, a lot of our youth and things like
Life
that, they will
insurance, we
start
don't pass
behind.
up. We don't have life insurance. Life insurance
That's true. And
definitely
then we'll stop getting
attributes
killed
to
so
wealth.
often because it'll cost. If more black people had life insurance, we'll stop getting killed so
It
often
attributes to
because
wealth.
it'll
When
cost.
your parents die or whatever, you will get inherited.
Crazy
What the
thing,
bill?
my mom, when I was young, my mom ended up getting life insurance on me, which is crazy. It's not something that I thought about, but my mom thought about like that with me, and she didn't do that with like my other siblings, but she did that with me for some reason. She said something
My
told her
mom did it with me because I was selling drugs at the time.
she got life insurance for me. That's crazy.
But really, they need to have life insurance too, because when they pass on, they need to leave something, leave something to their, leave something to their descendants, to their descendants.
It made me
You
feel
know,
like, well, what ain't AJ Johnson, the gentleman that just passed away, Ezel, who played Ezel. I think his name was AJ Johnson. They had to fucking get a GoFundMe for this brother to give his burial, and that's a shame.
mm-hmm.
He didn't have fucking life insurance. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Or
He was
burial, or even
yeah,
basic
he couldn't
burial
give him a proper
insurance.
burial or anything like that. We had to and I think they gave him the money and everything like that, but at the same time, they should not be expected for the extra community. We need life insurance. We have
Why
to
would
start
you
being
want to leave that on your
responsible about our
children?
beings
Why would you
and
leave
treat
that debt
ourselves
on your
responsibly.
children? Why would you leave that debt on your children to have to figure out how to bury you? And that is so embarrassing. If
His
you
wife was fucking distraught. She couldn't even grieve because she had to find money to
figure out
bury
how
this
to bury
man.
them.
She
Yeah,
couldn't
and
even
then
grieve properly.
and see, my family owns a funeral home too, and they have prepaid. Most funeral homes have prepaid where you can go in there and pick out your funeral. And the
Yeah, I
benefit
finally
of
got a
that
plot.
is
I finally got a
inflation.
plot. We
And
all getting buried in the same place.
you can prepay. Oh yeah, but I'm saying like the funeral services and all that because we have our own cemetery as well. But like where you can prepay for your funeral. Like you can prepay for your funeral. You can go in there and you can pay monthly. You can pay monthly. For your funeral, so you don't have to, or you can just get a life insurance policy because a burial insurance policy because I
At
think
least a
these
minimal life insurance policy. At least a minimal life insurance policy.
ten
If
thousand
your
dollars,
parent don't have it on you
to do it.
already.
Because the average funeral costs about $9,000 right now. So a $10,000 insurance burial and policy or insurance policy
Yeah,
would
you a whole asshole. You shouldn't be able to. You should die and be begging people for chicken dinners to be able to bury your goof ass. Period.
we just don't think. That's what I'm saying. We're not thinking. It's like, and we leave our children. We're leaving piles and piles of mess, just like the generation before me. I tell them. Like I told them, like, I told them, I said, because my great granddaddy was great. He left a legacy for us, a legacy for us.
Yeah,
It
my
was
granddaddy is my favorite person right now.
right.
He's 90. He's 97 years
His
old. My
children.
granddaddy's my fucking favorite person.
It,
That's my nigga. Like that.
it was his
Ooh,
children. With these
yes,
spoiled, privileged black kids that,
bored
like
the
that
hell out of us.
that started doing the Carter G. Woodson stuff, and and basically they were the ones who dropped the ball on us. And I tell them, I like that's what I'm like when I say
the crack generation. My granddaddy bought a whole block for us, and then the crack generation came around, and they done got rid of our properties and fucked it all up.
Yeah, that's true. Crack did mess up a lot of black families too.
Yes, ma'am.
Because people were losing their homes and all kinds of stuff.
And I'm like, wait, mom, where's our legacy or whatever? She's like, no, fuck that. I need the money right now. I'm like, wait a minute. But that's the type of thing that happened. But my granddaddy bought we had a whole block, an entire block. That's what we had. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my granddaddy stole sharecropping and from Mississippi, came up and bought a whole block for his family. And the next generation from the crack era, I'm 39. So I grew up in the crack era.
Southside was it Chicago?
Southside, 119th and Roseland, 119th and Calumet.
Yeah, but you know what? Chicago is a whole different ball game. Did you know that the founder of Chicago was a black man?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And so that was genetically
a Haitian man. Yeah,
because they had all those people move up there during the Industrial Revolution or whatever they called it. Because my cousin told me the other day when I was talking about it, last week when I was talking about it a different term, but I say the Industrial Revolution. But they had all of those black people move up to Chicago, right? To get those factory jobs.
Chicago was industrious because it was a shipping port.
Mm-hmm. And then once they got there, it was like once they got there, then like those jobs went away. So you talking about a lot of
it didn't go away immediately. I'm sorry, it didn't go away immediately.
Right, a lot of other races start stepping up and getting those jobs. A lot of other, because in Chicago it's the most divided.
We made some money. We made money from Chicago to Detroit. Like no, we wasn't disenfranchised when we moved to Chicago and Detroit. No, ma'am. No, man, we wasn't. We made a bunch of money. That's how our families made the money that passed down. The other generation fucked the money up, but they made some money. They made some good money too.
Well, I mean, in the South, we always did better than our relatives in the North. Still to this day, it's like we need to rescue some of them, but they're gonna have to get their minds right before they come down here.
Well, a lot of folks don't even know they got land down south. I just found out I had fucking 200 acres of land in Mississippi just fucking a few months ago.
Right, because a lot of that land is Indian allocated air property. Like it's air property and it passes down from generation to generation as long as the taxes are paid or whatever.
Shit, my shit's from 1861, baby. Like,
right.
That's how I know I'm Choctaw. I can provide documentation
Me
on
too,
all my
1830, 1830. 1830.
1861 for me.
Yeah, and it's like in its air property, so it passes down from generation to generation. But you got Carter G. Woodson. You got a lot of family that wants to control, dictate, and keep others from being.
Oh yeah, that's what my family going through. They trying to control like who can actually build on the property. It's 200 fucking acres. I'm like, what the hell you talking about?
And you can go.
Cousin can just go build on it. Like we got the same. Cousin gets to go knock down some trees and build on that shit, nigga.
But you have the same.
What you mean? That's our shit.
If you got your original will, go back to the original will. And they have to follow the will.
We have it. It's the sons. Like my daddy and them is very contrary to whatever going on. They all fighting over. It's only sons. It's no daughters. And my father's side of the family.
Unfortunately, sometimes you got to go to court on your family. Go to court with your family too.
No, not what me and the first cousins, what we call ourselves. We just gonna knock down the trees and build our fucking houses, and they can't say shit. That's what we gonna do. I don't give a damn about what the hell they talking about.
It's a way I can help you with that. I definitely can help you with
200 acres. Get the fuck out of here, and I'm gonna sell the fucking timber and the land. You know how much fucking lumber costs right now?
But you do want the deeds, right? I mean, well,
no, we have the deed already, nigga. Like, my deed still live on the land. Hell, you mean we need a deed?
You good then? You good? You good?
Yeah, my dad still live on the land. We about to knock down some fucking trees, seal them shits, and we about to build on top of that motherfucker. The hell you do me? But as a whole lot of black people that's from up north that probably have that same situation that they don't even know. All that land fucked down south. We have a lot of land.
Yeah, that means you get to cutting some trees and stuff. That's gonna put a good that like depending on how many trees y'all, it might be a good 50,000
Man,
plus.
look at him. It's the bears is living on our land better than us. Now, I tell you that right now. I don't even
Yep.
know who the fuck live on it. I just want to clear a little bit of space because I'm pretty sure some bears and shit that live on that land.
I don't
Y'all
see that.
gonna be scared
I'm
of-
in Mississippi and I don't see that many bears. I've heard people talk about them, but I don't. And I'm rural. Like if it's anything,
Where you
I
at
done
in
heard
Mississippi?
foxes, huh?
Where you at in Mississippi?
In rural Hines County, Raymond.
Okay, so I'm in my family in Oxford Taylor.
I gotta look that. I gotta look that because all I know is Oxford when it goes like I
That's
going to
Ole Miss. Ole Miss where the college
right.
Ole
I
Miss
know
is.
Oxford and going 55 and all of that up into Memphis,
And
but
then
like
Taylor is a rural city
right,
outside of that. My family owned damn near the whole fucking
a
town right
lot
there.
of small towns, just like this one, this small town, a lot of people don't know about either. And our family owns the majority of this as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right. See what I'm saying?
And we govern, like I said, the way the laws are set up, we govern, we govern ourselves. Like we pay them to pick up our trash, we pay them to cut the sides of our roads and to cut the trees off the roads and stuff like that. We're paying them to do that. And
Same in my
they have
family.
to, like, I can shoot if the sheriff comes down here today. If he don't have a warrant, I could pull my gun and shoot at him, and there's nothing that he can do.
But hell yeah, you can got your gun rights and can shoot the fuck out of motherfucker when you they come on your property. Shoot the hell out their ass. Hell yeah.
And
That's
see
the
these,
South.
and
Yeah.
and this is the kind of stuff that, like, when we're saying local law and local stuff, this is the kind of stuff that y'all need to, people need to get into wherever you're at. This is the kind of stuff you need to get into because it matters. Just like a lot
Yeah.
of people, they're facing gentrification where they being moved and everything, but like there were laws that came
But your
before
people
that.
probably got some land down south that your ass is a part of.
Or
Find
your
go to
law,
your ancestors.
and but
Find your fucking ancestors.
I'm
We
just like,
all pretty much come from down south somewhere.
don't bring
Find
none of
your
that.
fucking ancestors, fam, and you probably got some land somewhere. More
But
than likely.
bring the good attitude with it. Bring the
Yeah.
family building attitude with it,
Mm-hmm.
because don't bring the city slickster stuff, because we don't want no saturation of drugs and nothing like that. We need to, we need to build, because in a lot of places like the rural areas, we don't have those type of issues. We don't have no crime. Just like people be talking about, I'd be like, they be talking about pulling up. I'd be like, I want you to pull up because I give you a proper burial and you probably would never be found.
Boy, you come up missing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't nobody want no problems. We just want to conduct our business. That's it.
Yeah. And get along and respect each other. Like respect each other, because you be having generations and generations and lineages of families and stuff like that. And just people just need to learn how to work together as family, and in unity again. Or if
Yeah.
you can work together in unity, you stay over there, you mind your business, and I'll be over here and I'm gonna mind my business like that.
So my land, they asked me what I'm gonna do with my portion of the land. I said I'm gonna build a apartment complex or whatever. So black folks will come and live or whatever and be cool. They like, for real? I'm like, yeah. I'm gonna build an apartment complex. What the bam? I have family members that know how to build all that shit, concrete building, all that kind of shit. Yeah, all built by black folk. That's what I want. I just want us to live peacefully amongst each other.
And likewise with people in the city, there are still family things that you can do with your family there. Start corporations and business and stuff. Because I mean, other races do it. When you go in there, it's like, especially like people be saying Arabs down here, they be talking about them Arabs, but like, I'm just saying they own a lot of the convenience stores and stuff like that. And when you go in there, it be their brother, their cousin, their sister be behind over there cooking. You know what I'm saying? So,
Where I'm
like,
from, like everybody who is my family look like me. I can literally, no matter who they working in the store or whatever, they still got my fat ass face, wide face. Like, we all look the same.
mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
when I go down there, like, oh yeah, you my cousin too. Like, yeah, you my cousin.
Mm-hmm. You can
We
tell
pretty much.
it's always features.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like start something with your family. Start small. And even if you can't start with your sisters and all of that, start with your children. Because like it's never too young to start a family business. You're never too young to start something. Then you have
Not
something.
only with my brothers and sisters. Like, what I'm saying, I have 7 of them. I'm getting them around to what I'm doing at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And even if it's not all of them, those who are willing, like I told my great aunt, I was like, look, I said, it's just like this, just like on a plant, you have to clip them bad weeds. And I said, sometimes you got to clip them bad leaves. You got to clip, and like sometimes you got to, get rid of the bad fruit, in order for the good fruit to grow. So, sometimes you got to clip, some people, and I don't mean clip like get rid of. I'm just saying everybody can't participate. Sometimes you just can't look at everybody participating, and you don't need everybody to participate. You just need those that are willing. You can't
You ain't
keep
you
waiting
ain't
on,
lying about that.
you
Yeah,
can't
because
keep
you
waiting
want
on
everybody to
everybody.
go.
Right. You
Don't
can't
know.
keep waiting on everybody. Use the ones that are willing, and the ones that are not, let them go on about their biz. Look, you go do whatever you're gonna do. But I guarantee once y'all get it started, they gonna come back talking about where's mine.
Mm-hmm. That's what they gonna do. Where's the man? Oh, well, I'm a part of this family too, nigga. Like, what y'all doing? Ooh, yeah.
And that's why you learn contracts and business as well, how to go about, anything. If you don't know, ask somebody or research it, but do everything, the do everything the legal way, because you're going to need to, because just like I was like, you got your deed. You got your will, you got your deeds, because
I
everything that
am, but my family ain't gonna be able to pay for shit. I'm sorry. Like, what I'm saying, I'm not gonna do that all to my family. We all, like, honestly are participants, and we all are blood tied to our land. The
that's
where I,
true. I
land.
get
So
you, but
I can't, like, what I'm saying, but like, oh, you gotta do what the bam. I will
I'm
instruct
saying
them, but
the
I
things.
just can't do, what I'm
Sometimes your
saying. I
family,
can't do
I'm
that.
just saying that by experience, sometimes your family will surprise you, and you need to have things in place that
Yeah, they
protect
are.
you
They're gonna
guys.
surprise me, but it's 200 fucking acres, so they can surprise
Yeah,
me
you
and get
have to
my stuff
do things, you
if
have to
they
put
want to.
things in place even for your family. You know what I'm saying? Just like, thank God my granddaddy, had the sense enough to do it for us. You know what I'm saying?
They won't spoil our shit, but like, what I'm saying, I'm not gonna treat them no type of way because that's my family.
No, no, it ain't about treating them some type of way. I'm just saying when it comes down to business, sometimes you have to just like say, okay, well, if you don't want to get with it, we're gonna go on. You can't let them stop you or be waiting on them to make a
I'm
decision.
hip about business. I'm a business owner,
Yeah,
but
that's what
when
I'm
it comes
talking
to
about.
this
I ain't talking about.
particular subject, it's not business really. Like, this is our family shit. Like, this is all my grandmother's, great grandmother's and grandfather's property.
But
So
just like
it's not a business venture really.
just like
We
you got
all belong to this particular
right.
land, period.
Just
So I
like I
can't
got
sit there
14.
and be domineering
I
over
have
it.
just like I have 14 acres worth of land, right? So on that 14 acres worth of land, basically, I can do what I want to do. And my other family, they have their 14 acres worth of land. So they can do what they want to do. Now we can do a family business, and we can even allocate. I'll use a half an acre, you use a half an acre or whatever. You can do that, but that has to be negotiated or whatever. But you might have
Yeah,
that
one
one.
clause. We can't sell it to white folk.
Right. We can't either. And then that's a part like really but You know, you might have that one family member that says, well, I don't want to give up an acre, or, you know, whatever. Then you got to, you know, it's just
We
like,
close that nigga at. We close that
yeah.
nigga at.
Like,
Like,
all
no,
right, you
oh
know,
no, fam.
keep your acre, and we're gonna go and do this. You know, keep your acre, and we're gonna go and do this. That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying that you got to
He
break
can't
down.
legally. The person can't make that call because it how they deeded our property for the acres. We can't sell it to white folk, and it has to
Air
go in a
property.
certain order. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Is it under a state? Is it a state?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I see. I see. So y'all got an executor and some
This
co-executors
from the
and trustees.
1800s.
Yeah, y'all got executors, co-executors, and trustees and stuff.
In the family, yeah.
Yeah. I know how it works. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
And that's what they all fighting over now. Well, I'm the oldest, so I'm an executor. Ooh, what the bam? You like, man, nigga, please.
But the
You about to
executor
clear
has
these
to go
damn
by the
trees
will.
and put some houses up on the shit.
Right, and the executor
Yeah,
has
you
to
mean.
follow the will, though. The constitution of your land is the will. You know, they can't just do what they want to do just because they're the executor. They have to follow the will.
We're able to do whatever the hell we want to do on the land.
I mean, I got
As
that.
long as we're blood.
Right. I got that. I'm just saying one person cannot make the decision for all.
Right. That's why
And
we about to knock down some trees and say fuck him and put some houses on that motherfucker.
right,
That's what we about
right.
to
That's
do.
what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, because I know how them executives be going having power trips.
Yeah, he having the power trip.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest, so I can dictate who move on the land. We like, man, nigga, please.
No, y'all don't need to do that, because last year Billy Bob tripped over a tree, so I don't think that boy capable of getting
My
no
cousin
tree
that
cut.
lived down there, she was like, and she rich. She's like, no, I'm about to clear some land and I'm about to put my house on there. I dare you to say something. Because that ain't what was in the original deed, because we all know what the original deed was.
And all y'all got to do is have, I think it's what, for every 5 houses, you have to have one easeway, or for every 5 families, family unit, you have to, building structure, you have to have one easeway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As long as you got that, who's to say? Who's the, right? Who's to say? As long as y'all got y'all allocate, because that's the
They
only
can't
thing.
say nothing. As long as you blood, you can't say shit on that property.
Right.
Nothing. And all that goddamn pan they got on that land that we can sell. I'm like, oh, y'all tripping.
And it grows back too. That's the funny thing about a lot of these trees, because it was some areas that was cleared on our property, and them trees so tall now it's ridiculous. I'm like, when did this happen? I'm looking at it like, why I ain't see them grow.
Oh, Uda went out. We started talking like some other shit. I'm happy you're from Mississippi though. That's awesome.
Yeah, basically we just want to let people know, it's start with family, and take whatever resources y'all got and build something, and build something, like whether it's a hair business, a nail business, or whatever, build something, get something
Pam, I
that's gonna
started bartending and I have a bartending business and I do very well with it.
a club, a store, you know what I'm saying? Do something to pass on to your children, to produce residual income, for your family.
You have to. We can't keep making white people the scapegoat and saying that they're the reason why we can't advance. That
Right.
upsets me, honestly, especially when men say it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Right.
oh, let a white man do what the band. Like, nigga, you have mad skills. You can monopolize on your skills and not even have to worry about no fucking white man. Ever.
Right. Because if you got it's called supply and demand. If you got, the supply that's in demand, you good. And then our problem in the past is that we invented so many things, and we sold them for pennies. We got to stop doing that. You got to look at the big picture. Just like the shea butter thing, they created the shea butter company and then they sold it. Like we got to start looking at passing this stuff down instead of let me get me a
selling it
large,
off. That's why
right,
I'm glad that we had the clause that we can't sell our land to the white man.
right. I'm so happy for that as well. But and it's likewise with us because look at how many families did sell their land.
See, that's good to know, but we wouldn't know unless we let our people build together because they both strong personalities, but work well together. I
Yes,
don't know
it's
what that
it's
is.
like small cells. You look at starting as a small cell, and just like we were talking about earlier, scientifically, it's the same formula. The cells grow. The cells mutate, they migrate,
Yeah,
and
they
they
come from a
grow.
nucleus, like a nuclei, and then they grow. Like an atom. Actually, they come from an atom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they come from an atom, and you come from an atom, and then you start growing nucleotides and everything like that, and mitochondria, and you start building upon, like a being and everything.
Yeah, but we be
It
looking
takes
at unity
from
too
the
broad. We be looking at like we gonna just get all the black people in America and the United States to all get together and do stuff. Now you got to start off small and let it
one thing
grow.
I hate is we think we one big ass nigga. We think we one big Negro. We think we one big nigga. Like
But
we all came from this particular place, and we all had to think like this, and we all gotta vote
mhm,
this way. No, we are multifaceted people. Like what I'm saying, and people get mad at me when I say I'm conservative. I am conservative, nigga. I'm a business owner.
that don't have
I
nothing to
hate
do with
fucking taxes. Like
me.
what I'm saying, like what I'm saying. It's a certain thing that I really dislike, and I don't like about the Liberal Party.
I'm almost ready
And
to
they they,
drop
they say
all
I'm a
titles.
fool just because of my voting principles, and I'm actually non-subscribed as far as my voting thing. I can show you a picture. I am unsubscribed from any voting party, but I'm more
Yeah, I
conservative
rather I like I'm
than I
like
am
I
liberal.
that's mostly where I'm at. I'm like, I'm voting for the best interest. Like it's like to me, it's not about just Democratic or Republican. It's about, voting for who best serves my interest, who better serves my interest. That's how I like to vote. And that's how I think we should look at it. What issues do we have? What issues are people promising that they're gonna, do and holding them accountable? We got to start holding these politicians accountable. You just
Yes,
can't sit there.
ma'am. And put their foot to the fire, talking about some when Ice Cube went to this the Joe Biden, they were like, oh, we'll talk to you after the election. Like, what the hell you mean? That's not even a political process. You're supposed to tell us why are we voting for you? Like,
And
what I'm
I go,
saying?
but I will
And like,
hold
what
them
you
to
mean?
that
Like
too.
after, like, what I'm saying? You get the vote, then you will tell us what you're gonna do. No, that's not even how the
But I
political
would go
process
hold them
works.
accountable for that. I would go hold them accountable for that. First of all, I give me a bunch of people to rally behind me, and I march my butt right up there with my black plan. And I would say, "You told me," and on the news with the news with me, and I would say, with the cameras in my face, I'd be like, "You told me that you wanted to see me after the election, so here I am. I'm ready to sit down and talk and
I'm gonna
negotiate
tell
with
you
you."
right now, Ice Cube gave up because them black people gave him so much scrutiny because he went bipartisan with his plan. He positioned Trump and he positioned Biden,
But
and
that's what
they
you
they
have
were
to
so
do,
upset about him positioning Trump when he
right?
was
It's like
actually the actual president who could make things happen. Or what the bam, we wasn't thinking logically. They were like, oh, well, you Trump. As soon as you say Trump, they was very up in arms and like oh my god, they what the bam. I did not believe that black people was that fucking stupid. And
it's like
who the hate
whoever.
for me to say shit like that? Who the hate for me to say shit like that? Because he was like, yeah, you can't be calling people black people stupid and shit. But I'm just dead ass serious. Like I didn't know black people was that fucking dumb.
But it's like
Period. I
we
didn't
don't
know that.
stop. We don't stop having needs because the next party is in office. Like if the Republicans are in office, we don't stop having needs. If the Democrats are in office, we don't stop having needs. So we should never
Ain't
stop.
there one that for him like who the fuck who gonna give us the fucking offer? It's it. I don't give a damn if they
Right.
Democrat the fucking Republican, Green Party. I don't give two nigga fucks in the whole house, fam. I don't care. What
Right.
is you doing for us? And that's
And then,
what we supposed to be voting on.
and then by next election, because just like right now, this is a good position because both, because Biden is up for another election. So, this is the time to basically be putting pressure on him, saying we need XYZ, we need at least 5 things marked off on this list, or we're not going to vote for you. Go give them a list. We need 5 things marked off of this list in order for us to vote for you. Other than that, we're going to give somebody else our vote.
Yeah, we don't shop our vote. We just designated our vote to the Democratic Party unscrupulously. Like we just, oh, you got our vote. That's why Biden had the gall to even say that if you ain't black if you don't vote for Biden. Like, nigga, that was the most racist shit that I ever heard in my life. And that's when I unsubscribed from the Black Party. Like, that was crazy to me.
But most of this stuff is propaganda, though. Like I was saying earlier, because I've been in the conscious community for a long time, and it's awfully funny that, back during the time I used to be talking about politics, and a lot of the people in the conscious community was like, votes don't matter, votes don't count, don't vote, I'm not voting.
Man, bullshit.
Like when Hillary Clinton and Trump, like, I ain't voting. They had that whole campaign going around. I ain't voting. And I'm telling people, yeah, you gotta, vote. Voting is our voice.
Now,
okay?
what that thing that the presidential party really don't matter more than the local elections, because that's what impacts us.
That's exactly right. But I stand on issues, though. Like, it's what issues are you going to put forward? Just like, Hillary was promising to get rid of those student loans. I was like, oh yeah, I definitely need that. I'm sick of student loans.
Hillary, the same motherfucker that went and ravaged, fucking up. Hillary got more bodies than more people in the whole Democratic Party.
But truth be told, sister, they all do. Why do most of these people are cousins. Most of these people are related to each other, and we think they're somebody different. And then a lot of these people are like, it's like,
and we ain't putting no money towards these people. That's why I'm like, they're not gonna do shit for us. We ain't putting no money towards these motherfuckers.
Most
we
of them
just
people are
marching in
related.
the street.
And then most of them are related. And then it's just like, some of them found that they couldn't get elected as a Republican, therefore they was Democrat. Some of them found that they couldn't get elected as a Democrat, therefore they're Republican, but they have Republican views. So
we ain't putting money towards none of these niggas.
Right. So it's like you gotta look and question and be
so
like,
we at their mercy.
Like a lot of mercy. Like a lot of
LGBT people, the LGBTQ people, they put money in PACs behind whoever they wanted to run.
Right.
It's
and
about
they go
money.
they go to them with their issues. They go to them, they sit at the table. Like
they pay their politicians.
They sit at the table with their issues and they make them follow through and they hold them accountable. Don't just let them tell you anything and walk off. That's why we need better Black leaders. We need more aggressive Black leaders. And I don't mean
and we also need to put money behind the Black leaders that we want to run.
Right. We need
you know what I'm saying? We gotta participate in the political process properly.
Like seriously. Right now, it's the time to
we really have to. Because like we keep on being reactionary instead of proactive.
Yeah, instead of talking about liberal and conservative and all the Republican, we need to be trying to groom a Black candidate that's going to be, that's going to benefit us. Why can't we groom a Black candidate? And then everybody keeps talking about, oh, we need our own political party. Well, when are we going to do that?
When are we? When are we going to put this first? You right. When are we going to put the first steps? We can see a young candidate, maybe a little young alderman or something like that or whatever. We can put some money behind them.
Yeah,
and grow him up a war at the bam. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how everybody else do it. We don't participate properly. That's my whole thing. And everybody be mad at me for saying so, but nigga, no, I'm telling the truth.
And just like on these platforms, we started beefing and talking about now this polite situation that's serious, because I do want to see a lot of these deviants. I want more pressure placed on these deviants and stuff
If
because
you bought a fucking system when a nigga told you, when you can Google when that sovereignty shit didn't work, and you bought that shit, you deserve to get scammed. I'm sorry. Like you a dumb motherfucker. Like I'm not
no, I ain't talking about the scamming. I'm talking about, it's a bit deep, 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 but it's deep, deep, deep. But
I didn't
what
even know that black people even had sex cults and shit like that.
it's like
That shit was beyond me.
it's a cult thing. It's sort of like a cult thing that's going on, but I don't want to, because we'll be wavering off into religion and stuff again. So we don't want to go too deep into that.
Yeah, no, I think that all the religions should come together. As far as a community, because if the Israelites want to have their beliefs, or the Kemetic people want to,
They can go
or
buy them some
if,
land.
like, you know what I'm saying, but we all have to have one common
Yeah,
goal to
they can go buy
advance,
them some
no matter
land
what your belief is. Like,
and break
I
this.
don't, if you want to believe in what you believe, that's fine, as long as you aren't harming other people. When you get to
Like the
harming other people,
Mormons.
that's when I have a problem. But no,
like the
you believe in all that stuff?
Like the Mormons and the Nubians tribe, but it's just like you still got to understand that you have to follow the laws of the land.
Nah, I don't fuck with the Nubians. Them niggas rape kids.
I don't either, but I'm just using that as an example. Like I will organize, like if it's so serious, it's umbrellas.
I
You
didn't
know,
even know they had a cult like that. If I would have known, I probably would be in jail. I'm dead ass. I was a
uh,
victim of that type of shit before.
oh
Like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I can't.
Shoot, I
I
read
can't
one
even
of his
hear
books
about it or be
I
around
read
somebody who done it or none of that shit.
I read
Nigga,
one of his
I do something to you. Like, I'm not one of them.
I read one of his books when I was in college, and something in my spirit told me that wasn't right. Because at first it was
I
interesting.
thought that shit was white people crimes. I
At
was so
first it was,
disappointed when I heard it was a black man that was doing this shit. Dog, when I heard that person was
and
black,
he
I
not
was
the
so
first.
disappointed.
He ain't the first or the last one. You got Nature Boy. You had what
Oh, Nature Boy was ridiculous. He
what is it?
what did he say? He had some boy played with his
Israel
penis or
Ben.
something or another,
What is his name? Ben Israel.
and
Whatever. The
people
dude
follow
out of
him.
Florida. He ain't the first one, and then a lot of churches operate as cults as well. You know what I'm saying? A lot of religious sectors operate as cults as well. So it ain't the first or the last.
But no, I don't, ma'am. No, I don't. I'm dead ass. No, I don't. I just moved over here to the East Coast. I ain't know nothing about none of this shit. This shit didn't happen in the Midwest.
Yes, it did, especially in Chicago. You just don't like you just didn't venture off into them sets, but in them sets because anything about Harvey, Louisiana? I mean Harvey, Illinois.
Yeah, I know about Harvey.
What they be saying about Harvey?
It's not a Chicago. Don't fuck with niggas in Harvey.
And the police and stuff like that are corrupt because they cousins, ain't they? Everybody related, huh?
We ain't heard that, and to that extent, like I never heard it, and I grew up there. But like I know, like it was a stigma against Harvey.
Yeah, yeah. I did a little research into that. I did a little research. I just like to know things and be aware or whatever. I did a little research into what was going on, but like I'm saying, like I don't,
Yeah, as far as Chicago is concerned, I know about gang violence.
and
That's it. I don't know about no cult shit. I know
right.
about gang violence for sure.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's
know
a
about
trip.
any cult shit.
And that's a trip in itself because it's like how did the divide come? When most people were one, and then the divide comes, and then you got But anyways, I don't want to like get into that either.
Now you can deep dive into it because it's probably somebody who may have been a person who was in the gang culture in Chicago,
And
and
then
they
it's
want
like
to
I
know.
think that the drug era messed them up too because the drug era messed up that because it could have been something very prominent. Because like people think that it's only black gangs, but there's a gang of every race in Chicago. But a lot of them, they like working in government now. They
Chicago.
operating
Did
out
you
of
know that
government.
Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in the United States?
Hmm. And they
Right.
operate
So
in
there
government,
there was no white people coming into our neighborhoods doing anything. Do you know
and
that?
they operating in government. Like a lot of their gang stuff is government, like the mob or whatever. The mob, they was getting
Nigga, I'm telling you, we was bogus. I'm telling you right now from firsthand experience. I'm 39. From the crack era, we was bogus in the motherfucker. I was involved in a drive-by shooting. I almost got shot and all that kind of shit. Like, no, no, it wasn't no white people fault. We was doing that shit to each other.
and then a
I'm
lot
telling
now.
you right now.
Now with the drill music, it's over lyrics, it's over beefing, it's over dissing, it's over dissing dead ops and stuff. It's just crazy.
We've been that way since Al Capone.
But
Chicago has always been violent, very
it could
violent place.
it could have been a good it could have been a good thing. It could have been a good thing if I don't know what happened, what dropped the ball. I know a lot of the leaders and stuff like that got locked up and all that kind of stuff. But
A
just like
lot of the upper ups make money off of the violence in Chicago. That's why it's
that's true too.
perpetuated.
Just
No,
like the
I'm telling
music,
you exactly why. Like, nigga, I grew up there.
right?
I'm
Just like
telling
the
you
music,
why.
like
Like, it's the higher ups that make money off of the violence and everything like that, and that's why it's perpetuated. It's been
yeah, it's a lot
perpetuating,
of money to be
and
made off of black
yeah, the
business.
police officers involved with it. What the damn? Like a white girl couldn't even come in our community. The police would cuss her ass out.
And just like the music industry, a lot of people don't realize that once these artists are signed or whatever, a lot of times these record labels and stuff have insurance on these artists. So therefore, and then depending on what kind of contract they sign and what kind of negotiation they sign, the record label also owns the rights to their music forever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's like a lot of big money to be made off of things, and people have to pay more attention to that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people,
I thank God I left there. I thank God for that. It's a soulless place.
that's what everybody keeps saying. That's what
You
I hear a
believe
lot
it?
of Chicago people saying.
No, I'm dead. That's serious. It's a soulless place.
So
You
you
gotta
got,
bag into your parking spaces. You can't even park front ways because somebody probably a 12-year-old will probably rob your ass.
and then I'm sure because you have to get used to losing people, and like whenever you get to that point, it's like you start not caring.
We seen
It's
so
hard,
much violence that it's we seen so much violence that it's numb to us. Somebody
right?
gets shot, we like, oh yeah, all right, let me
Yeah,
back
and
up.
when it becomes none, that's just like you stop caring about life. You know what I'm saying? It's like people stop valuing people's lives and life. And then when you get to the point where you wake up every day and you realize there's a 50-50 chance that you would live or die that day, that's a bad feeling.
Nigga, we had to carry fucking locks and socks to go to high school, nigga.
My aunt, she got this was back in the 80s though, but one of my aunts got shot 9 times. And still to this day, like I don't know if the Chicago side of the family ain't telling us what happened, but still to this day, us down here, we don't know what really happened.
They not gonna tell you. That shit is dangerous. You talking about some? Oh, they don't go to Chicago. They lying on us. No, no, believe them. That's a dangerous ass city.
And some of them drill rappers, one of them like Steve McGee
I
and
feel
me,
so bad about those drill rappers. I didn't even know
mm,
the
Memo
art
six
of drill rap. I didn't know, what it was,
Memo
and
600
it's
was one of
worse
the
than
people
what
laid
I
to
went
me.
through when I was little. I'm like, damn.
It's bad. It's like let me save, let me trace. Like if y'all from Chicago, let's get you back home, but don't bring that mess down here though. We don't need
You
no
got
block
certain
riding.
attitudes and everything. That's what I was like, man, don't try me. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Don't try me. And I was
Yeah,
like,
we
man,
don't need
I'm from
no
Chicago. They were like, oh, okay, okay, I'm gonna leave you alone. Okay,
right. We don't need
but
no block riding and sliding. You know what I'm saying?
it's
Because
sad.
a lot of them related to each other. That's what's so sad. You know, it's like they were friends and they family and stuff. It's sad. You know, just sad. Like it's
It's
sad.
been dangerous there for decades, and it's even worse. It's at least when they had gangs, you had your goals and meetings and things of that nature. The GDs, the vice lords, or what the band, they had their goals, they had their meetings, and
Growth
they
and
would converse
development.
amongst each other, and and plan whatever schedule that they were going to have or whatever. And you couldn't touch a citizen or like nothing like that. Like back in the day, and they locked all of them up, and now it's just reckless with young people.
Yeah, they insane because it's like people from different gangs in one set. Because that, like when they closed down the projects, like a lot of them projects and stuff, people ended up
Oh
intermixing.
yeah, yeah. I'm hip. I remember when I was living there when they started closing down all of the projects.
Yeah, Cabrini
Now I
Green.
still remember going to the Wells. I still remember going to IDB Wells and the Cabrini Green and
So you knew
the
FBG
Ickies
Duck.
and all that kind of shit. Like what I'm
You
saying,
knew.
that I'm an old school ass Chicago person.
So you knew FBG Duck and all of them because they were from Ida B. Wells.
I know of them, but I didn't know them niggas. Like what I'm saying, like how big Chicago was.
Yeah,
But
I
no,
got you.
I did know of that person. I didn't honestly. He wasn't a big person when I was coming up. He probably would have been a baby when I was coming up. I'm 39.
Yeah, he was 27 when he died. So yeah, he was about 10 years younger than you.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have known that young brother at all.
But see, that's the other thing though. It's like
And the
project.
IDB Wells is like probably like 15 fucking rows deep, like 15 blocks deep. It's not like we would know like somebody from the party. Like it was like one building.
Yeah, and the same thing is like it happened in New Orleans. It was the same sort of thing in New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? And that's the other thing though. The projects. Like it's good in a sense. Yeah, they probably needed to be torn down, but they should have been more organized on how they rehouse people.
No, baby, they actually it was an experiment. That's what people don't realize. The projects was an experiment of putting
Yeah,
us all close together and see how we would act when we were close together. It was an experiment.
because a lot of
We
things
wasn't
go
supposed to
down in
be there for
projects.
that long a bit of time and things of that nature. That's why they
And
dismantled and tore them all down eventually. And now it's gentrification in that so those certain neighborhoods. It wasn't supposed to be something
yeah,
that you
because
thrived on
it
or
don't
anything.
matter. It don't matter what city and how big or small. The projects are always bad. Bad. Like the projects are always
You
bad.
put a whole bunch of poor people with no money, like no money and whatever, no way out or whatever, and put them all together in a group. Yeah, they social studied that whole thing. That's what the fuck it was for. It
And it's
wasn't
like,
for like what I'm saying, giving us housing or nothing. No, they want to study how poor people, like poor black people, whatever, like what I'm saying, with no money, and you give them drugs, who want to pay them and see what they do. They just inspected that shit with a microscope. That's what the fuck they was doing. It wasn't because they wanted to help us or nothing. They didn't want to help nobody.
right? I get you. I get you. I get you.
That's what I'm saying. Like and they were like, oh well, they trying to undermine us. Yeah, nigga, like they don't give a fuck about you. These people came and brought your ass over from a whole other country and or like when you was here, it classified you as something else and what the fam. They want you to work. No, they're not going to give you a fair shake. So stop expecting that they're going to do it.
They're gonna hand you something. They ain't handing us nothing.
Whatever the fuck they hand you got poison on it. Who
Uh,
then?
Cardis? I don't want to mispronounce the name. Cardinstar said, yes, I suggest reading the book Behind Ghetto Walls by Lee Rainwater. I will check that out because you know
I'll
that.
get that book.
Yeah, because we have to learn how to solve our problems. Like we have to learn how to solve our own problems. So, in order to solve your own problem, just like that happened, there's nothing that we can't reverse it. So, like, we need to become more informed on how to prevent that from happening again. Or else they're gonna keep running these same experiments on us, and we're gonna keep falling for the same okey doke. And that's what's
I
been
think
happening.
I think that question is lazy. We know what to do. We really do. We have scruples. We have dexterity. We have the what we need to. Even in this system. Only thing that we need to do is have like probably a bigger military or somebody who could, ward off foreigners or whatever when they try to come. But other than that, I just don't believe that we're incapable. I don't believe we're second class citizens. I'm not one of them type of people. Like, you know what
I
I'm
got
saying? Like,
you.
no, because I'm smart in the motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm I don't believe I'm a second class citizen to no white people.
No, I
It's some
don't
white
either.
people I
That's not
look
what I'm
down on.
talking about when I was talking about the projects. It's like,
No, I'm just saying about, the entire how the community think. Like, you know what I'm
I got
saying?
you. I see what you're saying. Mentality. It was the mentality. I got you. I understand. I understand. I understand. I
I don't
understand
get two nigga fucks in the whole house about what a white man did at all. What are we doing? Oh well, like R. Kelly got prosecuted. Well, the white man, he didn't get prosecuted. Like, no, maybe we don't like fucking pedophiles in the white community do. Like, why are we comparing ourselves to them? Like, they the standard.
And right. And then, once again, it goes back to the laws that are still on a lot of these old laws that are still on the books. We need to, like, instead of us knowing, like, the meta netter, in which no disrespect to the meta netter, no disrespect to any African culture, we need to know the American politics and American laws because this is where we live. We know more about what's happening overseas than we know
Hmm.
about the dirt right under our feet.
Right. We think we are gypsies and shit.
And then people talking about move to Africa. It's like, who's gonna do that? How many people are actually gonna do that? And what's gonna
Half the motherfuckers ain't got no passport, so must have moved to Africa.
right? And then how many people are gonna advance or progress once they get there? Like what's gonna happen once we get there? Because that's what happened with the what was it? The American Colonization Society when they moved all of those people to Liberia, which is American colony, and they funded Liberia up until 1860, and then dropped the funding. And those people in
Mhm.
Liberia they started getting into that diamond thing and all of that kind of stuff because they were pressed for money. They were no more longer getting government funded, like you said, put you in the projects and then abandon you, and now you gotta scramage and run around and chop the next person's neck off to eat. So like what's gonna happen? They're gonna let you come over there. They're gonna like welcome you because and then when they extract all of your American dollars, then what's gonna happen then? Do you think that they're gonna give us opportunity being third class citizens? Because if you're not indigenous to that area, or that area, you're not guaranteed those rights. So it's like people have to think and people have to think, and that's just like starting all over again when you can take what you have here and build something here for yourselves. So our minds have been kidnapped. Like our minds have been kidnapped in so many different directions, and it's like instead of us looking at what can I do now, what can I do right now where I'm at, how can I build where I'm at, like because you can take a dollar and build. You could take a dollar and make it grow. Go get you some. Like back in the day, we had candy peddlers. They like somebody like I used to sell
A
incense,
dollar actually depreciates, so you don't
I
want
used
to fucking sell a dollar.
I used to sell incense and stuff. I go buy some incense, for like $12 and sell them and get a profit. I've sold fruit before. Like fruit before. I spent like $30 on some fruit and opened up my own little fruit stand, and I end up making $200, and then just kept just kept it, kept growing from there. So it's like you take what I'm just saying is you start out small and you just build and keep reinvesting, and pretty soon you'll have yourself something. You don't necessarily have to start off all elaborate and big. Just start out. Just start. Just
Oh yeah,
do it.
I'm hip. I'm hip. If anybody feel you, nigga, I feel you.
That I'm just using that as an example. Take, like the I don't want to use them as no example, but incense oils. At least you getting a little bit. And if you have several streams of income, boom, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Just start off. Just do something. Just go talk to your family tomorrow. Just, like start talking to your family now. Don't wait. Start, like coming up with plans now for your family. Don't wait. Don't wait, and don't be looking at things too much on a larger scale. You waiting on some. You live in Mississippi, but you trying to unify with somebody in Philadelphia.
You shouldn't wait on anything.
Right. You
I am a person that's from down south who lives in the north, and I can connect those people with certain things and whatnot.
right. It'll
And
eventually
I do not believe in having false hopes and
Right,
being
it'll
realistic.
eventually happen, but what I'm saying is start where you're at, start where you're at and then expound out. Now, and then some people do have the capability of being, nationwide. If you have that capability, then do that. You know what I'm saying? But it don't have to be big all the time. Just start something, start somewhere, do something, start a plan, just do something. We're sitting back and we're doing more talking than we are, action, and talking to our families and trying to figure out what we can do as a family structure. Or, we're doing more complaining than we are, producing action or results.
Yeah, Uda, what do you think? Hello, Uda.
He might be working on something. He does that.
I know.
Info is my older brother friend. We were together in ATL.
Oh, you and Uda work together?
No, that's what he typed.
Oh no, then yeah, that's it. Yeah, info. Shout out to Info Minds. Yeah, that's my brother's friend, my people's. Shout out to Info. What's up? What's going on? You ask me a question
Yeah, she was asking you for your opinion.
on my opinion on which point.
Progress, development. Like start the economic growth. Like starting off with the family. The things that we were talking about, like what are some of your ideas? Because the more the merrier, or the more stimulating.
I agree. I agree. Like Susu's like my family's Caribbean and stuff like that, right? From the islands and stuff. So it's the thing like Susu's
So
like
what part of the islands are your family from, beloved?
from all over, man. From a lot of islands. My people's mixed up, man. You know what I mean? But
Well, Susu was Haitian, from what I.
oh no, like a partner in where I'm at. A susu is what some people call it, but they'll call it a partner or something like that, where people pool money together. We need to start pooling resources, pooling money. That'd be good. You know what I'm saying? We need money to do some stuff. Whether we doing it as a community, whether we doing it as, you know what I mean, starting it as things that's in our building with different people, not just our own family, even though we could build with our family. But sometimes it be family to do you shady too. So
I
we
got
gotta
you.
build. So sometimes we gotta build. Finances is always good. I think we need that. Um, I think a lot of our problems though, stem from a lot of the accountability, like, like people like Miss Embassy and people like that talk about the accountability, us taking accountability for a lot of our actions. Um, It's a lot. It's a lot, man. You know what I mean? I think it's a lot of issues. I think we have a lot of issues, and I don't know who has the right situation or the right solution. Me personally, I know that we're in a financial crunch. You know what I mean? I know that. I know something financial. I was talking to a brother today, and he said it's like the 100-man plan, where 100 you get 100 people, and then 100 people chip into this thing, or you know what I'm saying, and then you invest the money, things like that. If we get a system of things like that, where you got 100 people, things like that, put their money together. You know, sometimes it sounds easy, but it's hard. I was just in a drug game and I was selling drugs, and I was talking to people about stuff like that in the drug game. Like, yo, bro, we could take together and put that money. Come on, man. We make money all the time. We spending money all the time. And when you live a lifestyle like that, you spend money quicker. You know what I'm saying? Money comes quicker and you spend it much faster. So like instead of that, like why don't we just like instead of like everybody was for themselves though in my community, though. You know what I mean? Like they sold drugs, but everybody's for themselves. So I'm
Yeah, I
like,
see one of your older videos. It was a very great video, but I was like, oh,
I appreciate you,
that
Queen.
was Uda back in the day.
Yeah, back in the times, man. Back in the times. But you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we don't put our money together. You know what I'm saying? Shit like this. You know what I mean? There's mad stuff we need to do. What we need to do though is most definitely everybody need to be downloading, me included, the sex offenders app and having that app like how we have
The
citizens
sex
app.
offender app.
Okay, the app, the offenders list app, because a girl been told me this years ago, and when she showed me, and she showed me a guy that she was talking about, I come to know this guy when I was 9 years old. I said, I know this nigga when I was, yeah. So
How do you say it? The
yeah,
the offenders app or sex
the,
offenders app?
the app that all the dots pop up in your community, in your neighborhood.
You'll be
Yeah,
amazed.
we
You'll
need
be
that type
amazed
of
at how
shit,
many
man.
sex
We need to
offenders
be,
that you're living around, especially if you
yeah,
got
No,
children.
I'm trying to download it right, like literally right now.
it's
So that's what I'm
scary,
trying
yo.
to get
It's
spelling.
scary, son. It's scary. When that
Especially if
girl
you
showed me,
have children. Especially if you have
scary.
children.
It's scary, man. It's
You
really
need to
scary.
know where they are.
We need to know, but we need to know where these people are as well.
Yeah,
And then
know
we
what
need
they are. Like most of the
Know
shit
what a
happens in the
sex
house.
offender. Know when you got a sex
people.
offender in your area. You know, that's what I mean. Know where they
No,
are.
most of the shit happens in
You
the
got to
house.
know where these people are. We do, and you got to know that to put up the little things on the in the corner stores, like in the district. Like let's say you got 4 good corner stores around the block. You know what I mean? Put those things in there where the kids are working. Like okay, they can see this. Sometimes we know, but people know, but
Yeah,
kids
put them
don't
niggas
know.
on blast.
So kids don't know we got to put these things on blast. We got to get a culture of putting that shit on blast when this community was in the family. Get your ass out the crib. Uncle Pete got to go. All of that. Because we can't, because other children coming around the house. Not just that, he might not be predator on the family kids, but what about when the next kids come over, spend a night,
Us
sleep over,
aunties sitting there looking
shit
strange
happening,
at him because he ain't got them too.
creepy shit,
And like
creepy.
you know what I'm saying, he done got some nieces and
So
you know what I'm saying, probably a nephew or something
we
like
got
that within the family, and they all at Thanksgiving dinner, you all looking strange or whatever because Uncle Pete right there knew what the film.
And
Now
that's
that shit
damaging.
is common. That shit is common in the motherfucker, and we
And
don't
that's how we're
take it
damaging the youth.
security is major. Security in anything they building, kings, castles, whatever, man. Security is gone. Security, man. We need to secure ourselves. Even if we get any money, we're gonna get it fucking pillaged and taken because we ain't got no goddamn security. So we need some security, and we gotta secure ourselves because our police are not securing us. No one's securing us.
Yeah,
So
we rely on
people that
the quote unquote white system for
yeah,
security, and people get upset.
yeah,
Tell us,
yeah,
oh yeah, you called a white man
yeah.
on me. Like we don't have. If I would have called, like you know what I'm saying, if I would have called my people, you'd be happy to be relinquished to the white man, honestly. Like you know what I'm saying, because they gonna do you way more worse
you
than that
facts.
fucking white man, fam. Like my
That's
brothers,
why I don't agree with
will put a hurting
defunding
on
the
your goof
police.
ass. Like
Oh yeah,
fam,
yeah, yeah.
That's why I
you want
can't
me to
agree
call
with
the white
defunding
man
the
versus
police.
my brothers. Like if I call my brothers, you may come up missing. You know what I'm saying? Like at least with the police,
around my
your ass to be in
family,
handcuffs and you get tried in front of the jury or whatever. My brothers and them, no, you probably won't get your day in court, fam. You probably your family probably won't see you no more. I'm just gonna say that like that.
oh yeah, shot town.
No, they won't defund the police. Do you really want black people justice? Because there's brothers like mine roaming around. Oh, you did what to my sister? Catch your ass in the alley, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna see your goof ass no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? So do you want, you know what I'm saying? Do you really want to defund the police and leave it up to black people to
But
do?
just like you're talking about, just like this situation with Polite, it's like, like look at how far they went within our system, within the community,
Nigga, I used to live in Florida. That brother would have came up missing. We'd have took that nigga to the
and
Everglades.
nobody did anything.
To the
Like
Everglades. Took that nigga to the
nobody did
Everglades and left
anything.
his ass there amongst the alligators and shit.
And then we have a problem as black people where we like to brush stuff under the because a lot of
Matter
times
of fact, open the womb up so they can see blood and throw his ass off in the fucking
the pastor be doing it and everything, and then people excuse the pastor, and that's how it keeps going. And before you know it, the pastor got 5 or 10 victims, and then because they excuse the pastor, and then just like Polite, his popularity and stuff, people want to excuse him. No, I don't care who you are. If you do that, I don't care what kind of songs, how good your songs are. I don't care, how good you speak in public.
I stopped listening to R. Kelly 15 years ago. When that tape came out, I haven't listened to that man's songs ever since then. I can't even hear it because I'm thinking he's singing to a baby.
You have a lot
I'm
of
like, I was like, oh man, all this shit is to a baby. Like, it make me like cover up my clothes and shit. Like, I'm like, oh my god. I can't even listen to R. Kelly songs.
And then black mothers at that's around here defending R. Kelly. I'm like, no,
I grew up in that region. And
like,
yes, it was black women that was covering for him, and it was black men too. And we all knew for decades. I knew my entire life that R. Kelly liked little girls.
You're right, Star. You're right. Yeah. Infomon have one too as well. You know what I mean? You can use Infomon's promo code as well. You can have that as well. I'm gonna set a community one.
It was
a joke. I've been promoting it here. So
it ended up being like a joke. Like oh, you got too old for R. Kelly. Oh no, you ain't old enough for R. Kelly. Who out the bam
out there in Chicago?
Yeah, grew up in the region. We knew that shit our whole life.
I was speaking with some people from Chicago on Information Man show the other day. He had a great show the other day. It was a lot of people on there, and the panels was running. And a couple of people from Chicago, at least like 3-4 people. Then this lady came up from Chicago. She was telling some stories like, no, some motherfucker saying shoot R. Kelly ass if you see him around the neighborhood. She was telling another story.
My older cousins said that he used to go to their schoolhouse.
Yeah, they said he hung around high schools.
That's what I heard before, but like 3 guys or 3 people came up and they was like, nah. And they was like, nah, we never heard that shit. They lying. That's cap. You know what I'm saying?
They went from Chicago. I don't get, man, please. Hell no. They went from Chicago.
A woman came up on Information Man show. She said a girl from her neighborhood, in the environment in the neighborhood she used to think. She started naming like the surrounding areas. I can't remember each. I wish I remember one she named, but she's just naming it surrounding areas. She said the girl was 12 years old, and the girl came back to the block and was like, she was shucking. She was like scary and like scared and stuff. And she was like, yo, she was scared to go home and stuff. She just had sex with R. Kelly. The girl was 12 years old. This is what the woman came on Information Man show and told Information Man and us. I was live on the panel too. Told us all, and then she said further that it was other stories going on, with so much so that people in her community, like the guys, the drug dealers, and all the guys in the community, like, yo, listen, man, they had like basically, if you see him, like clap him, hit him, like some crazy shit. But like this is what she was saying from her own perspective. She said it was really serious. Other people saying it
Chicago is a soulless place. Chicago is a place where you can't even park. You can't even park normally within a parking spot. You got a bag in your pocket spot because something may happen to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Chicago is a very dangerous ass place.
Yeah, man.
Don't get it fucking twisted.
Yeah, man.
And that's how it is for real. And if anybody say different, they fucking lying. I was involved in a fucking drive by. Almost died fucking with Chicago.
But you know what I don't understand? Because like even during the Kanika Jenkins and all that, right?
Yeah.
It's like, we were like, how can we help Chicago? But then there was people in Chicago, they were just like, we don't want no help. We don't need no outsiders. You're not from Chicago. It's like we were trying to figure out how to come up with some solutions or how to help, and they were like,
there is no help in Chicago. Been the same way it's been since Al Capone.
Take it from a fellow Chicagoan.
Chicago been the same way since Al Capone, fam.
That's crazy.
That's how it is.
But Chicago
It's
ain't
a whole
the
lot,
place though, because you got
ma'am.
Baltimore, you got Memphis, you got
I don't
where
know. I never lived in any of those places, but I know damn well I would not wish the South Side or the West Side of Chicago on my enemy.
Memphis is off the chain, Baltimore is off the chain. It's
No,
like
it ain't like Chicago. I guarantee you that.
Baltimore is off the chain.
Baltimore.
I guarantee it ain't like Chicago.
I know.
No,
Baltimore's off the chain though.
Baltimore might
No,
even be
I
neck and
guarantee
neck.
it's not like Chicago.
No,
Shit,
Baltimore
man.
is pretty
Baltimore
bad.
giving it a run for the goddamn money though, but
I bet you I can
Chicago's
walk
harsh.
through
Chicago,
Baltimore better than I can walk through Chicago.
I possibly believe you. I possibly believe that too. It's a possibility. Well, different areas are always crazy, no matter where it's at. It's a Chicago
It's
every.
a shame.
Because right now in my city, Bronx is moving like damn Chicago, and not like Chicago fully, but it's like Chicago. Look at all them
That
shooters
drill rap.
up
Nah,
to the Bronx. It's going crazy up there right now. So
Drill rap. Because
niggas can
ain't
only
that Takashi
assume.
69?
Niggas
yeah,
can only
Takashi
assume.
69.
yeah,
And then
That
you
shit
Chicago,
was
got
crazy.
Miami.
yeah,
That
Then
shit
you
was
got
crazy when
Miami
I was
going
coming up
crazy
though.
too.
yeah, spreading all the
It's
drill
even
rap.
worse now.
And Jacksonville, Florida, it's a lot of places, and a lot of this is centered around the drill rap right now because they feel like in order to be a rapper, you gotta be involved in that type of culture, and so
Uh-huh.
basically
It's sad.
they self snitching all over the internet. Because like the police don't need no help no more to solve the crime because they done got online and told on themselves.
Yeah, one of my family members, she lived on the west side, and she was trying to go to work, and a guy got the straight up shot while she was trying to go to work, like in front of her car, and she had to step over the motherfucker, get in the car, and drive off.
Gotta walk my mind. Yep. That shit is crazy, man. Craziness. I am going to end the stream like right now, 5 o'clock, 5 hours. Sounds like a
Oh,
good.
it's
Yeah,
5. Is it 5 o'clock?
No, not 5 o'clock. It's
5 hours.
5 hours.
It's been a minute.
It's 5 hours. But this was it's so good, and the chemistry of this is crazy because y'all both have strong personalities. But you know what I mean? That's why I just was letting it rock, and I wasn't even saying nothing. You know what I mean? Because y'all both got strong personality. This is the great thing about community and me being on these panels. Like I'll be writing down who I think is going to be great for podcasts and different things that I'm putting together, and I'm seeing how the chemistries are going to work. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy, but this is what the channel is about. It's about us being on this screen. Us, you know what I'm saying? You, them, you know what I mean? Y'all got shows on here. Da, 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 da. It's like TV. This is
Yeah,
work. And it's all of us on this shit. We're gonna highlight each other. We're gonna do exactly what people don't do, which is
right.
highlight each other, share each other, and show love to each other. And that's it. Simple. It's
You
just
think
simple.
I'll make it in Brooklyn?
Very simple concept. Come and sit. Come and let me show you. We'll see. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, Brooklyn is sweet, man. Brooklyn's cool, man. You know what I mean? I
I
mean,
don't know where Brooklyn at.
cool, man.
I don't know.
I just met a girl. She was from a woman actually, but she was from what? She said she came from Connecticut somewhere. I don't know, but she was like, "Yo, I've been here for like a month and so like that." I'm like, "Yo, is it like that?" She's like, "No, it's cool though." You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Watch out like any other city, man. You watch
But
out. It's cool though.
Brooklyn is the most conscious area out of them, out of the boroughs, right?
Harlem is really serious too, man. It's so conscious, man. You know what I mean? Brooklyn, I mean, you go like Bed-Stuy, got some, you feel like that black feeling out there. You know what I'm saying? Even though like I'm from Flatbush, so it's like multicultural, West Indian,
So
American.
what's the difference between Flatbush and the other?
Harlem is like different. They call for me Flatbush, like the people that's from Brooklyn, like Flatbush is like the Beverly Hills part of Brooklyn. It's like more, a little bit.
Oh,
It's a little bit different to me. But maybe I'm from Flatbush, so I'm going to be biased when I say stuff like that. But people said
I
things.
still want to know the difference.
East New York is a little more harder. Brownsville.
Yeah, I heard of East New York and Brownsville
So
as far
Brownsville
as
a little
listening
more
literature.
harsher, especially back in the days. You know what I'm saying? A little more harsher. Crown Heights is like Caribbean-ish. You know what I'm saying? It's cool though. Shit go down everywhere though, but Crown Heights is more Caribbean. It's kind of cooler. You know what I mean? Then Flatbush is kind of cooler than the other sides, but it goes down in Flatbush too. Yeah, but it's kind of different in Flatbush though. Flatbush Avenue leading to Atlantic Avenue, the Barclays Center, downtown Kings Plaza Mall, different things like that. So I think Flatbush is a little different. You know,
They just pop up on your ass. I will come see you. I'm only in Boston.
the whole hood. Yeah, that's not far at all, man. It's a couple hours. You know what I mean? Most definitely is only a few hours.
But Uda, it's definitely been a pleasure
I appreciate you, Queen.
as usual, and thank you for allowing me on your panel.
I always
I
appreciate.
enjoyed myself, and and I'm gonna leave you to close. And
No, but
so
please tell the people where to find you. That's the first thing first.
I am well right now. I'm not currently going live, but I am about to start going live, and
I just want to
my
know where to find you on that channel. Cause
QI Film Media and Art.
yeah, till
And
you
I'm
get ready, we want them going over there and start piling, get ready to when you start.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna do that definitely with you and some positive people because I'm in my analytics are the beef sector.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't have sector content, but I'm in the beef sector. So, what you were saying, talking about
Let's
doing
talk about that.
earlier,
I want to do
it's
something on the beef sector. I really want
right.
to go back
Yes.
and talk
What
Well,
is
about.
the
no, we
beef
don't want
sector?
to start off doing anything on the beef sector
Okay,
because that's going to cause a back and forth. What we
you're right.
want to do is emphasize on some. We're going to want to intrigue people to, just like for instance, this polite thing probably would have been perfect because it's drama.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
so as long as you give them a little drama and it's not dealing with anything, because when you start beefing, they're going to beef back. And so before you know it, you're caught up into
I
a
know. I'm
back.
not going down that way. I'm not going. I'm not going.
Right. I don't
Every
do it
time,
back. I don't do
this
all
is
that.
too much, man. And me personally, I got a temperament, man. I'll be down there.
Look at Robbie
I'll be
being
down there
critical.
knocking on somebody's
Talking
door.
about don't do it.
And I'm trying to say, these niggas want to be conscious. The one day they want to be conscious, then they trying to kill motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers trying
Yeah,
to be one.
right,
He said,
right.
these
They
niggas
gonna
trying to be
switch it
one.
up on you.
You know what Sana
But
said?
she,
This is
her
what Sana said.
analytics are in the beef sector too. She still does her thing. So it's like, yeah, it is trash, but it's like I've always done my own type of I've done my own type of content or whatever. And the thing is, you just wanna it works both ways because you get outside of the beef sector. I haven't gone live to get outside of the analytics. And at the same time, you want to intrigue people because it's sort of getting boring and people are sort of getting tired and they're looking for something new. So, you're trying to help, you just, trying to offer something new and different and, keep it pushing. Long as you don't engage, you just keep it pushing, and pretty soon your analytics, you focus on the analytics instead of focusing on that culture and those people.
I don't know. I don't think I can get involved with the beef sector people because people end up hating me.
Raw telling me, don't do it. Don't do it. Raw, what's up, B? What's up, bro?
Yeah.
What's up?
Fam, I'm
Mostly I'm
telling
too
you.
condescending.
What's up, bro? I can hear you. Let me see if I can hear you. Say something, bro.
Yeah, these beef sector people, they the
Lord
devil for
Jesus.
real. Like I got 5 cases pending on people in the
Let
beef
me play
sector.
the Jason sound for you, Queen. Good.
But Raul, what I think that you should have done, because I'm subscribed to your channel and I watch your content. I watch and support a lot of people in the background.
That's cool.
You never know I'm there. And at one time, you were basically minding your own business and doing, your own thing. And trying to produce, positive content. And you should have stuck with that and don't let them, because the art of the game that they play,
Oh.
the game that they play is they're gonna try, if especially when they see that you're positive and you can grow, because in that sector you cannot grow, like if you're beefing. So
And
the thing is to not let them drag you into the drama. You know what I'm saying? Just keep focusing on what you're doing, on what you're doing, and pretty soon the analytics will affect it. You know what I'm saying? The
right,
analytics.
and I totally
Go
get
ahead.
that. But when you have people that are creating businesses in the same name of your business trying to steal your brand, when you
Wow.
have people doxing your husband and court cases that you have going on with your
Shoot,
family,
I've been
when
doxxed.
when you have people
No,
exposing your
that's what scares
children's
me. This is why I don't want a fucking YouTube channel.
right,
Because I'm
when
Hold
you
like,
have people
I
on.
can't.
exposing
Hold on, Miss Embassy. I don't want to cut her bill. I want to hear what's happening with her. Tell me what happened.
when you have people exposing your address so that your children are now scared because they hear you on the phone with the police making incident reports about this incessant behavior from these people while you're ignoring them.
Hmm.
It's you have no choice but to take it to the legal field. because I am from Harlem, and it could go a whole other way. But I'm trying
Okay.
to keep it positive, and I'm showing by example, like I told you earlier, demonstrating. You don't have to video box with people. You don't have to go back and forth.
Right.
You can
Yeah.
take them through the legal process.
Right. I
Mm,
And
agree.
QI, you've been watching me for a while, so you know what it gives. I've been ignoring the hell out these people. Do they
Hmm.
stop? This is 3 years now.
man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I got,
So sorry to hear
I had my own, I've been through the rough.
the ringer.
Yeah, I done been through it. So, but I learned. I looked and I learned. I looked and I learned, and I saw the game that they play. And so, it's like it's all about maneuvering out, because basically you don't want, see, a lot of them, they focus on getting subscribers, and it's about the clicks and the views. So
Yeah.
they'll cut up. They don't care about what they do to get clicks and views.
Mhm.
But people like us, you're gonna grow. You might grow a little slower, and that's good, because you want a core audience. You don't want just like somebody to subscribe because you're talking about mess. You want somebody who's going to be with you for the long haul. You want people that are interested in your actual content. So I looked and I learned, and I was just like, and that's where they try to drag you in, because a lot of them don't have content outside of beefing. They don't
Right,
have
like now
content
that
outside of. Go ahead.
r- right, like now that I've shared you, you'll probably see beef sector people trying to come over here, trying to start drama, trying to tell you all type of shit. Like they follow me everywhere I go, like little cockroaches. You understand what I'm saying?
That's all right,
So
Queen.
it's
Let me come. I'm from Harlem. I'm out here in Harlem too, so don't let me have to get the scraps, nigga. Nah, I'm fucking with you. I'm,
ah,
see what I'm saying? We had to get there. Nah, we chilling, Queen. You got about
But
some.
look at a lot of the larger content
Sad to
creators.
hear that crazy, crazy shit, but she's right about that because look, it's
Uh-huh.
crazy. Some of the first people when I came into doing this, like I told you, I was staying out of doing that. I drop my music on here and stuff like that, acting shit, and get the fuck off. But at the end of the day, the people I was meeting was people in the sector, and I was like, Jesus Christ! And it just people were getting doxxed and all types of shit.
That's
It's
a
one
shame
of the
too. You
reasons
got to go through all
I
of that.
created this.
That's a shame.
But look
It's
at a
one of the
lot of
main
the
reasons of why I created one community because it's so much separation. That's why I created this.
right,
I
but
had
look
to
at
go
a
right.
check.
lot of
It's
look
crazy.
at a lot of the larger content creators. I mean, that are larger than us. I mean, much, much, much larger than us.
And the shit too,
But
right?
they focus on their content.
Mhm.
They get it too. Because it's hatred and jealousy and different things like that. People
Yeah.
want to pull a crab in a barrel. But like a lot of the larger successful ones that stay successful, they keep focused on their business at hand. They keep focused on their content, and and their channel. They try not to engage. You don't see them like really engaging in too many back and forth. And then the ones that have been pretty substantial, that do end up getting into the back and forth, you will see them go on a decline. So I've learned that you got to focus on your content, because pretty soon
Uh-huh.
you won't be in the analytics of the beef sector. You'll be more or less like in whatever analytics your content falls under.
Yeah, so much
Right, but
things.
when people
I
take
listen
your
to a guy
picture,
named Dark Man. He has millions of followers. He's a very positive
I
dude.
used to be with
Um,
Darkman. Is my boy. That's Darkman X. That's my boy. I,
no, Dark Man. I don't know. You talking about Dark Man X? No, Dar DHARMANN.
Okay.
right,
oh,
but when they take your picture and they put in your picture on motherfucking petitions and they put in all your names you ever had in life on the website and exposing you in that manner. See, it's a difference between me and most. What I'm looking at is I already know where my channel gonna go. I already know I'm gonna blow. I already know I'm gonna be a success. It's nothing. What you do is you lay the foundation. You stop the
Hold on.
shit.
Let me bust the applause. Let me King Jaffe
Mhm.
Joe.
right.
Put the roses on the ground. King Jaffe Joe. Chill. I feel you, sister. I feel your
Yeah,
confidence.
yeah, and that's
Celebrate
it.
that.
And that's it. And that's
Celebrate
it.
that shit.
You put a
And that's it.
Gestapo to the shit right now. I'm holding back off my content. I'm a beast. It's nothing. And how this all started was me helping somebody in the community. I
Man,
did graphics for them for the free,
man,
no cap. And
damn
this
right.
is what it
Man.
resolved into. So now I gotta show these hoes what it really is. Now you're gonna go to court. Now you're gonna pay me some money. Now anybody else that wants to get on that same train, you're gonna go to court. You're gonna pay me some money. What's goody? Like I'm not gonna fight with you because all of this back and forth talking on the internet, that's nothing. I prefer that we just meet up somewhere, have a nice little lunch. You know what I'm saying? And it go where it go. The fuck?
Mhm.
That's what they used to on here. They used to people just talking. They don't understand. People that's really New Yorkers, we're not going to talk to you for so long. It's going to be a problem. And I prefer to handle my business like a grown person in a
It's
court
a
of
beef.
law.
I don't want to talk at all. So me personally,
Me either.
I'll be cool. I'll be chilling because
I understand. I'm not a New Yorker, but I don't give a damn about that shit either. I feel
I'm not
you.
going to beef with people on the internet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm personally. You know what I mean? But me personally, I'm Martin till his ex. So you know what I mean? Just because I'm here and I'm
Stop it.
calm,
I say that all the time.
I'm Martin till his ex. And I'm telling you, son. Like I'm not going to beef. People beef with me on here. I'm liable to tap on your door. Like that's the type of shit I'm
Mhm.
into. Like that's where I'm from. I'm from that old school place. You know what I'm saying? So
Even since I mean,
I ain't gonna be going with at a nigga all night on this. We're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I might make a point if I ever came at to doing that. Hopefully I never do. But and hopefully I never have to do that either because we're not here for that. We doing a
And
lot
you
of
know,
that already.
and why
We ain't
why
for that negative shit
why
out
mess up
there.
your life for
Why
a
come
fool
here for
on
that?
YouTube?
You see what I'm saying? Now, a
But
fool is a fool. I don't give a fuck where the fool at. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if the fool there. It don't matter where the fool at. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? Sometimes people go too far. And you know what I mean? There's limits to stuff too as well. And sometimes people don't know no limit. But yeah, I think everybody that's doing YouTube, you know what I mean? I've been even studying more mental health because we all become like therapists. We're dealing with people that got problems all day. And then we're
mhm.
not studying and realizing mental health. If we really study mental health, you'd be cool with mad trolls be around you like this. You'd be a room full of trolls chilling because we understand it. So you got to
Mhm.
understand the mental health and shit. And in that, you just become at more of a peaceful place with sometimes when you be just ready to fucking flip sometime because people just do shit just because they want to do shit. They had a bad day, they want to do shit. There's somebody said something they want to do shit. Black person did
I
some shit.
feel like now that I've changed, that people try you more, and it
People
gets
That
disheartening.
part.
that part though, people are gonna try you. You know what I'm saying? But
But truth
are they
be
trying
told,
you or are you really trying you? Because it's a test.
yeah,
It's a
yeah,
test. But I'm
exactly.
trying me. Because no matter if you playing me, you pump faking right now. I got it on me right now. You playing games, nigga. You joking, nigga. I got it on me right now, nigga. I don't give a fuck about the shit you talking about. I'm not even trying to pay you no mind, nigga. I know that if you come with the physical, try to touch me, nigga, fireworks might go off. But look, son, look at the situation. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the situation, when you look at it, it's gonna be
I
what
just
I
want to go in the house and be peaceful for the
it's gonna be
most part,
I mean,
because I'm
because
like, it's not going to end well for you. So
yeah,
I'm not trying to argue with you
it was
because
negative,
I
man.
know how I am. Like, so please leave me alone.
Can we keep it
That's why I can
gangster?
last. Just
People
leave
like,
me alone.
but like build content, anything you want to do, man. I'll help you in any way I can, man. We have so much things to build. This is why when I came onto YouTube and I seen all the beef shit,
Oh,
right?
she's cute
And I seen
too.
all these channels that was beefing, right? And then all of these channels is beefing, and people got 100 subscriber, 200 subscriber. I'm like, okay, you're doing beef content, okay? Beef hate is the number one sell in the world, okay? Look at people like
Mhm.
Wendy Williams, Star, and all that because these people are good at
Mhm.
hate. If you hating for mad months a year, then I go to about the channel, then I see the about, and then the channel's been created all years ago. The shit still got 200 and something subscribers. You're far from
Mhm.
monetized. You're still hating. You're not
Mhm.
successful hating. Then you need to try some other content if you're not successful hating.
Yeah,
Because
she
And then
have
you
that
got a
energy.
hundred
I
thousand
can have hateful
subscribers.
energy.
You got 100,000 subscribers, and you're only getting 10 views.
all of that shit too. So at the end of the
Mhm.
day, man, come on, man. You know what I mean? I'm trying to show people everything is content. You are content. Your life is content. Everything you do, you cooking, you talking, you walking down the block, nigga beefing, content. Everything going on is content all around you. You are content. We ain't got to beef. I ain't got to beef with nobody. I can literally upload 50 videos right after I end this and show you just random all types of shit and show you I'm a content creator.
Mhm.
I like all kinds of shit. I watch all kind of shit. That mean
And there's a difference.
I
And
watch
there's a
stuff.
difference.
Right.
You
And
know,
not everybody is a content creator
content.
or knows how to create content. And that's the thing. The people who don't know how to create content a lot of times are, trying to cause some type of controversy with people who know how to create
And
content.
shit don't
So
win.
the thing that we have to learn, because to be told, it don't just happen in the beef sector. It's
It's
like people who
everywhere.
be beefing, like, technically, Sinetta, it happens everywhere, and
You ain't never
basically.
lied, because when I
Everywhere.
first came into YouTube, and I wasn't even thinking about making a channel. I'm still on the fence about making one or whatever. Um, but this particular gentleman has his name involved in everything. Everywhere I go, his name is involved in it.
You're the Godfather of Harlem.
Involved in some mess, like, you know what I'm saying. And
I know who y'all talking about, I think.
Godfather of Harlem. Nigga.
And I'm not a person, maybe because I'm from the Midwest. I'm not from the East Coast. Like, you know what I'm saying? And maybe we had our own like slicksters or whatever. We no, not really. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just um
The fucking
and
slick.
I came in hot when I first came in on the
You
panels
came in
with Uda.
the fire.
I call people dumb.
You came in. Look, but the
I
spirit.
came in like, you know what I'm saying, like, man, y'all
Square.
niggas stupid.
Look
Like,
what
you
it
know,
says, right?
I was just like, yeah, you know,
And you're
but
gonna get that same energy, back. Sometimes you gotta learn how to like let the trolls run up through the chat, but just don't pay them no attention because a lot of times all they
it
want
wasn't
is some
trolls. I
attention.
was talking about the people in general. Like, I
Right,
don't care
like
about trolls and nothing like that.
Look,
Like, I was calling people stupid in general for if you bought some sovereign papers. I was like, if you bought some sovereign papers from this nigga, you was dumb in the motherfucker. Like, you was stupid. And
that's not necessarily
and Muda was like, nigga, you can't say that shit. Like, no, wait a minute, no,
why
no.
can't
a true
you?
statement, but that's
I
not a
was
true.
like,
Because look, you could say that if you dumb, you bought some shit for some people, right? Okay, but then you fucking with Tyrone down the street. He done beat you in your fucking head. Told you he was about to come and do some real shit. The nigga done
I
lied.
ain't never did no shit like that.
I'm just saying though, we go by in relationship, little regular shit. We done got trickstered in simple shit, so we can see how a person could get tricked into some shit. You
So
don't
I had
believe
to,
in a person.
tone down my language a bit, like, you know what I'm saying, and give
Sometimes
people,
people
like,
get
the benefit of the doubt.
And
Of, like,
you didn't even sell him the papers, but now he mad at you. He want to get you because he can't get that other person because you done called him stupid. But the thing to do is to explain to them why they shouldn't be buying them papers. You know what I'm saying?
That's
but
what
I
And just leave
couldn't.
it
I
at
couldn't.
that.
They cussed my
I'm
ass out,
yeah.
man.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
you
Cussed
know
my ass.
what?
Bro, like I said, bro.
Even when you explain to people why they shouldn't do something, then they be like, "Oh, who is you? Who you think you are? Oh, you think you know too much? Oh, you think
But
you
look,
better?"
I
That's
gave
when you
you a
gotta tell
warning.
people that they
Yeah,
stupid.
that's the
No,
energy
nigga,
I
you
was getting.
stupid.
Look, now then you
That's
say,
the energy
well,
I was getting. Like, who the fuck is
well,
you? You just came up
then
over
you
here.
say,
Who
look, I gave
you
you a
dumb?
warning now. Don't come back over here once you done found out you've been made a fool out of. Now don't come back over here. You know what I'm saying? Because I tried to help you. I tried to tell you. They want some people, let them bump their heads. If you tell them you did your job, what they do, that's on them.
Mhm.
And I'm a straight shooter. And Ulu was like, he talked to me on the phone for a long fucking time. Like, you can't be saying that. And you can't, what the band with you. You know what I'm saying? You be saying, ooh. I'm like, man, I really don't eat. Like, you say you don't care. I don't give a fuck. Like, these people say they stupid. They stupid. He's like, you can't say that. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I be messing with words because I am a militant person. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I had to learn how to curve my language and
Take your
my
time.
speech.
Like I got a
Yo,
lot of my content. A lot of my content is controversial. Like I sort of do stuff on the lines of Young Pharaoh. Like I would speak out about some leaders who did inappropriate things, and of course, their followers are gonna come at me. But see, I know how to go about doing it without directly offending them. But at the same time, I'm trying to raise your level of
Yeah, my
thinking.
point is been to be offensive.
Yeah, like when we were
I
talking
want
to
to
Julie.
offend the fuck out you. How the fuck did you let these people scam you?
Yeah,
Like, that was my whole point in it. And he was like, you can't be saying that, Kiana. I'm like,
like I did
I'm
content
sorry.
on
Like,
Malcolm X.
I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to really do that. Like, like, I just really want to really ask the question, like, how the fuck you let these, and they
Like
look
I
like
did
bum ass
content.
niggas. Like, they bummy and they don't wear clean clothes. It look like how the fuck they let, I didn't understand. So
crazy out here, man. It's most definitely cool.
Yeah, like I did content on Malcolm X, and I already had in mind who I thought was guilty. But at the same time, what I did was I raised the questions, I presented the information, and I left out because NOI would come at you full force. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Oh, Jesus.
you have to know how to finagle sometimes through things. You have to, know how to finagle
I've
sometimes.
always had to learn how to curve my tongue
To
because I was I
Yeah,
was I
but
was always a straight shooter my whole life, and I've been taught that my whole life. Like,
gotta-
Kiana, you can't be saying like, to everybody like all the time. Like, I'm surprised I haven't been slapped in my face a whole lot because
right,
that's
because
how I talk to people.
I'm
I'm
not
dead
a
that
people
serious.
pleaser.
I could give a fuck what nobody ever feel. If people don't fuck with the shit I'm talking about, who cares? I'm looking for my tribe. I'm looking for gangsta ass motherfucking people that know how to be educated and still talk their shit. Talk your shit. Fuck that. People could be on this platform all day saying all type of offensive shit about people, but they can't take no offensive truth about their actions. Fuck that.
So let me just guess. You haven't done any content on the Nubians or the new on York, huh? Because if you did, you would see exactly what we talking
I
about.
didn't even know we had black people that was feeling cults. I thought that was white people shit. When I found out that black people was involved in that shit, that broke my whole heart. It broke
Serious.
my
They
heart,
come
and
out
that's
of
probably why I was
blood.
speaking the way I was speaking. I was
Don't
like,
they,
"Yeah, black
Uda?
people was involved with this kind of shit right
All
here."
serious, man. We just had an epic live talking with one of the brothers. I got a couple of Nuwapian interviews that I'm going to be doing here. It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that would
It's
be
a lot to
good.
uncover. It's a
That
lot.
broke my heart because you see the crimes and involved, and on the news you be like, "Oh yeah, that's white folks did that." I
We
did
gonna
not
listen to
know
some-
that we had
Yes, we
cults and all
can.
that.
Cults are out here, sisters and brothers.
Yeah.
Cults are out here. But we listening to Shooter on the Roof. You already know from my last album. Uda.
I'm gonna dip out, Uda.
Goddamn, they done killed my nigga. It's been a couple months since you been gone. Can't believe that it's real, my nigga. It's like a nigga been numb. Real talk, I can't feel my nigga. See a op shoot a block, nigga, gon' get a deal, my nigga. Niggas on the gram putting candles down. Lift your gun up and put your handles down. Most of them niggas out, I can't stand out now. If niggas act up, I'll probably man them down, man down. My little nigga 15, he done caught 4 homos. I tell a nigga busted, I ain't no role model. That's life. I take him in the club and he don't pop no bottles. He just go inside the front and he just pop those hollows. Long live the shooter. Long live the shooter. My nigga, y'all gone. Long live the shooter. And this game right here, no, it ain't nothing new to. No, a nigga like me, a nigga bang the shooter. All my niggas from the shooter block. Shooters on the roof. Shooters on the roof.
Shooters on the roof.
Got the hitters rolling with me, nigga, you can see the proof. Hammer swinging like the chain while I'm hanging out the coop. Feeling just like Clark when I step outside the booth. Act up, be a man down. Act up, be a man down. If he ain't a real nigga, motherfucker better stand down. Shooters on the roof. No, I keep the shooters on the roof. Got the hitters rolling with me, nigga, you can see the proof. When I spit, it's like big game, me this. Niggas say I rap new, but this is 80s whip. Rap game, man, it couldn't say me this. Man, I'm from a shooter block, man, it made me this. Gotta separate the love from the war, man, it's basic shit. Cause I had to shoot my homie, he was wrong, and it made me miss. Lil nigga switched on me. My lil homie switched on me, made me sick. What hurts is, if I ever get famous, I will make him rich. They say my shooter block forming like a coat, but we ain't saying this. Cause I'm gathering the following, now they wanna hate this shit. Shit changed when Bullet died. I felt the pain when Bullet died. One of the last niggas in the game that tried to pull a guy, yeah. And niggas in the hood wondering who have I been. And niggas in the game wondering like where have I been. I've been on the roof. No, I keep the shooters on the roof. I done went through a shooter box. I rallied up the truth. Shooters on the roof. No, I keep the shooters on the roof. Got the hitters rolling with me, nigga. You can see the proof. Hammer swinging like the chain while I'm hanging out the coop. Feeling just like Clark when I step outside the booth. Act up, be a man down. Act up, be a man down. If he ain't a real nigga, motherfucker better stand down. Shooters on the roof. No, I keep the shooters on the roof. Got the hitters rolling with me, nigga, you can see the proof.
I'll let y'all hear something real quick, man. That was the last thing I did, man. You know, I'm going somewhere else musically, man. And you know, this Uda album will be the last album that I will do in the Udas. This is Cook Up. This is the song that I did that went viral on Facebook and YouTube before and shit like that. This record right here went viral. This went up. I ain't gonna hold you. Even the girl that's on Loving, she's on Loving Hip Hop. Yeah, she's on Loving Hip Hop. Jenna SKE. You know what I mean? This is before all of that and shit. I put her in a video and shit. So it's crazy. You know what I mean? To see her doing all the things that she's doing right now is pretty dope. Pretty dope. Pretty dope.
Not
Shit,
the
man.
effing vodka.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we was having to deal with FN at the time and shit like that. We was piling with 50
Yeah, I
at the
saw
time
this
of that,
video.
at the time of that album coming out and shit. So it was a lot. It was a good little vibe and shit.
So
Most
you
definitely.
independent?
Oh yeah, I do. I got my own label. Me and my brothers and shit. Yeah, I do everything for myself. Shoot my videos, record, create my graphics. I write music. I write multiple genres of music. I write pop, rock, country, R&B, everything. I play instruments, I sing, I rap. I write music for people in the industry. I act.
What instruments do you play? I'm just curious.
I play sax. I play sax. I know how to play a little piano too, but I play sax.
Nice.
I played the French horn.
Oh yeah, that's dope. That's dope. So I know how to do a couple of things. About a couple of things. Let me see. Let me play Uda, man. Uda was the last joint, man. You know, sometimes, you know, I be so cool and shit. It was crazy though, but you know, like music and certain things bring out different passions in me and shit like that. So people see parts of my personality that they don't see sometimes because I just be like cool sometimes and shit. But they be like, damn, son, that's how you be. Shit's crazy. Like when they see me in different elements, like Uda, when you see me in Uda, this is my element too. All of these parts are me. You know what I mean? So it's not like I have to run from who I am. Like it's all a part of me. You know what I mean? It's just that I'm growing to another part of myself and we just expanded, man. We just going somewhere else with it. I thought I just clicked it.
What we looking at now?
I thought I clicked it, but it didn't just click. Hold up, let me see. Did I do it there? Do it. Let's see. Hold up. Uda block. Uda block. Uda. Let me see. Uda. I go Uda, man. We vibing up a little bit. Let's see this. Uda. Yeah, man. This is Uda block, man. This is my neighborhood shooter block. You know, my name Uda block is why I keep clicking the thing that I'm clicking, but it doesn't click the thing that I'm clicking. I understand that. I just saw it there when I clicked it, right? What's the difference? Why does it change? Okay, cool. Maybe
You said your name is what?
Uda.
Uda Block, OOTA.
Yeah, I know Uda Block.
What, Roaster? Roaster's names. These are all names I went by. I went by Roaster. I went by Roaster Rap. I went by Shooter Block. But Shooter Block, it brought me a lot of attention. Like I had pages. My shit was like at 10,000 at the time, a couple thousands. But Shooter Block brought a lot of attraction, but it also still gave me a negative thing, and certain brands didn't want to do business with me because of my name Shooter Block. So I dropped the SH off of it, which is something like I always called it Uda anyway, and Uda was gonna be my next album. This like people wasn't even saying the word Uda, like how we say Uda like that. Like I think I created that, you know what I mean? Me personally, because I never really heard it like that. And Uda is something that I bodied like a moniker, because you know, like you don't want people calling you Shooter, yo Shooter. I'm like Uda, shh. Uda. Call me Uda, man. Call me Uda. So then that's how it kind of came about that. So Uda. And this is my neighborhood, Uda Block. Where I was in my hood. This is my young boy, Q Chapo. He do music too as well, my young Brody. His two brothers is in jail, young bros. Freedom. Facing conspiracy, and murder. My young bros. Yeah, man. It's from my neighborhood shit, you know. Young bros, you know, I came up from all of that shit, gang culture, everything, you know what I mean? And I think that whether it be the Most High, the ancestors, or whatever you think you believe in, you know, it gave me all of the things, because people always want to separate somebody and say, nah, you was this, that's why you can't be that. Nah, I was everything, and you're going to watch me be everything that I'm going to be too. Watch. And I was everything too. But I'm not holding on to that shit like these so-called fake niggas is. I'm not doing that.
All my niggas turn shooters. All my eyes turn rats. All my niggas turn shooters. On the internet, you ain't been a threat. You been stuck in a computer. Show me the proof. All my niggas turn shooters. All my niggas from the Uda. Welcome to the Uda. All my niggas from the Uda. All my niggas turn shooters. All my eyes turn niggas insane. They tryna catch a Mustang. Young niggas putting in pain. It in the game, all for the game. Niggas ain't playing for nothing. Went in school, laying in bang. My little nigga kill my little nigga. Full-time job not to kill niggas. Jump off the porch of the field, nigga. You was in the house, I'm a field nigga. No fuck boys around real niggas. Been a drug dealer since a little nigga, huh? To get a kilo, they'll kill a nigga. Fuck how you feel, nigga. To get some kilos, I'll kill a nigga too. Throw that rock like I'm Montana. Good head, raise my antennas. G49, not San Frana. Beat the box with my bandana. Then I dip set like I'm Santana. I'm in UK like that Montana. She bring me money, you press her. You got a jug and finesse her. I give a dick that'll change your life. You leave her change on the dresser. Shorty, a wetty, a wetty. That pussy ready, get ready. Don't wanna get ahead of myself, but I want the head for the Getty. She said she fuck with the Uda. I tell her open the Chevy. All my niggas know Uda. All my niggas turn shooters. All my ops turn rats. All my niggas turn shooters. On the internet, you ain't been a threat. You been stuck in a computer.
Okay.
All my niggas from the Uda. Welcome to the Uda. All my niggas from the Uda.
All my niggas turn Uda. All my ops turn rats. All my niggas turn shooters. Yeah.
All right.
It's a real good song, you know. Because people beef with you, and then after they beef with you, then they ended up calling police on you after they beef. You know, that's what I mean by all my ops turn rats. You know what I mean? They beef, they start all the shit. Then when you go and see them, now they calling police. Then they come fight you. They come do all the shit they do to you. But then when you go do some shit to some people, now you the wrong one, and now this shit crazy. So that should just be, you know, kind of twisted. That's the psychosis of certain things. You know what I mean? But you know, trying to still beat it. You know, I haven't beat it. I still like Carlito. I feel like Carlito. You know, I'm trying to make it to the train station still. You know, just because I stopped doing some of the things I stopped doing. Yeah, I've done things still. Some of the things that I've done in my past could haunt me, right? But that's a part of life. You know, all we could focus on is where we're going. Not hold on to none of those things in the past. And be the man that I'm supposed to be. Be the inspiration that I'm supposed to be to all of the people that I'm supposed to be to, especially my children. You know what I mean? And be that instead of talking to my 14-year-old son and telling him not to do things that I was doing, and then being a hypocrite when I'm telling them because I'm still doing things. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stop the drinking. I stopped it. Fuck it. I'm gonna stop the cigarettes. I stopped it. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I stopped them both from the new year. Like, let me quit that shit. You know what I mean? So when I'm talking to him, I'm talking really to him. I'm not talking at him. You know what I'm saying? And I could say, look, I'm not doing that. Bad enough that I dropped out of school in the 9th grade. You know what I mean? So everything that I know, gracious enough that I was a avid study of knowledge and history. I taught myself everything that I know. I know mad stuff. I wanted to be a doctor as a kid, so I know mad shit. I can perform surgery right now. You know what I mean? I know mad shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I know a lot of different things. I just stuffed my mind with a lot of knowledge. And what's crazy is, you know, after me changing my life, I felt I was gonna go back to music and acting, and like I got a new album that got people in the industry. You know what I mean? Like, and I still was in the street selling drugs. And people in the hood was like, the fuck you arguing me about a sale right now, nigga? You're not supposed to be here. You know how much people arguing me all day? Yo, son, what are you doing here, son? Nah, son, I'm tired of you, son. Now you bugging. If I had your talent, my nigga, nah, son. Every day of my life, I heard that. I still do. I don't hear it no more, though, since I've been chilling. But every day of my life until I really stopped selling the drugs and went towards just doing this, I heard that every single day, even when I was doing music, yo. I still heard that every single day. So it was always something that was over me, like a cloud. You know what I mean? And even though I was helping people while I was selling drugs, so many people, but I mean, I was helping people, but I still was hurting people at the same time. I still was a detriment to my community. And you know, I'm happy and gracious that I was able to, you know, grab myself at the time that I did. You know what I mean? Because like my friends, they in jail. A lot of my friends, man, my friends are dead. A lot of my friends, so many friends. You know what I mean? I remember one year, like 10 friends died in one year, and they're all young. My friends are young. All died for like 20. You know what I'm saying? Like some of my friends never got to work a job. All they ever did was sell drugs. I started selling crack at 14 for myself. It's like, it's not that I sold for nobody. Me and my friends, they all had a pack, and I had a pack too, and we sold our drugs in my neighborhood. And it was crazy. Older fiends or whatever they came and bought drugs from us, and we was fucking 13, 14 years old, going to school, buying Indian rings and Jordans and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy psyche. You know what I'm saying? But
Air Force One's crispy.
crazy shit. You know what I mean? Just the thinking. You know what I mean? I look at a kid right now selling drugs like, get the hell out of here. What are you doing? but we were kids. You know, what I mean, I can't even imagine that because I was a kid at the time. So I can't even look back. When I think back at it, and me and my friends, I'm like, yo, that shit is crazy. Like my friends, we was active in all types of shit, very active into shit. You know what I'm saying? I watched how the gang culture deteriorated in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? A block away from each other. We all grew up together in our community in my neighborhood, and one block separated us. It changed. You know what I mean? Some people turned blood and some people turned crip, and that shit was all out war. A block away. Just one block separates us. We was all friends before. Everybody was going to each other cribs. Everybody went to school. Everybody is crazy, son. And we have friends dying. We have friends dying. You know what I'm saying? And we all were to blame. You know what I mean? I'm part to blame of that too. You know what I'm saying? I got to take my blame in that. You know what I mean? Everybody want to act like it's everybody else. I have to take my blame. There's still things that weigh on me. They weigh on me. No money, no riches can change those things in my mind. It can never stop the PTSD of what I've lost or what I've caused to of myself. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot. It's most definitely a lot. You know what I mean? But you know, God is great. Most High is great. The ancestors, the spirit, the universe, bringing us all together. Great people like y'all. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna not only change the internet, we're gonna change the whole entire world. And this is what y'all are a part of right now. I just want y'all to know that this is what we're doing. We're actually doing what we want to achieve, and this is how we're gonna do it, by bringing the minds in, by bringing the people in. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a direction that I was gonna go with the channel from the beginning. I was gonna start it with some serious interviews, man. Serious big people, great people, people I know, people I've met, all kinds of people. You know what I mean? But the spirit came to me and told me, don't do that. It said, don't make it about nothing. Don't make it about me. That's why only now I play like my commercial. I had that shit way before I created this channel. Why wouldn't I play my own brand shit every day? You know, think about things like that. I create brands. I have all these things already. I'm not starting some shit. Somebody gave me a cash app. I never got cash apps for the whole time. I put my cash app up literally a couple of days ago after doing thousands of videos on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It told me to be the help. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about this and that. Don't worry about nothing. I never care about money anyway. One of the leaders in my chat called me the other day, like, brother, you need to ask for the help. And I was like, it's just hard for me to do that. You know what I mean? It's really hard for me. My mother's gonna come on here. I'm gonna do a podcast with my mom too. It's gonna be crazy. But you're gonna ask my mom herself and ask her about me, and she's gonna tell you about me, whether it's nut shit, all kind of shit. My mother don't hold no punches. You know what I'm saying? That's where I come from. I come from a strong black woman like that. She don't hold no punches. If I was on some bullshit, she gonna say he was on some bullshit. I don't give a fuck. I can't be tight with her. That's how she is. You know what I'm saying? That's how my mom is. Salute to her. You know what I'm saying? Give her applause. Put the King Jaffe for her. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's about. You know what I mean? It's about us helping each other, us lifting our voices. You know what I mean? I'm here to lift us. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy that the Queens is with me rocking all the time. I mean, the Kings is in here with me too, but they be like reserved to jump on panels. But, you know, I'm going to give them the panels that it is, you know what I mean? Because I got a couple of segments that's just driven just for us. But I did want the Queens to vibrate up. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they did. You know what I mean? I've been making call outs for everybody to come. This is the people that's accepting the call. You know what I'm saying? Like what you want me to say about that. You know what I mean? So I got to salute them for that. You know what I mean? They making a call. We rallying together. We rocking with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at the women that's mad at the men. You know what I'm saying? As a man, I'm not. You know what I mean? We all go through traumas. I get that. When I meet a woman or a person or anybody in the world, you know what I'm saying? It's up to me to change their mind. And I believe that I have that in me anyway, that I could change their mind. I'm that persistent. I believe in myself that much. I believe in that person that I believe that I can do that. And that's what I'm working towards with anybody I meet. Besides a woman I really mean, I'm interested in. See what I'm saying? So I can be that change. So why would I, you know what I mean? She probably mad at Tyrone. Fuck, she's singing the song. We both know the song. So fuck, I get it. But it comes with me. I could change it. She said, you know what? You know, I met a guy and we don't even come together to be together to fuck with each other like that. But you could say, damn, that should give me some more hope to, damn, let me try to, you know what I mean? Damn, some niggas probably could be like that out there and shit. Let me just think about that, go fish a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So we can be that to each other without having to fuck with each other, without even having to, shit is real. Shit is real. That's why people don't want to stay together. What's up?
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Tell me if you don't. Tell me if you don't. In which
First, I sent you something where you should park your music. It's a good
okay.
look.
Okay, I will.
Check that out.
I'll
But
look into it. Which way? Tell me.
yeah, like a lot of women nowadays are just hell bent on being better. At the end of the day, like Women give birth to children, women give birth to nations. So if women are out here feeling like black men are whatever to whatever, it starts with the woman. How are you raising your son? How are you nurturing your son? What are you instilling in your son? You see what you just said? You have a mother. I know you do it to King Job. You have,
Job.
yeah. You have a mother that's not pulling no punches with you. She's
Yep.
not accepting less than excellence from you. Like, quite frankly, that panel earlier, you got to check out my response to Shorty because that thing was triggering in a way that was something left. I'm not going to give birth to failures. See, when you got women saying stuff like that, not only are you speaking about black men as a whole, you speaking about yourself. I don't care what the perception is of black men or black women. I know any child that I give birth that comes through my vessel, they're going to be black excellence because I am. Like it's it's mental games that these people are playing on YouTube and it's toxic. It's crazy for the culture. Like they sit up here all day long, like the juxtaposition between Information Man's panel, the panel we watched earlier, and then the panels that you have had all day since. It's crazy. It's crazy. That was just bedlam and chaos and nonsense. Like to sit back and watch those females take over that platform and just motor mouth it out and be so disrespectful. You can tell those are your women that didn't grow up with a father. Because
Yeah.
you grow up with a father, you learn respect, like, oh no.
Hmm. Yeah, it was kind of crazy because it was a build and it was going, and the brothers was on there, every sister was on it too, and then that shit just went mega left, and that's why I had to stream it because I wanted the people in the community to see it because some people may not have seen it because it's on Taz's page, and some people may not follow Taz. You know what I'm saying? And Taz shit might not be going past, even though he have 10,000 subscribers. Sometimes YouTube be taking your shit out the rhythms and shit, and your shit don't be triggering and shit. But it was conversation that I was going. I was like, nah. I think that this is really, it was triggering to me too as well. And I think that's why I refrain from even sometimes because I was speaking in it too as well. But I also refrain from even going in there. I think because it was really triggering to me as well. What triggered me one point in there when she said because they was like they asked the question. One person what told me in the live because I was restream just sharing the live, and they was like, "Yo, what would she do for the black man? What she do to help them and shit?" I was like, "Word, that's a good question. I wish she was in there to ask that." And somebody ended up asking that question, and she was like, "No, I'm not. No failures. Fuck out of here." Da-da-da. I'm like, "What? That was crazy." Like you got women, black women that support you, right? And they have black children, which are black men, and they might fail at something and things. That don't mean that they don't have a second chance. That don't mean that they can't come back. But she basically was like, "Fuck that, nope." You know what I'm saying? So that shit was like kind of crazy to me. I was like, nah. I think that's crazy to me, but I don't know, man. I am gonna end this before 6 hours because if you YouTubing and you streaming, you want to stream till 5 hours before 6 hours. You want to end it at 6, but I ended before 6, 5 hours and change because YouTube won't allow you to edit the video. So this is how you can edit your videos and doctor them up and set little 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 10 minute, 5 minute, 20 minute shit all day to trigger out and chop your stream up right here in YouTube. So you just got to be streamed to 5:59 or whatever. I try to stream to like 5:58 or whatever, and then end it. If you want to trim it, because you got sections in there in this stream right here. It got mad sections. I let the women talk. I let everybody talk. Now I'm gonna go back in there and find the parts I want. Oh, that was powerful. Grab that 1 minute, poof, throw that up, set it all when you go and see how to trim the little things. You trim them and then you set them to private first. Trim them, save them as private, save them as private. Then when you go back in your video list, it's going to be public and private videos. Then you go back in the private ones, fix the description boxes, fix whatever you want to fix on them, then go to premiere them, set them for the time and schedule it. Bang. Then you do the next one, bang. Then do the next one, hour, bang, bang, bang. Then go back to each one and then connect each live, redirect each live to each one. So that means after this one end, it's going to send them to that one, then that one, then that one, then that one, then that one. So each one that picks up views is going to send those views automatically to the next live that you got streamed for the next 30 minutes, 20 minutes, or the next hour. So that's how this whole shit work. people not telling us how it work. This is how this YouTube shit work. You know what I mean? You got to connect your page. You got to put end cards on the end of your videos. You got to put end screens at the end of your videos, put end cards throughout the videos. You got to do all these little YouTube principles. Little shit like this is what help your videos to go out into the
Viral.
algorithm. You know what I mean? So it's it's SEO, search engine optimization. And after I stopped selling drugs, that's the first thing that the Most High, the Spirit, the ancestors told me to do. They told me to learn this, the graphics, because I do all my computer graphics, all that, all my overlays and all that. I do all of that, right? They told me learn that, and they told me learn SEO, and I did them
Yeah.
both, and then I started. Yeah, so that's how it went.
Your
Already know.
community background is hard as hell.
I appreciate your point. Yeah, I'm cooking up, man. This is when I've learned to do some other stuff by then. Now I'm getting better because as I've been building, I've been getting better as I went. But right now, I can get splashy now. I can get real splashy. So I got some shit that I'm practicing on. So yeah, man, I look forward to helping y'all too as I've been helping y'all. Look forward to doing how we've been doing. We want everybody to lift. Once we help everybody to lift, we can't be stopped. I'm a person that people are going to try to limit me and stop me. That's what I was told. I'm going to raise my highest voice to the highest decibel. I'm going to also allow people and help us to lift our voices to that same decibel. What comes with that is get your hand in my pocket and a bunch of shit Malcolm heard. I might hear it too. But, you know what I mean? I approach it and I embrace it. You know what I mean? That's what it takes for me to be black. You know what I mean? I got to take that stance for myself. I got to take that stance for my kids. I got to take that stance for us. You know what I mean? And it's a way I've been felt in me, but I wasn't taking that stance because I was doing other things in my life. And I guess I had some fear in me, even though I was living a fearless life and put my life on the line every day. I had fear in me to maybe put my life on the real line. So, you know what I mean? This is where we going. You know what I'm saying? This is to a real line. So whatever fucking be, whatever's going to be. But I really don't care. I've already made my peace. And this is what we're doing. So what you're going to see is us lift very fast and everybody will be lifting with us. So people will try to back us up and stop us. So subscribe to here, subscribe to the backup channel, One Community, TWO. Because we're going to be vibrating high. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be vibrating high. I'm shooting a video for me and Mano joint coming up soon. I don't know when I'm going to shoot it. Maybe next couple of weeks. I did want to play real ones for y'all. I might let y'all rock out with Mano and me. I'm singing on this run. So, yeah, let me let y'all listen to this one on the way out. Probably. This is me and Mano. You already know. We got a couple records on it. Cook it up.
Let's go. Shoot a block. Hustle hard. Roaster.
Big facts, bro. You know the vibes. Tribe right here, man. We cooking up. Right here. You home, queen. You home.
Let's go.
I'm cooking up. I can do some shit. Don't play with me, y'all. Don't play with me, y'all. Not too shabby.
That's what she do.
Stranger in my house, like to me,
That's me singing, y'all. We cooking up.
Nothing like laying down with a motherfucker.
The sound went.
Yeah, tell these niggas what these hoes do. Usually got a friend that's a hoe too. Spot him at the club, that's the hoe crew. Couple rappers running through the whole crew. Told me meet her at the hotel. Said she got a man, but I won't tell. That's another nigga BM. But she got ball players in her DMs. Brought a friend with her in the same room. Fucked them both, then I woke up in the shade room. Whole Snapchatting while niggas sleep. Said she want a rich boy, cause her nigga cheap. Told me she got friends off the shooter block. She fuck different niggas, dealers coming through a block. Can't love her, can't judge her though. I'm just saying, real niggas can't trust her. Can you tell her I want to right back? Thought she was broke, she was really my head. Look at what she got on me, she was fucking me too. That's what she do.
said, everybody two-stepping like this. Trust no hoe, nigga, let's get rich. I said, everybody two-stepping like this. Trust no hoe, nigga, let's get rich. Okay, everybody two-stepping like this. Trust no hoe, nigga, let's get rich. Everybody two-stepping like this. Nigga, get your money up. Can't trust no, can't trust no. Thought she was broke, she was really my head. Look at what she got on me, she was making me do. That's what she do, yeah.
Cooking up. Cooking up. Yeah, man, we cooking up. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, man. I got a lot of things coming out, and I got some scripts that I've been acting on. Some movies is going to be coming out. One on the end of this year. Another one's going to be coming out 2022. I acted on one of them. I did like a couple of years ago. I acted on it a couple of years ago, and it's going to be coming out. So I'm happy for that too. I acted on one with my son's mom in it too. Ooh, it was a great script though. It was a really, really great script, and yeah, she did a great job. She most definitely did a great job. It was about a lot. That was a pretty dope one. So shout out to her, even though she hating on me right now. Shout out to her for the good role on that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes your biggest supporter be your biggest hater. They be mad because they can't support you. I guess I don't know, but shout out to her for that, even though they hate right now. But yeah, man, there's nothing but cooking up positive energy. I'm gonna end this soon, but I am gonna play real ones for all of y'all, all the real ones. This is me featuring Destiny Mariah, a lovely, amazingly talented artist. She worked with Ryan Leslie, so many artists that you like, BT, the channel, everything. We got like 4 records together. Destiny Mariah. I'm gonna bring up a graphic so you see how her name's spelled. Make sure you check her out, Instagram, everything. Amazingly talented artist. She out here in the city too, but she's from Florida. I love you, Destiny, man. Amazing artist, man. Trust me, amazing. I appreciate all of y'all. Subscribe to Community. One love, one voice, one community. This is what we about. Make sure y'all subscribing to the backup channel, One Community TWO. Shout out to Raw B. You already know Raw B Privilege. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. Miss Embassy. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. Salute to everybody rocking with us in the chat, all the great leaders in the chat. You're not a follower of anybody. You are a leader, and leaders allow leaders to lead. Follower and words like that are a new form of classism, like race, gender, and creed. They're trying to separate us or make us feel like we're more better than each other. And you see here that I don't allow people to do that. I don't. No one's better than each other here. We are who we are. I'll be doing more shit than half the motherfuckers that be talking to me are doing. So I could act like I'm better than them if I wanted to, and I would be right. But I'm not. No one's better than nobody. Michael Jordan bring his ass in here. He got to relax. You got to relax, Mike. Okay, we gonna treat him good. That's Mike. We gonna kick Joffy. Mike, of course. Mike. You know what I'm saying? But Mike got to sit his ass down too and listen to somebody too. Cause we need Mike too, but Mike don't have to listen. And we love each other, man. So I appreciate the queens. I appreciate everybody, the kings, everybody that came on. Angelica Diallo, salute to her all the time. Make sure you're checking out herprana.com, HERPRANA, PRANA.com. And you can use community promo code to get your discount. This is some real sauce, man. Hand cut, hand poured, man. Listen, man. We need to support our own brands. We need to support our own people, and this is what the community is about. If y'all got brands, let me know so I can start telling these people, start telling our people. This is what it's all about, man. Us emitting the love out of us and just showing us some love. So salute to y'all for that. Salute to y'all for that. All right, this was a great segment. Learned a lot. The Queens is building, no argument, just love. Two strong personalities was going. Raw B came in with some enlightenment, even gave me some enlightenment. I appreciate you, Queen. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna play a record though before you go though. Make sure you're listening to this one. This is Real Ones for all the real ones. Shout out to Raw B rocking with me right now, and Miss Embassy, and all my great people, my great queens in the chat. This is for y'all being real ones and supporting me and supporting the community. Y'all know y'all got my full support. I appreciate y'all and I love y'all. Honestly, you already know the vibe. This is Real Ones. You can find this record on my personal page, Oota Block, OOTA BLOKK. That's where you find my music that I was playing at. This is Real Ones featuring Destiny Mariah. I wrote this record and arranged it. She's singing it. I'm rapping on this one.
Yeah. What's love got to do with it, baby? What's love got to do with it, baby? If I was your girl and you were my man, I'll give you love, man. If you give me love you.
She let me do me, let me roam around, and she ain't worried about all the girls around. Cause she so used to being queen, she let them wear the crown. She got my back, she hold it down, right by my side, never slow me down. Always pick me up whenever they throw me down. Been through the lies, got her crying now. She still believe me, and I'm lying now. She be inside, she ain't holding around.
And she ain't got no bad name all through the town.
Every day I love you more, I had to tell you now. And then I'll prove it to you, just let me show you how.
Real ones.
My real one. If you ever had a real one, hands up if you're a real one. This one goes out to my real ones, my real ones.
Real ones. My real ones. I can't wait to do this video. It's gonna be a lot of love in this, so it's gonna be sexy.
Hands up if you're a real one. This one goes out to my real ones.
Go look at her. I love Destiny so much.
She been through, her family hating, the women calling,
and she's still waiting. Thinking of marriage, but she don't want to chase it. She ready when you ready. A true test of her patience. Love that you show can't replace it. My trinity in this matrix. You just a regular. Nothing about you is basic. Shit, I be out late. Plus the missed calls. You can't eat right and ain't sleep at all. The scary thing is you won't beef at all. She got this feeling in her stomach. You can't keep it off. Look, I guess this women's intuition. I know it's late night and I've been missing, but listen. Baby, I'ma make an honest woman out you. I'ma get that wedding ring. I'ma show you better things. No talk, just show, no let them in. You got haters from the door, you can let them in. My sweetheart, like I gave you my letterman. Hope you get with this letterman. Oota, I'm a real one. Baby. On Oota Block, OOTA BLOKK. You find this record.
It's never worth